of European Tour of Bodyboard here in Sintra for the Sintra Bodyboard Pro Fest. The first time we have a festival here in Praia Grande where we combined the national tour that we had on previous weekend. Now for 2 days, the European Tour of Bodyboard, and next we're going to have World Tour, ABC World Tour stage for the women, the drop knee, and the Pro Junior. I'm Carlos Mariano. I'm here with Nuno Cardoso, and we're going to help you follow through the action throughout the day.
Yes, bom dia, buenos dias, bonjour. Good morning, everyone that just tuned in. Yes, we have day 2 of the ATB, but day 4 of this Sintra Pro Fest 23. If you didn't yet follow us or subscribe to our channels, please do so on the regular social networks. This is Sintra Pro 23. Of course, this is a ETB event, which is produced by the European Surfing Federation, which we are broadcasting live to on the YouTube channel. Of course, you haven't done so, put the like button, subscribe, also follow us in Bodyboard TV. That's the team responsible for this live broadcast. So there you have it, a quick social network update. That's all we do when we wake up in the morning. So if you haven't done so, please check that out. So we're gonna jump straight into the water because the first heat of the day is already on, Carlos.
Yeah, sure. And we have in the water this first heat with Portuguese Eduardo Macedo, Portuguese Daniel Fonseca, one of the standouts of yesterday. Pierre Luis Costa doesn't need no introduction, and Brahimi Douche, one of Morocco's brightest stars of bodyboarding. So one hell of a heat just to start things off today, right?
Yes, round of 32. There's only 32 riders remaining in this competition. We sussed them out of the first round of 64, and these 4 athletes went through that first round and find themselves right now competing today in Praia Grande with different conditions, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. The ocean really kicked up a notch today with some more serious swell coming in, bigger waves, still a light offshore this morning. So great conditions for bodyboarding today, and we're expecting a great show throughout the day with the usual suspects.
Yes, for sure. Right now you're seeing on your screen, you might be thinking, it's not that much bigger than yesterday. But you are fooling yourself. Wait till you see one of those sets breaking out the back, and you will see the full force of the forecasted swell that was expected to hit the west coast of Portugal today. Yesterday, in a conversation about the forecast, I was predicting if this swell was coming in at full force, we're probably going to see 5-foot face waves and probably breaking out the back in the sandbanks, but the riders will be sticking to the regular lineups that we've been watching these last 3 days, but of course much bigger conditions, as you can see right now in your screen.
Yeah, it's all about the banks today. We have the swell, we have the wind, meanwhile, is still favorable, but the banks aren't quite there yet. So we're going, as you said very well, the riders are going to stick with the usual lineup from yesterday because although we have some waves out there, they're still a little bit mushy and not that rippable. Meanwhile, we have here Brahimi Douche going for this left-hander. Let's see what the Moroccan rider has for us.
Ooh.
Nice roll to start things up with a spin.
I like that.
Yep. Check turn there. Going back to the power source of the wave. And finish things off with a roll. Some conservative first wave just to put something solid on the scoreboard from Brahimi Douche, a very experienced rider. Do you know Brahim is already 39? How time flies.
Yes. Brahim the Moroccan bodyboard rock star, is starting things off this morning quite well for himself. As we all always commentate, this first heats always serve at basis for the rest of the competition. Looks like out the back it was Pierre-Louis having a look at the right-hander, but it is the Eduardo Macedo, the young gun from Povo de Varzim, starting to make some moves here on the inside. Let's see how the judges fare that, because Eduardo just caught a wave here on the inside, opposed to Brahim Idouche, which I'm going to call it caught the wave in the middle section. I'm going to call it middle section because if you look out the back in your screen right now, the waves break out there, even with the high tide, which means, Carlos, on the low tide is going to break even further.
It's going to be hectic too. It's going to be one hell of a paddle out.
Daniel looks like he was looking at this one but letting it go. And it's kind of a shame that this new swell came in, because we saw the first 2 days of the Sintrapro Fest here not quite groomed, and then the third day after those big amplitude tides brought in the sand perfectly for that left sandbar that we saw yesterday, but it was pretty fun. And then today it's all over the place. These are the headshots of the contenders in this heat. Daniel Fonseca, 3 times Portuguese national champion. Pierre-Louis Costa doesn't need any introduction. Brahim Idouche, likewise, is missing his mugshot there. And Eduardo Macedo, the young gun from Portugal, that is that has been representing Portugal in the international field in the IBC Tour in the Pro Junior Division.
Yep. One of the many talents who hails from north of Portugal, specifically from Povo de Varzim, who has been churning out talent after talent. And talking about talent, we have an international talent, world famous Pierre-Louis Costa with his first wave. He got himself, I believe, we didn't see the whole wave, but okay, there's for a replay, always on time. It was just a single move, a roll, and then a spin.
It's funny to see how Pierre changed his head stance just to do that reverse.
Yeah. But
yeah, interesting. There was not much there, and Pierre quickly got out of that wave and paddled out the back. So 6-7-5 for that first wave of Brahim Idouche. I must tell everyone that I was impressed by the way that he rode that wave, because I will believe that it will be very hard to find a very complete ride like that within 20 minutes, and Brahim did so and got rewarded. 6-7-5 assumes the leadership of this heat. Of course, Pierre-Louis Costas just got a 4.25 in that last right-hander effort, and Eduardo Macedo only got a 2.5 on that roll on the inside.
Yeah, I believe Eduardo was a little bit penalized for getting that wave on the inside, while Pierre-Louis Costa's wave was way more on the outside, and the judges have that on criteria as well.
Yeah, so riders, if you're watching this and listening, you know what the judges are trying to tell you. If you catch a wave on the inside and perform a good roll like Eduardo Macedo did, we're not taking that away from him, but it only was rewarded at 2.5. Meanwhile, first wave for Daniel, Carlos.
Yes, first wave for Daniel Fonseca, who just won here the National Tour stage during the weekend, so he's pretty much in form. And yesterday he showed us again how much he's in form. Unfortunately, not getting a little caught up on that white water there, and not being able to perform as well as he would have, for sure. But as I was saying, pretty much in form yesterday, with the highest scoring total and the highest scoring wave as well of the day. Nate's 8.75 in pretty different conditions.
Yes, you can see as the wave approaches the shore, there's a lot of bump, there's a lot of crossing on the waves, because here in Praia Grande, as you all know, okay, we'll get back into that as we see Pierre having a look at this left-hander but letting it go. If you know Praia Grande, if you've been here, you know there's the swimming pool from the famous Arribas Hotel
Yes.
to the right where you're looking right now, or north of the beach, north part of Praia Grande Beach, and with the high tide, the waves hit the wall of the swimming pool and bounce throughout all of the lineup, making the inside a little bit more bumpy than it should actually be if this was open up beach, basically.
Yeah, and Brahimi Dush's first wave is looking better and better by the minute. We judged it a little bit conservative, but now we're seeing the difficulties that all the other riders are having on surfing this lineup, and they're seeing that Brahimi Dush's approach was very, very intelligent, and rewarded him with a 675, which is looking by the minute a very solid score.
Yes, I kind of mentioned that I do believe it's going to be very hard for a rider to find a wave like Brahimi Dush did within the 20 minutes of the heat, because it was a very long ride and he did have a great read on it, and did a lot of moves, very fluid, and I do believe that Brahim could not have asked better wave to start his heat off, and I do believe that now he's feeling it. It's almost 7 minutes gone in this heat, and no rider have come close to find a wave or ride a wave like Brahim Dush did. That's why the scores are so set apart from each other, as you can see on the leaderboard.
Yeah, meanwhile we were watching Pierre-Luis Costa and Daniel Fonseca paddling out, trying to place themselves a little better on the outside. There's a little bit of a current here as usual, but everyone's kind of placing themselves a little bit on the same spot, with Brahimi Dush there with the yellow jersey, Pierre-Luis Costa and now Daniel Fonseca joining him. We just don't see Eduardo Macedo, the young Portuguese gun, so far, but I believe he shouldn't be far away.
Yeah, hopefully. I know that the conditions might look scary for a 16-year-old coming to the beach and having to be the one to participate in the first heat of the day and watching those sets on the outside, which by some coincidence hasn't yet broke on the outside like I was watching this morning. Probably there's a little bit of a lull because I do believe we're reaching the maximum high tide at the moment. But as soon as the tide starts to drop and there's a big amplitude today in tides, we're going to see those outside sets breaking, then reforming into the lineup, the usual lineup that we've been watching in this last 3 days, and the riders are trying to make the best of it. Like you mentioned, Carlos, the current is super evident. You don't see any bodyboarder just standing there. They're always paddling with their feet, trying to position themselves for the next set.
Yeah, next set looks like it's approaching right now. With there's gonna be some big waves coming in, so we'll see what action they bring us. With I believe Brahimi Dush has the priority, if I'm not mistaken. But it's such a big battle out zone that okay, there he goes, Brahimi Dush. As I suspected. He prefers not to go on this wave, and he has the upper hand. He has obviously by far the highest scoring wave of the heat, and we are now watching Pierre-Luis Costa.
Strange wave for Pierre here. Looks like a double up from the last wave, but now an open face for Pierre. He might make some moves here, goes for the roll, tries to get around that section, stays close with it, and goes for another roll. A little bit stuck there. Meanwhile, out back, this is Daniel Fonseca, Carlos.
First with a spin, at least what we saw. Then trying to find a way, a better section there in all that white water, and not seeing it. He just bailed out. So not the best of luck for Daniel Fonseca, former national Portuguese champion, who has been struggling a bit on this heat.
Yes, it's not a easy, straightforward readout of what the wave is going to do. I do believe that no rider here knows what the wave is going to do before he catches it. And I reinforce my statement of Brahim Idush's wave. It's going to be a very hard wave to find with it, a 20-minute heat. And he pulled, what, 4 moves? It was a very complete ride. And I do believe that in the future, if we're gonna see waves like that, they're gonna even be scored higher because they set apart themselves from what is happening here in Praia Grande today. It's not an easy read of the ocean, not an easy read of where you should stand in the lineup. For example, Pierre started this heat off in another lineup, then moved up a little bit south to where he was, and then caught this wave. Right now he's leading because his last wave was a 4.35, but not a long distance from the rest of the field, Carlos.
Yeah, and Brahim has the upper hand because he has a 6.75, so it's the highest scoring wave, and he has only a 0.75 as a backup, so he can easily bump up the score. He only needs 1.5, and if he gets it, of course, which is pretty easy, it's basically catching a wave, he's going to jump back into first. Things are not quite that easy for Daniel Fonseca, who has a 3.25 and 3.10, needs a 4.26 into second place, and Eduardo Macedo, who I am not seeing where he is. Okay, he's now there on your left screen. I just had to ask for him. There he goes on this right-hander.
He keeps exploring the inside, but we already know that the inside is not going to give you the scores that you need or the type of performance that the judges are looking for. But like I told you, Carlos, Eduardo is only 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken, and for sure this ocean conditions must be very intimidating.
As we're watching Brahim Idush hunting for a backup, I said he only needed to catch a wave. I'm not sure if that's what he meant, but what wasn't exactly that I meant. With he needed a 1.5, and I'm guessing, he got himself a 1, so not enough. And Pierre-Louis Costa is still in the first place, but only with a 4.35 and a 4.25, which normally wouldn't even be backups for Pierre-Louis Costa, former 2-time world champion.
Looks like Pierre just had a wave. We're going to ask production for the replay of the last wave of white, because we just missed that action while we were watching Brahim Idush trying to get a wave. And this is it. Oh, this is the replay of Eduardo Macedo wave. He caught a wave on the inside, like we mentioned, and he went for a roll there. And I don't think we can expect a big score on that ride. And this is the roll for Pierre. He's exploring right now another part of the lineup. Ooh, meanwhile, Pierre once again.
Action.
Nice looking wave. Roll there in the pocket, and he skips out of that one. Okay, interesting wave exchange here from Pierre in a different lineup, like I was mentioning, and he's getting busy. Probably Pierre knows that things are not going his way, and he has a very own form, Daniel Fonseca breathing down his neck, and also Brahim Idush with the best scoring wave of the heat can change things easily, but it looks like it's not been easy for Brahim Idush to catch that 1.85 wave.
Yeah, that definitely, that first wave he got was definitely a gem in the context of this heat. And as we're watching, Pierre-Louis Costa pretty active. He knows he's in the lead, but he knows he only has a 5 and a 4.35, which are definitely not high scoring waves, at least for him, or especially for him. one of the most spectacular riders we have on the event, on the event for sure. So he's struggling to get something a little bit better, while Brahim is a little bit more comfortable because he knows with the 675 he has a very small requirement to jump into first and progressing onto the next round. After all, we remind you all that this is obviously a two-man deal with Pierre-Louis Coste going for the IRS. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to stuck it there on the white water. So it's all about the two first places to progress into round 3. So Daniel Fonseca and Eduardo Macedo are really in the elimination zone, and they need to do something pretty special, pretty fast, now that we have 4 minutes and something to go, and the ocean is far from easy.
Yes, exactly, Carlos. I agree with you. It's not an easy ocean to swim in. And meanwhile, this is the replay of the last wave of PLC, and he goes for the backflip there, unfortunately getting stuck trying to turn that move all the way around and in front of that whitewash. So that is incomplete ride for white. Meanwhile, we are watching the riders for the next heat, I do believe, getting themselves amongst the lineup. And this is live action from Daniel Fonseca riding a very important wave, Carlos.
This looks like a good one. Whoa, reverse got himself a little bump on the wave there. Now a 360 and something more, and he's going fast and nice roll, and that's a pretty important wave for Daniel Fonseca for sure. And he's looking for something a little bit more to put some sugar on top of that wave, and that's it. It's going to be a pretty important wave for Daniel Fonseca, who needs a 451 to jump into second. Meanwhile, Brahim Idouche struggling to find another wave as a good backup for that 675, and this wasn't it.
I do not believe that's the 2.6 that he needed to advance to first, but I do believe that Daniel might get his requirement. He was on the hunt for a 4.51.
I'm calling it, yes. I'm calling
Daniel
it, yes.
might jump into second. Let's wait to see what's the score in that wave going to be. Meanwhile, I do believe that Eduardo Macedo is nowhere to be seen. Probably exit the border. Like I said, very intimidating conditions for the young rider. I will not judge him because Praia Grande can take a heavy toll on you mentally and physically as well. So today is not the friendliest day here in Praia Grande, and for you to have some notion of what's going to happen today, finals day here in the ATB Tour. If you want to go to the final, any rider that wants to reach the final, he has to, including the final, compete 5 heats today. That means 1 hour and 40 minutes of intense, nervous, anxiety, competition mode type of ocean time.
It might not look a lot. It might not look a lot, but we're not talking about free surfing. We're talking about competing. And Pierre-Louis Coste with an IRS to start things off in this wave, looking for something more, but on the inside, trying to connect the wave on the inside, but I think the money move was that IRS, the only move.
Oh, for sure. Meanwhile, last wave of Daniel Fonseca was just short 4.55. It fulfilled the requirement that he needed of a 4.51, but meanwhile that last wave of Brahim came out as a 2.25. The only move I saw there was a very schemish barrel. But meanwhile, this is the replay of the last wave of Brahim Idouche, and probably this is the 2.25.
Yeah.
And I'm not judging the wave
He just
correctly.
got that 360, and that's it.
Very bumpy the inside there, Carlos. So this is the 2.25. Okay, it makes sense now. So Brahim Idouche sticks to second place, barely, but Pierre-Louis Cos holds on to the first place, and it looks like it's official, Carlos.
Yeah.
Praia PLC will advance into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and what a shame for the Portuguese with Daniel Fonseca, a local favorite, knocked out of the comp, as well as young rider Eduardo Macedo. And that's the name of the game, I guess. And with very, very difficult conditions here in Praia Grande today.
First heat out of the way, so the riders for the next heat already waiting for the buzzer to start the next heat, and they already know what's on offer here in Praia Grande. So stick with us. We're gonna jump into a quick commercial and be right back to watch that heat unfold.
...24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70.000 hectares de ar puro, 13.000 metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Nuno Cardoso, and next to me is sitting is Carlos Mariano, and we are here once again, day 4 of the Sintrapro 23 festival here in Praia Grande, Sintra, and this is the day number 2 of the ETB Tour, the European Tour of Bodyboard, stopping here in the waters of Praia Grande, Sintra, and we have in the water another heat, Carlos.
Yeah, and what a heat we have in our hands with Ricardo Rusmaninho, runner-up in the national tour, Lionel Medina, and talking about him, here he goes, Ricardo Rusmaninho, incredibly talented rider from north of Portugal, another product of Paul de Varzim bodyboarding school. Lionel Medina from Spain, Alex Uranga, the Basque rider from Spain as well, one of the most renowned talents hailing from Spain, and Elder Mendes, aka Disha, another excellent Portuguese rider, one of the best here in Portugal, who has been pretty in form in the national tour as well. And there goes Lionel Medina. What a wave!
I thought he might have gone for the barrel.
That would have been a huge barrel if he could manage it.
That was an incredible wave, but Lionel Medina knows the pit better than most of us, and if he bailed out of that wave, he probably had a great reason to do so. Lionel Medina from the Canary Islands, Alex Uranga from the Basque country, Spanish part of course, and Ricardo Rusmaninho from Povo de Varzim, like you mentioned, Carlos, and Disha Elder Mendes from Costa da Caparica. So, and this is a replay of a wave for Disha.
Elder Mendes. Whoa, what a roll. Elder Mendes, he's very familiar with these kind of conditions. He loves the big stuff, and he's pretty much, he looks pretty comfortable with his waves.
Yeah, he loves and thrives in the big surf, and I do believe that this kind of conditions can be very, very similar to his own break in Costa da Caparica. Yeah. Sometimes the sand bottoms are like this. When huge swells hit, it will break out the back, reform, and then build some inside or middle side waves.
And Alex Uranga with his stylish surfing going for a spin there, but not that much on offer on that wave.
Look at the score on the Elder Mendes wave, Carlos.
Whoa, an 8, and justifiable. It was a pretty huge roll, ballsy move by the Portuguese rider.
Yeah, I know, it's a big wave. Probably the biggest wave we saw being ridden today. So great work from Elder Mendes there, posting the first excellent score of the day. Exactly, the first excellent score of the day. Alex Uranda posting a 2.25, and Lionel Medina looking busy, but is not finding the right waves because he keeps on bailing out of them. And looks like Lionel selected a little bit of the north side of the lineup to be competing in, where he's completely alone, and the other three riders are here a little bit south to the structure cars.
Yeah, look at these waves. And look at it. Ricardo Rosmaninho going left with the reverse there. Looking for a section to hit for sure. Managing the speed. And he goes for the roll there. Struggling a little bit to maintain his line. And that's it for Ricardo. Not the best of waves, but he only has a 0.65, so it's definitely going to improve on the situation. He's struggling with the fourth place. Meanwhile, we're going for a quick flash interview with the winner of previous heat.
Go, Mariana.
Bueno, está ouvindo, está ouvindo? Aqui tá
Mariana, are you there? Looks like we're having some technical issues. Yesterday a lot of rain poured and we were not able to conduct the interviews, so let's see if Mariana is ready right now. Go ahead, Mariana. Okay, looks like we're not ready yet, and we will go ahead, Mariana. We lost Mariana here in the connection, but we'll get back to her as soon as we have confirmation. Meanwhile, that last wave of Ricardo Rosmaninho, Carlos came out at 3 points. Looks like Mariana is ready, so take it away, Mariana.
The 6.75 wave, do you want to talk a little bit of that wave?
Yeah, it was my first wave in the beginning of the heat, and it was the only one that was a good spot, so I was happy to get that wave. I surfed it like safe because it was the beginning of the heat, so yeah, I'm so happy to make it. Yeah.
Great, great. Where do you surf normally in Morocco, and is it similar to this wave or not?
Yeah, in Morocco we have different waves like beach break, point break, slabs. So, and I move a lot in Morocco between north and the south. So yeah, we have this kind of condition in Morocco, and I train in this kind of condition for sure.
Okay, perfect. So you are used to this type of wave, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good luck and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Great work, Mariana. Congratulations to Brahim Idouche winning that last heat and advancing into the quarterfinals alongside PLC.
Yep. So the more international experienced riders are also, although Daniel, of course, is one of the best Portuguese riders, and so with several national titles, and he's not exactly a pushover. So he just couldn't find the best wave after an excellent performance yesterday. It was really a shame. I was personally putting a lot of faith on Daniel's performance here today, but it's a shame. It's the name of the game, and losing with Brahim Idouche and Pierre Coste is far from shameful.
No, for sure, 100%. This could easily be a World Tour heat that Daniel had to manage, and unfortunately the waves didn't come his way. And I do believe that today is the case more than any other day that we've been unfolding here at the Sintrapro, that wave selection is key, but I do believe at the same time that is more of a luck of being in the right place at the right time than being able to, let's say, really select. I think you're more selected than select.
Yes.
The example of Praia wave. That was a very complete ride. That was an absolute gem. And the same case with Elderman's wave. That was an absolute gem.
Yeah.
No foam on that wave. It was
Yeah.
like really blue, super clean wave. And it was one of the biggest waves, if not the biggest wave, ridden this day so far. So we haven't seen waves like that yet. So it's like 2 gems within let's say 30 minutes, because
Yes.
it's 25-minute heats. So 10 minutes almost gone on this one. So within 30 minutes, let's say, there are 2 gems on offer on the heat. Probably some of the waves broke by themselves and no rider even watched them.
Yeah.
But the being ridden, I do believe that we only saw 2 gems so
Yeah,
far.
it's pretty hectic conditions, especially in the first minutes of the comp, with waves a little bit everywhere, and the riders having some serious difficulties to place themselves in the lineup. As we're watching, Alex Uranga, speed line there, trying to manage now a little bit of the speed, looking for a section. Nice roll from the Basque rider, riding under the Spanish flag here in the European Tour of Bodyboarding. This tour organized by European Surfing Federation, which is taking place here in the context of this Sintrapro Fest, a festival of bodyboarding with national tour in the previous weekend. Now we are having the European Tour of Bodyboarding, and we're going to finish things off with an IBC World Tour stage. So great show of bodyboarding here in Sintra, which is for a week world's bodyboarding capital. Meanwhile, doing a little bit of the situation of this heat, Elderman's leading with an awesome wave, the highest scoring wave of the comp so far of the day. Well, of the comp, because yesterday, Daniel Fonseca got himself at 875. So this is only the best wave of the day so far. An 8, and it's going to be pretty difficult to follow up, because the conditions here are pretty difficult, and we are watching the other riders with a 4, 275, and a 3 as the highest scoring waves. So that says a lot about the difficulty of having a good score in these conditions. The ocean has really provided us with some huge surf today, especially for Praia Grande. The thing with Praia Grande is you don't need a very big surf to make it pretty difficult. Any 6-foot conditions here in 2 meters here in Praia Grande makes it pretty difficult to surf, because the ocean here has a lot of power, and the waves are pretty unpredictable in the way they break.
Yes, for sure, 100%, Carlos. You said it and you read it like it is. Even with smaller swells, just depending on the swell direction here in Praia Grande, can be a huge current, and you are swept away from one point to another like pretty fast. It's a very demanding beach.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, meanwhile, the situation in this heat, while we're going through the halfway of the time of the 25 minutes time of this heat, Elderman is leading this one with a single wave in the beginning of the heat, 8-point ride. Alex Uranga just posted a 4-point in this last effort and is in second place. Lionel Medina still struggling to express himself, and the 2.75 is his best scoring wave at the moment. Ricardo Rosmaninho, the same deal, 3-point ride with that spinner to roll is his best wave, and they are still looking. They don't need a lot to attack that second place position occupied by Alex, but you need to find those gems, and there are not plenty.
Yeah, and Lionel Medina once again. But
Weesh.
whoa, what a roll for! As I said, Elderman, he's feeling pretty comfortable. And and he got himself a little bit swallowed by that water there, by that white water there. I'm not sure if the judges are going to deem this wave complete or not, but I guess he landed the move in control, and then got swallowed by the water a little bit further away. So I'm not sure if the judges are going to deem it complete or not, but we'll see. But still, Elderminch feeling pretty comfortable in this big surf beach break conditions. He hails from Costa da Caparica, a very famous beach break here in Portugal, which has sometimes in the biggest swells some kind of similar conditions to what we're watching here in Praia, and Elderminch really thrives on that kind of stuff.
At shots from the athletes currently in the water: Lionel Medina from the Canary Islands, Ricardo Rosmaninho hailing from Povo de Varzim, Alex Uranga from the Basque Country, and Elder Mendes, like you mentioned, from Costa da Caparica. I do believe that Elder is going to set the tone for the next heats, because I've been watching the ocean early in the morning, and where the competitors were lining up for the waves yesterday in that sandbank left-hander, he puts himself a little bit further south, and I do believe he's playing the right game, because a little bit further south, sometimes the wave it's a glorified closeout, but sometimes it opens up and brings up that juice, that power that bodyboarders love, and allow them to perform like risky moves in the critical section. And then a little bit north, we have a little bit more of a typey mush wave like Lionel Medina is riding right now. So the strategy that Elder Mendes is using is sending a message to all competitors that if probably they wait a little bit further south, there is more punch there, and not that rolling wave all the way into the sand like we've been watching in most of the rides today.
There he goes, Lionel Medina once again. Lionel has been writing checks. He has been able to cash with some big waves, but unfortunately all closeouts. And now he's playing a little bit safer, and this might be the best wave. That was definitely the best wave for Lionel Medina. And meanwhile, on the previous wave, the one that we had some doubts if the judges were going to deem it complete or not, the judges deemed it complete very well, in my opinion, and they awarded 625 to Elderminch, who is now sitting pretty comfortably in the lead of this heat, and very well so.
Yeah, Disha just set himself apart from the rest of the field, leaving the seat to be a battle for second. Elder is now sitting next to his fellow competitors, but I do believe that he's not showing them where he was sitting before, where he got those scores, because I do believe it's a little bit further south. The riders are trying to stay a little bit north so they can connect the wave, but I do believe that the points and the gems are a little bit further south. You need to be patient and wait, because it's basically a closeout, but sometimes it opens up a little bit enough to punch through moves like Disha did, and sending him straight into first place. And every single rider is comboed at the moment, Carlos.
Yeah, there's a canyon of difference between Elder Mendes and the competition, with Alex Uranga, the Spanish star, the brightest, one of Spain's brightest bodyboarding stars, in a far second. Lionel Medina, another talent from Spain, in third, and Ricardo Rosmaninho, Portuguese, one of Portuguese top riders, in not a typical fourth place, a very unusual position for him, as he's going now for this left-hander. Whoa, what a move from Ricardo Rosmaninho. I just needed to say his name a couple more times for him to show up and grant us that huge roll on the left. So Ricardo, now he needed a 326 to jump into second, and I'm positive that he managed to do so with this wave. Meanwhile, we got Elder Mendes again with another roll on the left-hander, not as good as his previous waves, if I'm not mistaken. And there he goes, the replay of Ricardo Rusmaninho last wave. Huge roll for Ricardo.
Oh.
Not as big a wave as Elder Mendes' waves were, but definitely a very powerful move, and it's going to be it's going to exceed his 326 he needed, of course, a 550, and he jumps into second, and now it's all a Portuguese affair with the first two places for Portugal, with Elder Mendes and Ricardo Rusmaninho putting Spain's Alex Uranga and Lionel Medina on the spot.
Basically, Elder and Ricardo spanked the waves that they found and moved themselves up in the ranks of this heat. Meanwhile, they are leaving Alex Uranga needing a 4.51 to take second place, and Lionel Medina is on the hunt for a 5.16. You were right, Carlos, and that last wave of Lionel Medina was his best wave at 3.35, but still not enough. And it sends once again the message that if you catch a wave halfway into the inside, the judges are not too impressed with that. They want to see the moves out the back. Basically, this is the criteria that is being set for today. The judges are being pretty clear on that once the scores are being dropped, and if you are a rider, a coach, or a friend of a rider, and if you are in any way in contact with them, let them know that this is the criteria that we've been watching in this first two heats of the day. Meanwhile, we have Alex Uranga trying to fill the criteria for the judges here, and I do believe that this wave is going to be very important for Alex. He needs a 4.51, and he might get it, Carlos.
How smooth was that move? For sure, I'm betting he did, and he's going to put some serious pressure on Ricardo Rusmaninho, who I'm betting is going to now be demoted into third place on this heat. Very smooth action by Alex Uranga. It's expected. Alex is definitely one of the most talented riders in the world, for sure. And we're watching Lionel Medina taking a look at that wave. He chose not to go, and wisely, in my opinion. As you can see, the wave was just a mush of a wave. Nothing to write home about. As we're watching Ricardo Rusmaninho asking for each situation.
Yeah, of course, he wants to know what the score of that last wave of legs was, so he wants to know if he's in trouble or not. Meanwhile, it's funny to watch Ricardo Rusmaninho.
Elder Mendes.
No, sorry. Ooh, into the barrel.
Into the barrel.
I was saying it was funny to watch Lionel Medina changing his strategy in the end of the heat, switching lineup, and moving himself closer to where the riders are getting the highest scores of the heat. He probably was listening to 8s, 6s, and 5s, and he said, I only have a 3. How is this possible? Where am I on Mars compared to these guys? So he's moving a little bit closer to Ricardo Rusmaninho right now. That is holding on to priority. Second priority, Lionel Medina, but the wave of Alex Uranga just dropped.
Yeah, Alex Uranga got himself a 6.10. And really putting some real pressure on Ricardo Rusmaninho, who still needs a 461. It's a very attainable wave, a very attainable score for Ricardo Rusmaninho. About the wave, that's a whole different story. He needs a wave to perform with 2 minutes and something to go. When in these very chaotic conditions, acting conditions in Praia Grande, getting the right wave here is obviously 80% of the solution here.
Yes, for sure. I do believe that today you are not really battling your competition as much as you would on normal conditions, I would say. Today, I think it's a battle within yourself to really be confident about your choice of position in the lineup and really be confident as well in the waves that you catch, and of course then you need to perform. Meanwhile, this is Lionel Medina going once again for the right-handers, and this wave did not collaborate with them. There was not much of a critical section there for Lionel Medina to stomp one of those explosive moves that we are used to see from him. But Still 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Right now, it's all up to Ricardo Rusmaninho to find that 461 if he wants to advance into the next round. And also, Lionel Medina, 675 to do so. Of course, Alex Uranga is still in, I do believe, in a chance to catch one more wave, but the time on the clock keeps ticking, Carlos.
Yeah.
And let's see if there's another chance for any of those riders.
Now, I would say the ball is now in Ricardo Rusmaninho's field, and he needs to do something pretty fast. He only needs a 461, only here in Commerce, of course, because it's definitely not going to be an easy task for Ricardo. Meanwhile, Alex is going to try to improve his situation and try to solidify his second place. Not with this wave, I'd say. Yep, only a spin. And so Ricardo Rusmaninho, I'm guessing he has a priority right now. So he only needs a wave. He only needs some water, some high water to perform. And
I
do
do
something
not believe
special. It's a 461 he needs. So 12 seconds to go. It's very ungrateful situation for Ricardo Rusmaninho.
There's nothing in the
What a
horizon.
shame for the Portuguese rider.
There's nothing in the horizon, like I was saying, and yeah, the buzzer just sounded twice, and it means that it is over. Official results is Elder Mendes Disha advancing to the quarterfinals alongside Alex Uranga from the Basque Country. Unfortunately for Ricardo Rusmaninho and who else was in there? I forget. Ricardo Rusmaninho and Lionel Medina. They get knocked out of the competition.
Meanwhile, we're jumping to the highlights of yesterday's best moments right there on your screens as we're waiting for the next heat to start. And as you could see on the highlights from yesterday, how different were the conditions yesterday from today, with smaller, kind of more perfect waves, at least in the beginning of the day. Those are 80% of the highlights we just saw, and today with the ocean basically doubling size and making for some active conditions here in Praia.
Yes, for sure. Let's jump straight into the water because action is unfolding and we don't want to mix any of it.
Yep.
So I'm Nuno Cardoso. Next to me is Carlos Mariano, of course. We'll be holding on the fort here at day number 2 of the ETB tour here in the Sintrapro Fest day number 4 of the Sintrapro Fest, and we already explained what is going on here in Sintra, a bodyboard festival that is of the liking of every bodyboard fan around the world. Let's jump straight into the water once again, as we don't want to miss the action. Looks like the heat hasn't started yet.
Yep.
And we will wait for that, of course, patiently. And yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Sintra as the world capital of bodyboarding for this week. An spectacular event, which wouldn't be possible without the invaluable support of Sintra's municipality. Once again, it's been like this throughout these 27 years of Sintra Pro, and once again, Sintra is there for us and backing this organization once again, and to allowing us to bring you the best bodyboarding in the world right into your homes.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be a week filled of bodyboarding antics, starting off with the National Bodyboarding Tour that we unfolded this last weekend. And we're moving to the ETB Tour, European Tour of Bodyboarding, 2 days of competition. This is the second and finals day here for this ETB. And as of tomorrow, we're going to start the IBC World Tour stop here in Sintra, like usual. But this year we got a little bit of a change in what's going on here, and we only gonna held the divisions of drop knee, pro junior man, and
Open women's division.
So of course the drop knee division already is settled in terms of world title. Dave Hubbard is the new drop knee world champion.
As the women.
Same thing as the women. Pro junior, that is, and we're still trying to figure out who's going to be the world champion in the men's division, which we'll not be having here. Also the women's division and the pro junior men's division. All of that is going to unfold throughout the calendar of the IBC, that is going to jump into the Walker Bay Pro in South Africa. I do believe there's going to be only women's division competition regarding the IBC stage. There's going to be a men's competition, but not be accounted for the IBC Tour rankings. And then I do believe we're going to move to Morocco, and after that we are moving to the Gran Canaria for the so ever exciting front honking.
Yeah, but concerning European Tour of Bodyboarding, we're going to have this European Tour of Bodyboarding stage here in Sintra, and next month in Carcavelos we're going to have exclusively women's division European Tour of Bodyboarding, organized by the European Surfing Federation, of course, with the invaluable support of Catarina Souza, that legend of a bodyboarder from Portugal. She's very well known, of course, now retired from competition, but a legend in the women's field for sure. Meanwhile, we're going to have on this next seat, we're going to have Pedro Gonçalves from Portugal, Maite Amin from Morocco, Erwan Hammer from France, and João Nunes from Portugal. Another very interesting heat here between a lot of young, talented riders here, with now João Nunes, if I'm not mistaken, here on this wave.
Exactly, looks like he did a roll on the outside, forward spinner there, another one, but he cannot connect this last one to the inside. So let's wait and see what the score is going to be for this first ride of the athlete in blue. Meanwhile, out the back, looks like the fellow in yellow is having a look at this beautiful inside wave. Ooh, 360 forward there off the top of that wave, and completing this one with a roll. Beautiful move there for the rider in yellow. And we'll wait to see the score on that last wave of yellow as well.
Erwan Hammer from France.
So really cool first two waves exchange here. What is not cool for these guys is the pedal out the back, Carlos.
Yeah, that's definitely the hardest the hardest thing to do here in these conditions in Praia Grande. Praia Grande is very well known for the power of its surf, and obviously for being a typical beach break with very unpredictable. You can't predict where the waves are going to crash, and that white water is pretty strong, and with a lot of current as well. So it's pretty easy to get swept out of the competition area, and you have to exert a lot of effort just to paddle out onto the lineup. So that means, strategically speaking, that the riders need to pick their waves especially well, because they're not going to have a lot of scoring opportunities in these 20 minutes. So they have to manage their effort pretty well and pick and choose very well the waves they're going to surf, so they don't waste any effort.
Yes, for sure. It's going to be a battle of the mind and also of the body to be fit and strong to last throughout this competition. If you were advancing into the next rounds, it's going to take a heavy toll on your body and also on your psychological side of the game, because you need to have that on point so your body responds in the same ways.
And meanwhile, we're going for a quick flash interview with the winner of the previous heat, Elder Mendes, in an interview conducted by our own Mariana.
Hello, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, you did a 8-point ride, excellent ride. Do you want to talk about that wave?
So first of all, thanks. And that wave that I saw in the outside, I saw Uranga next to me, so no, I need to catch this wave. If I don't catch it, I'm gonna think about that kind of wave, that wave that I didn't caught. So I got the wave and I did a roll, so I managed to complete the roll. So it was good. I didn't hear the note, so it was a good note.
Yeah, exactly. You did a great result this weekend. Do you think that gave you motivation to do the good in this competition, or?
No, I always have motivation to surf and to do some competitions. So I will continue to do the national event. This event was next to the national event, so that's why I'm here. So the next one, maybe, I don't know if I will continue to do the European, but the national, I will keep going.
Okay, perfect. Thank you and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mariana, and congratulations once again to Elder Mendes, aka Disha, doing a brilliant result there in his heat and advancing into the quarterfinals. He was confiding to us that he could not hear the scores while he was out there. I do believe that no other rider can listen to the scores, because there's a lot of wave agitation, let's call it, and does not allow for the sound waves to reach where the riders are competing. And this is high tide. Think about when it's low tide and the riders are further out. So they were competing not blindly, but with
definitely
situation was being thrown at them. They did not have a single clue what was going on. But what we know is that Disha did a brilliant job in winning that heat, and we'll be watching him once again in the quarterfinals. So great week start here for Disha, coming in fourth in the national tour, and now advancing into the quarterfinals. And I do believe that the quarterfinals already get you paid. So I think Disha is probably happy with that. Look at this amazing wave that just gone unridden.
In the middle of the chaos, there's some gems out there.
But look at where the riders are as the set is pounding them. I told you guys it looks like a lake sometimes, but when the set comes, it will take off all of your energy from your body just to trying to get to the outside. Look at the guys paddling as hard as they can to get out of that situation, but in the next 30 seconds there's gonna be no there's gonna be no way they're gonna get to the outside while these waves are just storming through the inside and holding them back in the current. Oh, looks like Maje Amin is looking for this wave. Ooh, he should already know that the insides don't give him a lot of scores, but he's looking for this first wave, and he was struggling to find his first wave, so he was a little bit desperate and went for it just to post something under his belt, because we're halfway through this heat, Carlos, and only three waves.
I'm just in awe of the ocean today. It's that typical big wave Praia Grande, which is fine if you're like free surfing and you have all the time in the world just to try and paddle out and deal with the conditions in your own terms. But when you have only 20 minutes to compete and you have all this pressure on you to perform, it's definitely in so little time to paddle out. It's a little bit. It's quite challenging for these riders, and for the guys who aren't lucky enough to get a little bit of a lull in the swell to allow them to paddle out. It could be a pretty cruel challenge. Meanwhile, but there's some waves out there. You just need to be in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, Aaron Hammer on the situation of this heat is leading with a 5, João Nunes with a 4, Maid Amin with a 2, and Pedro Gonçalves still trying to catch a wave. Meanwhile, getting a little back to what Eldermans was saying about not being able to listen to the situation and to the indications of the speaker, it makes pretty sense, lots of sense, because the rumble of the ocean today is pretty deafening, and the riders are catching the waves so far away from the beach that it's we need some giant speakers to get ourselves heard out there.
Even so, I do believe that the ocean sound might surpass the sound waves of our beach announcer. The thing is, probably you should bring drones with Bluetooth speakers on top of them.
Why not?
A dedicated drone.
That's quite a good idea, actually.
A dedicated drone for every single rider. As soon as he finishes the wave, pedal out the back, pedal out the back. You got this score. I think some of the riders will shoot the drones down. Okay, this is Pedro Gonçalves going for his first ride. Cut back there, going for the 360, and he doesn't like what he caught, but he needed to catch something, because 15 minutes have gone by in this heat without Pedro being able to get a wave, and this is the wave that he found. So like I said, it's gonna be pretty hard. But look, there's waves there, Carlos. Look at this amazing wave, but they're nowhere near the perfect position to attack this wave. But this wave was a gem.
Definitely.
We're talking about the gems, and ooh, look, another one. Oh, spit!
Whoa!
The waves are there.
If someone could get one of those, that would be a giant score for sure.
Oh, the first one looked so good. It was just a bona fide launch ramp, and the second one was a super bona fide barrel with the spit. And yes, like we said, it's gonna be very hard to find a gem. It's not the case of you selecting waves, it's you being selected, being in the right time at the right place. And we just saw that there are 4 guys in the water and none of them could catch this wave.
Look at that diamond.
In the face of the riders there. And yeah, they could not do anything but just to lift their hands up in the air like a free surf and celebrate Mother Nature. And the vision that they got from the side of the wave must have been magnificent, Carlos.
Yeah, they just had some first row seats for that barrel, but unfortunately without being able to touch. that even touch the potential of that wave.
It's
But
so
there's some
frustrating.
diamonds in the rough out there.
It's
for
so
sure.
frustrating. It's like looking at the best cake in the world. It's in the table,
But you
but
can't reach it.
you cannot reach it and you cannot eat it. You
Yeah.
know where you're gonna get a slice of that.
Yeah, it's like a diabetic in the pastry shop.
Yes. So the riders right now are trying to position themselves in the lineup and open and praying, please God send me that wave that just saw seconds ago, moments ago, because I want to ride that, not only for competition but for pure personal pleasure. Okay. Looks like we have on the outside Erwin and João Silva Nunes. They're holding on to the priority. Look, another wave just breaking on top of their heads. I do believe that they're a little bit lost in the lineup. It's not an easy read as we watch Pedro Gonçalves duck diving a bomb there and maybe being set back a little bit on his attempt to get to the outside. But I do believe, Carlos, that this is the best moment we've been seeing from the ocean so far. There's a very accentuated left-hander where the riders are, but they're too far in. They should be a little bit more on the outside so they are able to catch that wave.
No, that says a lot about the current and the difficulty of sitting in the right place. Meanwhile, we got Ewan Hammer with a roll there, the Frenchman, punching a roll there, punching through the lip, and getting himself a roll, and now a spin that I don't think is going to be taken into account by the judges, but still an important backup for that 5-point wave he has on his belt, under his belt, and putting him a little bit more securely in first place.
The question is, there's the potential out there. We saw like at least right now within this heat 3 to 4 gems, but none of the riders got them, and they are utilizing the insides. I don't think that judges are going to reward them too much for their wave selection, and of course the moves that they are making on the inside.
It's kind of a strategy. In the first heat of the day, we saw Eduardo Macedo, the young rider from taking that approach, choosing that strategy to come a little bit more on the inside and capitalizing on a few more waves rather than going on the outside. I think that was basically a strategy more than the inability to paddle out, and he definitely was penalized for it. So I'd guess that the riders has already learned that lesson and realized that the scoring potential is out there. Although with the conditions out, it's pretty difficult to paddle out, but still Pedro Gonçalves showing us how it's done. Unfortunately, that reverse got a little bit stuck there, but that's the zone where you guys need to be, where the riders need to be, and need to be catching some waves. With João Nunes trying his luck on this wave, but unfortunately not being able to capitalize on it as well.
I do believe that riders did not pay attention to the last heat, where we saw Elder Minge clocking up some really good points on the outside, waiting patiently for those big ones and punching through heavy rolls on the outside, as we have all the riders in this heat on the inside, nowhere near to the best potential waves, in my opinion. Meanwhile, this is Pedro Gonçalves on a big inside bomb, getting eaten up by the short break there, and another failed attempt there for Pedro Gonçalves. And I do believe that Maj Amin is nowhere to be found, Carlos. I haven't seen Maj for at least 15 minutes. Probably he exited the lineup, probably was not feeling comfortable because he caught a wave on the inside, did a roll, and after that is nowhere to be seen. As you can see now, the tide is already pulling back.
No, I believe he's a little bit further south. As you can see, there are 4 dots on your screen, and there's a
Further
one
north.
more on the left. There are three grouped on the right, and another one.
Maybe this is him.
In the.
Who's there riding?
I'm not sure.
Maybe Marge.
But I was looking at four black specks in the the white water. One of them should have been might. I mean, for sure.
Ooh, look at the tide drop, and we're gonna see some heavy changes on the lineup like usual. And probably this is the heat where those changes are occurring. That's why the riders are struggling to reach the lineup where we've been seeing them competing. And it looks like I was right. This is Maj Amin here on the inside, going for a reverse spin there, and then a roll all the way to the shore that is not completed. But the judges don't want to see this, and they award them a 2-point ride there. Not enough to jump into second, as João Silva Nunes with his last ride got a 1.45 and is in second and advancing position to the quarterfinals. Erwin Emar from France got 2 solid scores, I would say, compared to the scores in this heat, and is leading this one comfortably. Pedro Gonçalves is still struggling to find a decent score, and it's too bad for the young Portuguese rider from Carcavelos, because he's been performing quite well throughout these competitions here in the Sintrapro Fest. He did a great job on the National Tour event, and right now finds himself in a very particular situation that he doesn't want to be, of course, which is elimination.
Yeah,
he's holding on to priority. Looks like he's the only rider on the outside, so that's the way you get awarded the priority. But he has time against him, but he only needs a 3.56, and if he finds a wave, punches a roll on the outside, you will get that score, Carlos.
Yeah, but he's not going to be. If he doesn't, he's not going to be the first. We've been watching all that unfolding this morning with lots, some riders. I'm recalling Ricardo Guzmaninho and even Daniel Fonseca, who couldn't get themselves some pretty attainable scores because the difficulty of placing themselves on the outside and getting that desired wave that allows them to get the score and progress into the next round is a really hard task.
Yes, let's see if Pedro Gonçalves is going to be blessed by Praia Grande. I don't see a lot of action on the outside on the horizon, which would mean that the set is approaching. I also don't know where Pedro Gonçalves is positioned himself. Ooh, looks like someone is coming on the foam there. Is it Pedro Gonçalves? Oh no, out
there
the
he
back.
is.
Uh-oh, very important wave for Pedro. He goes for the roll and he gets it. Ooh, will the young Portuguese rider make a last-second effort there?
And I think he will.
Get red.
Unfortunately, not being able to hit those 2 sections, and he needed a 386. I'm guessing it's going to be hard with that roll.
Okay, guys, don't go.
I'm calling it his best wave, but still, I'm not sure
it's best wave for sure.
I'm not sure it's going to be that 386 in you.
Okay, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break, and we'll let you know the official results. Stick with us.
And news for you guys, Pedro Gonçalves with that last wave, he got himself a 475 and jumped into second. So last minute dramatics here in the ETB in Sintra with Pedro Gonçalves, who was in fourth, jumping into second, and now progressing into the next round.
Okay, let's jump straight into the water. We have some more competitors battling out here in the heavy waters of Praia Grande, and we don't want to miss any of the action. So let's jump straight into the water. What an exciting last heat that we just saw. Carlos Pedro Gonçalves with the last-minute effort, putting out the score that he needed, and is probably pretty happy with himself, getting that wave really at the end and advancing into the quarterfinals. Okay, the next heat we have the headshots of almost every single rider. Isaías Ferreira from Brazil is missing. We saw there as well the Ruben Cabral that hails from Figueira da Foz. And who else do we have there? I was looking, but right now I forgot.
No, and it's Ruben Cabral, Miguel Ferreira, Arnides Oliveira, and Isaías Ferreira.
Yes. Now we have the leaderboard there, and it makes it easier. Isaías representing Brazil, of course. Armides Oliveira is the very on form Spaniard coming from the Canary Islands. Miguel Ferreira, of course, the Portuguese rider from Carcavelos, and Ruben Cabral, the Portuguese rider from Figueira da Foz. This was Armides Oliveira drawing a very fast line there on that left-hander. Unfortunately for him, I think he didn't time that lip quite well, and he was not able to complete that invert move. Meanwhile, Miguel Ferreira was having a look at this wave and let it go because the wave didn't have a lot of potential, and I think that Miguel realized that pretty soon as he caught the wave. Alrighty then, looks like that first wave for Armida came out as a 1.5. Nice attempt there, unfortunately not completing that move. And now it's time for Ruben Cabral to try his luck on this left. And he lets this one go, does not really find a section there to pull at least one move. And it looks like the riders right now are in the right spot. They probably saw that beautiful set of waves, those two lefts. Big ramp and big barrel there, and they won some.
Yeah, in these ever-changing conditions here in Praia Grande. Meanwhile, now the ocean looks like easy to paddle out. You know, it's that hectic. Sometimes you just have a chaos of white water and waves breaking all over the place, and now it looks so groomed, so almost easy to paddle out. That's it's quite an illusion actually, because at any given moment the waves just start pumping and taking out everyone in their path.
Can you imagine, Carlos, the highlight of this finals day just being that barrel with the spit, and everyone says it was pumping, and then you see the rest of it, and then it was like, whoa, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
This is it. This is
everywhere.
Praia Grande. This is Praia Grande for you guys. It's probably one of the most challenging beach breaks in the world, and you need to be fit and on form and on point if you want to take a win here in every single heat that you propose yourself to compete here in Praia Grande. It's not an easy job for any bodyboarder in the world to come and compete here. Everyone knows that. Praia Grande is always a very criticized beach by being so shifty, with so many faces to his name, that it really puts bodyboarders on their toes when thinking about coming here and competing in Praia Grande.
Yeah, this is a case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in Praia Grande, or you got
in the same day.
Yeah, in the same day. But you can have the smallest surf on tour, or the biggest, most difficult waves to surf. So it's definitely, and that can happen as you were saying, on the same day. Meanwhile, with action right now, Miguel Ferreira, Portuguese young gun, one of the Portugal's top talents, unfortunately not getting himself a good wave there. It looks good, but it's so difficult to read these kind of conditions. Well, it's always difficult to read in Praia Grande, but the stakes are a bit higher here with this kind of surf, because if you don't choose well, you commit to that wave, and then the paddle out, it's going to be painful and long.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we have a flash interview ready with the winner of the last heat. Mariana, where you at? Are you ready?
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. You did a great heat. Do you want me to talk about the conditions?
Oh yeah, it was a little bit difficult with a huge wave and strong currents, but I found two good wave. I'm happy to progress. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Where do you surf in France, and if it's similar to this wave or a little bit different?
No, it's really different. At home it's smaller.
Okay.
yeah, and we surf on a reef wave. Yeah.
Okay.
Not for that big.
Okay. Thank you, and good luck for the next heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mariana. Congratulations, Erwin, advancing with the win to the quarterfinals. The Frenchman must be very happy, but he needs to compose himself, have a banana or a protein shake, because he will need the energy to compete in the quarterfinals, especially because the tide is dropping, and I do believe that the lineup is going to be way harder to reach and way harder to read. So good luck to all the competitors that are still in this event, but you need to be on your toes and in your best shape if you want to confront the waves of Praia Grande. And I do believe, and I've said it, I'm gonna say it again, that the real battle is with you against the ocean conditions, and it's about confidence and instinct. You need to have the good instinct to sit on the position you do believe that the waves are gonna get good to you, and also have the confidence and the readiness to perform on those waves once they get to you, if they get to you, because that's the main problem.
Of course, and a little bit of luck, because obviously everyone here competing here has the skills to compete at the highest level and surf these waves. The thing is, it's so difficult to read, it's so difficult to place yourself in the lineup, and it's so unpredictable. The waves are just breaking left and right all over the place, and you need to be lucky to be in the right place at the right time to catch that wave that's going to provide you with a winning score. And talking about that, just look at the scores right now. With a 1.5 has the highest score of every competitor, with Armides Oliveira having that that questionable honor of leading the heat with a 1.5. Meanwhile, we're watching. No, it looked like Armides Oliveira taking a look at that wave. Fortunately, he let it go. It was not the wave he needed, of course. And look at the texture of the water. It's so much water moving all over the beach, and a lot of wind as well, making for pretty tough conditions. And it's Armides Oliveira going for this left-hander, lots of speed from the Spanish rider. Nice roll, and he's definitely going to improve on that situation. He only had a 1.5, and every wave counts here. Every wave could make the difference between winning and losing here today.
Oh, for sure. And I do believe that the riders know that. They've been pretty much busy on this heat, but not finding those gems that we were talking about previously. And I do believe there's a lot of change in the lineup, and the riders will need to adapt. Let's see if Miguel Ferreira can adapt to this right-hander. Nice forward spin there, is drawing a nice line there for this end section, and punches a nice roll there. Beautiful circular roll that is completed very efficiently.
Yeah, I'm calling this the best wave of the heat so far.
Oh, for sure. The best wave of the heat so far is a 1.5. Of course, we're waiting for the last roll.
Meanwhile, I'm talking about, I'm comparing it with Armides Oliveira's previous wave, of course.
Yes, we're still waiting for that score. But yeah, out of the two-wave exchange, probably Miguel Ferreira is going to take the best of those. And we've got the replay to compare, Carlos.
Yeah. This was a one-move wave in a relatively small wave here, and Miguel Ferreira's, well, I believe taking a good look at it, it's basically the same sideways wave, but he got himself combination of moves, and that roll was higher, more projected in a more critical area of the wave. So I'd say it surpasses Armides Oliveira's score by far.
Let's see what the judges are punching into the system as we're waiting patiently to find out who took the best out of that wave exchange. Armides Oliveira just took a 5-point score on that ride that we just saw on the replay, and still yet to drop Miguel Ferreira. Probably the judges are analyzing that in deep detail as they have time to do so, because there are no rides right now being taken. I stand corrected. This is Armides Oliveira going for another roll, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. This was perhaps a little bit better than his first wave, but kind of similar. So perhaps another 5 or a high 4. Not sure. Let's see. I'm not a judge, fortunately. It's the toughest job on the event. And Isaías Ferreira, aka Isaías Ravink, as he's better known still in the World Tour. Very talented rider, Brazilian rider who has been living in Portugal for some years now. Now that was, I'd say that was even a little bit better than his first wave.
I do agree with you. Oh, look at Ruben Cabral going for a forward spinner there, but not completing it.
We're still waiting for a score from Miguel Ferreira.
Yeah, and also the second wave of Armides Oliveira, they are comparing for sure. They want to make sure that they get the scores right within the same heat, and making sure that the riders that perform best will have the best scores, of course. 30 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, 25-minute heats. You know how this thing unfolds. Within that time frame, the riders need at least to catch 2 waves for the total overall score, as you're watching in your leaderboard. And the top 2 riders will advance into the next round, which is the quarterfinals of this ETB European Tour of Bodyboard stop here at Praia Grande for the Sintrapro Fest 2023. Yes, 27 years in the making here in Sintra, the longest running event in the bodyboarding world is here in Portugal.
Yes,
Praia Grande. Don't you forget it.
Yeah, and if you come to the beach here and visit us and come to watch the comp here live, you can see all the posters corresponding to all the events, all the Sintra Portugal pros from the beginning, from '96 on to today, right there posted on the wall of our platform here in Sintra, of our complex here in Sintra. So it's pretty interesting to see. It's a trip down memory lane, at least for some of us who have been watching as a simple fan or as a worker, as someone who's been cooperating with this organization for some years now. It's a pretty nostalgic, pretty nice trip down memory lane. And not so nice was this wave for Ruben Cabral. And meanwhile, that first wave of Miguel Ferreira was a 5, so exactly the same as Armides Oliveira, but then the second wave of Armides is a 5.75 and puts Armides solidly in first place, with Miguel Ferreira following in second.
Yes, so only 3 significant waves have been ridden in this heat, all of them in the range of 5 points. And Armides is building up his campaign here in this heat. Of course, Miguel Ferreira needs to back up that 5 if he wants to be serious on his intentions to holding on to second place, which will allow him to advance into the next round. He is, of course, is looking a little bit how should I say it, a little bit disconnected from the conditions here, and is not finding yet a wave that will allow him to put some significant points on his name. Same thing with Ruben Cabral, not finding himself in the lineup and not being able to post some decent scores yet already 15 minutes gone in this heat. The last 10 minutes is about 2 tick down on the clock on this one, and so far so good for the Spaniard and the Portuguese Miguel Ferreira taking control of this heat so far, but still plenty of time on the clock. Anything can change. One single wave can change the situation. So you have an idea. Isaías needs only a 4.96 to second, and Ruben Cabral needs only a 5-point wave to second. Of course, Miguel Ferreira is yet to get rid of that 1-point ride and
get himself a solid backup.
Yeah, a solid backup, and yeah, distance himself from the rest of the field, ensuring that he holds on to that second spot that will allow him to go into the so delicious quarterfinals.
Yeah.
So delicious
Yeah,
when you
delicious.
get to the quarterfinals.
Have
There's money involved.
Have you taken your breakfast yet? You
Yes.
have your breakfast yet? But still, Miguel Ferreira, he only needs in commerce, only needs a 5.76 in commerce because the conditions there are so tough. A 5.76 is a score that Miguel could most of the time easily get, but with these conditions it's going to be hard. Meanwhile, Armides Oliveira looks on point. Unfortunately, didn't quite get that wave, or he chose not to go on that wave. And Armides Oliveira is pretty active on this heat, and not feeling like letting things for chance. And he wants he doesn't want to give any room for the other guys to breathe and get themselves a score that allow them to progress. So Armides Oliveira, he wants the win on this heat, and he's for now he's getting it.
Yes, he's dominating this one with quite some distance, because he's the only rider with 2 decent scores under his name, and so he's right there on the leadership of this one. Miguel Ferreira is yet to get that backup that we've been talking about, but he's holding on to first priority, so he might as well get a wave or the next wave of the set if he's in the right place, and he wants to do so for sure because he knows he needs that backup. Meanwhile, it's Ruben Cabral now having a look at this right-hander under the priority of Miguel and Isaías, and going for a roll there, completing it, and we will need to watch carefully what's the score on this wave, because Ruben only needs a 5-point ride to jump into the second place, and he can build now his score here and try and attack that second place position.
Isaías Ferreira with his first decent wave of the heat.
Beautiful roll.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
He needs a 4.96. I'm not sure if he's going to get it with this wave, but still a pretty nice effort from the Brazilian rider.
Yes, indeed, I agree with you, Carlos. That's the wave that Isaías was needing, the wave that he was looking for in these last almost 20 minutes that gone by in this heat. And let's wait for the score of this one, because it's going to be a very important score. Isaías was only looking for a 4.96 to second, and he probably might get it. If it's not over that, it's going to be in the range. Yes, and looks like the judges agree with me. 5.5. So Isaías right now is in second position, and leaving Miguel Ferreira in third, hunting for a 1.56 to second. Ruben Cabral got a 3-point ride on that last right-hander that he got, and it's not enough to make him move into second, but he's on the hunt of a 3.56 to second, so everything is still very open, I do believe, within all of these riders, because now Armides Oliveira needs to defend his first position and try and increment his leadership here. Otherwise, he might be attacked by some riders like Isaías, that are in close range of attacking that first place position, and also Miguel Ferreira, Carlos.
Yes, Isaías just showed us that he's able to turn the seat around with just one move. He got himself a pretty solid 5.5 on that roll, but still it's Miguel Ferreira is in a pretty advantageous situation. He's a 156, so it's with 5 minutes to go. It's pretty attainable for the young rider from Carcavelos. But still, we have a wide open heat on our hands with Isaías Ferreira and Miguel Ferreira. They're not they're not kin. They're not affiliated. Not from the same. They're not the same Ferreiras, I guarantee you. But as I was saying, now seriously, it's pretty wide open heat, especially between Isaías and Miguel. With Armides Oliveiras sitting a little bit more comfortable with a 575 and a 5, but things the waves are out there, so they have the stuff to work with. It's just a matter of catching the right wave, which it's not easy considering the conditions. And so anything
Miguel
can
Ferreira
happen
on the
right
move.
now. Miguel Ferreira,
Ooh, and just loses his priority.
As I said,
Oh,
the waves
big
are there, but
mistake
it's
there.
not easy to choose.
Big mistake there by Miguel Ferreira. He was holding on to first priority, now he's giving away the priority to Armida, and of course Isaías Ferreira that are holding on to the positions that he wants to assume. So wow, this can be a very big price that Miguel is going to pay by giving away the priority. Ooh, look at this wave. Armides is having a look. Waited a long time for this one. Ooh, really good looking wave. Big roll there on the pocket, throwing buckets of water while it was punching through the open mouth of that wave. And right now he's trying to find something there on the inside, tries to go for a roll. He actually completes it, but didn't have a lot of wow factor. But the money, all the points were on the outside, and I do believe this is going to be the best wave of this heat. So Armida is going to even increase his distance from the rest of the field. Now it's up for Isaías Ferreira and Miguel Ferreira, and also Ruben Cabral to battle out for the second position, because Armida just put a nail on the coffin on this one, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. That wave was fundamental for Armides Oliveiras to solidify his position and progressing into the next round. And now, I think the most interesting duel right now is between Isaías Ferreira and Miguel Ferreira. I think these two are going to battle it out for second with 2 minutes and something to go on this heat. It's the most dramatic of duels here with just one wave for each rider to complete. And there goes Miguel Ferreira
going around that section,
looking for a section there too. Oh, unfortunately, what a wasted opportunity for Miguel Ferreira.
Yes, he was trying to line up for that end section, but unfortunately very foamy, a little bit bumpy, and Miguel decided not to even try and attack the lip there, and he's pedaling out the back. Still 2 minutes on the clock remaining. He still has time to try and catch another wave, but the problem is that priority is in the hands of other riders, and he needs to find a wave away from those two riders to allow him to try and get that 1.56 score. 1.56. Okay, this is Ruben Cabral drawing a line on this right-hander. Fast eye line there. What is he watching there? Ooh, invert there.
Whoa.
Is he able to land it?
No, unfortunately
way.
not. What a waste. What a move by Ruben Cabral. Completed or not, that would go into the highlights of the... if I was in charge, that would go into the highlights of the day. What a huge invert by Ruben Cabral. What a shame he couldn't land it.
Yes, he only needed a 3.56 to move to second. That way would catapult him in for sure into second. Meanwhile, the score for Armida just dropped 7 points, like I said. Best scoring wave of the seat so far. he sets himself apart from the rest of the field, leading more profusely this heat. And right now, will Miguel Ferreira get that 1.56? 156. That is just crazy requirement. Ooh, there goes Miguel. He's in the left-hander. Ooh, he fails the reverse
the
spin.
reverse. My God.
What is going on?
Oh, I can't believe it.
Alrighty. Ooh, this is Isaías. He knows that Miguel caught a wave. He needs to do something. He goes straight forward. What is going on, Carlos?
Yeah, definitely. What a crusher here! This final of a heat.
Oh,
Whoa,
look at Miguel.
and Miguel Ferreira got himself a wave. He only needs a 156 to go into first. I'm not sure. I didn't see if he did anything previously to that failed attempt of a reverse. And meanwhile,
this is Isaías and it's counting.
Isaías, I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin for Miguel Ferreira.
Okay, guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back with the official results of this last week. So stay tuned with us for some more action.
...24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70.000 hectares de ar puro, 13.000 metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
It's Carlos Mariano, of course. Yep. You've been getting a lot from us these last days as we have been here holding the fort for this Sintra Pro Fest 23. This is the finals day of the ETB Tour, of course, and we have been watching a lot of action, some surprises, some dramatic endings, and we're still waiting for the official results of that last heat, but it's all about the next heat in the water, so let's jump straight into the waves as we don't want to miss any of the action that will be unfolding here with Ana Sadar in red, Mateus Rodrigues in white, Silvano Lourenço will be wearing the yellow singlet, and Fabio Ferreira the blue. 2 Portuguese, 1 Brazilian, 1 Moroccan rider. It's going to be intense once again, Carlos.
Yeah, and Silvano Lourenço, veteran, Portuguese veteran here in the water, Portuguese legend. He hails from Peniche, and he also is a previous winner of the European Tour of Bodyboarding back in 2007. So it's pretty interesting to see Silvano Lourenço in the water again, as we're watching Ana Zadar, one of the most dangerous competitors in these conditions, in these beach break conditions here in Sintra, and a former winner of the Sintra Portugal Pro, World Tour Sintra Portugal Pro for sure, not the European Tour of Bodyboarding event, because actually this is the first time Sintra hosts ETB European Tour of Bodyboarding event, so that should be pretty interesting to watch. An ETB who almost tastes like a World Tour event. Such is how deep is the pool of talent here, with riders from Morocco, Brazil, Hawaii, like Dave Hubbard, etc., etc. And now we're going for an interview, for a flash interview with the winner of the previous heat, with Mariana. Take it away, Mariana.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. So congratulations, first of all. How are the conditions out there?
A ver, creo que todos los riders han hablado de esto, pero las condiciones son súper complicadas. Hay que remar mucho para conseguir llegar al pico y encontrar un flujo de corriente para poder llegar. Y si no consigues eso, creo que encontrar la ola va a ser lo más complicado.
He said the conditions are pretty tough. It's really tough to get out there and catch a good wave because the current is very strong, so it's really hard. What are the expectations and the goals for the next heat?
I want to win. Quiero hacer lo mejor posible, pero los riders son muy buenos y la corriente, las condiciones son muy difíciles, así que lo mejor que pueda es intentar ganar.
He wants to win. He's going to do his best. He knows the other athletes are really strong and the conditions are tough, but he's doing his best. Okay, thank you and good luck for the next heat.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. So back to you guys.
Obrigado, Mariana, and obrigado, Armides Oliveiras. Parabéns, congratulations, felicitaciones for advancing into the quarterfinals. Of course, joining him will be Isaías Ferreira. That last wave effort from Miguel Ferreira came in as a 2.3. It was enough momentarily to assume the second place position, but Isaías Ferreira brought that wave all the way into the inside performer role there on the shallow waters and posted a 2.4. So it is Armides and Isaías Ferreira advancing to the quarterfinals, to the next round. If you want to follow the live scores and the results of the previous heats, you can do so in eurosurfing.org. That's the European Surfing Federation official website. You jump into the website, there's a quick panel there that you can click live. That it is announcing that they are live here in Sintra with this ETB tour, and then you can follow, of course, the live feed, which is this YouTube channel feed, and of course follow the live scores and consult the results of the previous heats and also the stats of all of the unfolding competition here for this ETB tour stop, which is part of this Sintra Pro Fest 2023, Sintra capital, world capital of bodyboarding, and we'll be hosting this 3 events here in Sintra. We just wrapped up the third stop of the National Bodyboarding Tour, of course, and we're wrapping up this last day, finals day of the ETB Tour to resume competition tomorrow for the IBC World Tour in the Pro Junior Division, Drop Knee Division, and Pro Women's Division.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an amazing week here in Praia Grande, so tune in to all of the social media so you can get your info on the check-in and also on the heats, the times of the heats, so you can watch your favorite riders compete here in Praia Grande, Portugal, Sintra, this beautiful part of Portugal, this beautiful region of Portugal that has so much to offer than the beautiful waves of Praia Grande, for instance, Praia Pequena, Praia da Draga, Praia das Maçãs, Praia da Agura. It's a beautiful coastline here, rich of waves and beautiful sceneries, jaw-dropping sceneries, I would say. If you haven't been to this part of the world, I invite you to do so and enjoy this little piece of heaven.
Yeah, it's a gem. Sintra is definitely one of Portugal's gems. One of the most important tourist spots here in Portugal, due to, of course, its beaches, as we are watching here in Praia Grande, with lots of surfing opportunities, but also the architecture, the gastronomy, excellent food, and here in pastries here in Sintra. The traditional pastries here in Sintra are awesome for you guys who don't know, and of course the literature, the arts in general, and the natural beauty, as Nuno Cardoso was telling. It's just awesome place to be. One of the most beautiful spots in the world, for sure. And this is not just empty patriotism speaking. I'm very objectively saying this with and knowing a little bit of the world. It's definitely Sintra is one of the most beautiful places on this planet.
Oh, for sure. It's just the rich history alone makes up for it. This goes back to the time of kings, princesses, dukes, all of those series that you watch on Netflix and whatever. These were it was going on here. At some point, this part of the world, the kings of Portugal, to show tribute to the different countries and the different representatives of other countries, gave away land so they can settle their own palaces here. And I do believe there's a lot of energy in the Sintra Hill, and there's a magnetic field that attracts people from all around the world. Okay, this is Mateus Rodrigues with the bumpy one there, trying to figure out what this wave is trying to offer him. He's assisting all the way to the inside, and we check the button
what a
there.
wipeout.
Okay, not a good look for Mateus Rodrigues on this last ride, but he still has plenty of time to compose himself, get back out there and try and get another wave. It looks like it's starting to rain as we're watching the tide just drop and the waves breaking further and further away, Carlos.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a battle out for these guys. Although the waves are actually, they're breaking outside, but not with a very good wall. So, oh, look at this bomb.
Ooh, big bomb for Fabio Ferreira. What's he going to do? Big roll, and he stomps it. Oh, he loses his board. No way.
What a shame. That would have been a huge score for Fabio Ferreira. What a wave. And look at this right-hander there.
My question is, Carlos, did he complete the move? Because he was holding on to his board when he landed
quite
it.
Difficult to judge. I'm going to have to leave that for the judges because it's so hard. I'd say yes, but it's quite on the borderline there.
My opinion is that I will give my opinion that that does not mean that he stomped the move, but in my perspective, he landed that move on top of his board and with the two hands on his board. Then it looks like his rail skipped and he lost control, then he lost his board after. That is my read, but I need to watch a replay, and if we can watch a replay from this last wave of blue, we will be able to dissect it. But I do believe that he landed on top of his board with both hands, so that means complete move, but then he loses control.
I second that opinion as well, but
the criteria is you need to show control. You need to show the judges that you have control on that move.
Quite a borderline situation if I ever saw one.
Yes, and in that case he lost control. So, there you have it. 1.8. What a shame. Can we have a replay of that wave of blue, please?
Yeah, the jury's out for
we want to see it because, in my opinion, it was the biggest wave ridden today, and that was a huge move, but unfortunately could not hold on to it.
It's a huge bomb.
There you go, roll.
He lands.
Oh my God!
It's sketchy.
Oh, yes, on
it's
the way
down.
Call. On the way down, he did not show control. I have to agree with the judges here. He lands on the board with both of his hands on the board, but then as he was sliding into the next section, let's call it, or in front of the whitewash, he loses control and loses the board, and looks like he skipped the rail.
Yeah.
Which is very strange. Looks like something that would happen to you on snowboarding or something like that.
Something on the wall of the wave there, some small bump or something, just caused him to lose control. That's a shame because that would be a huge score for sure if I ever saw one.
Yes. Wow. This probably would go into the excellent range, but unfortunately it only got 1.8. there you have it, boys and girls. If you want those high scores on these big bombs, you need to hold on to your board for dear life. Otherwise, the judges will chop off your score, and then you need to compose yourself, get out the back and try once again. 12 minutes 30 seconds. We're halfway through this heat, and so far so good for the Moroccan Mosquito, Chinla. I think it's the name they give him, the nickname Chinla. And I cannot pronounce it right. Every year I'm reminding of the right pronunciation, but the nickname of Anasadar means
definitely mosquito,
flying mosquito. Flying mosquito. And the flying mosquito is doing a great job representing Morocco here. 5 points there for his first wave. Been kind of quiet since then, and he doesn't have a priority number there on his name. Was he able to get back to the outside? That's the big question. Also, Silvano Lourenço.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
No waves.
Where is Silvano?
No waves for Silvano.
But he's holding on to priority, so he's out there. Ooh, speaking about the man, there he comes. And he's drawing a line here on this left-hander, trying to manage the speed off of this wave so he can do
reverse there and
a reverse spin, but incomplete.
Of course, the wave was so difficult.
Okie dokie. So that's not a go for Silvano Lourenço there. That's not the wave he was looking for sure throughout this almost 15 minutes that went by in this heat. He needs to compose himself, of course, get back out there and try again. And Silvano Lourenço has the soul of a warrior, and it will probably get to the outside as fast as he can, and try and give his opponents a go for this one.
Look at that wide water. It's definitely very difficult. When it's the ocean here changes every single minute. You know, you have just a lull, no waves, or suddenly you got these lines of white water just pushing you back onto the sand. It's so difficult to paddle out in these conditions. You need to, and with 10 minutes and something to go, it's going to be a hell of a job. You need to be very sure and confident of the wave you're getting, because you're not going to have lots of opportunities with these conditions here. And meanwhile, Fabio Ferreira, it's confirmed Fabio Ferreira wave, that huge bomb there with a roll was deemed not complete for the Portuguese rider. And Silvano Lourenço got himself a 1.20, a veteran rider, someone who knows the taste, the sweet taste of victory in the European Tour of Bodyboarding. He won a European Tour of Bodyboarding edition back in 2007. And we'll see. He has the potential to do something in this heat for sure, but it's going to be kind of a lottery. You need to be in the right place and getting the right wave, as Anasadar has showed us, capitalizing quickly on the first wave he got, and that's what's securing him in the first spot.
Yes, for sure. Anasadar holding on to that 5-point ride is still yet to have priority, so probably still struggling to reach to the outside, as we can see that Fabio Ferreira and Silvano Lourenço already have the priority awarded to them. Same thing with Mateus Rodrigues. He's not yet been giving a priority placement there, so it means that he hasn't reached the outside so far. And we saw Mateus getting a wave in the beginning of the heat. Looks like he caught another wave there because he has 2 waves ridden. But for now, it's enough to hold on to second place. But it's not going to last long, because Fabio Ferreira and Silvano Lourenço lead a very low score to take away that second place away from Mateus. And they're on the outside. And they have 8 minutes and 10 seconds to do so. So they need to at least go down on a wave and perform some kind of move, and there will be enough for them at least to provisionally grab hold to that second place position. That will give him access to the quarterfinals. That's what these riders want to be. that's where the money is. And of course, these guys do it for love, but they also do it for points and precious dollars that are awarded for your respective position in this final day here of the ETB Tour Stop here at Sintrapro 2023. We would like to thank the Câmara Municipal de Sintra for their support. This is the replay of Fabio Ferreira. Big roll there. He lands on the top of his board with both hands on the board, but then out of the blue, out of the sun, it looks like the wave grabbed the rail and the board just slipped under his body, and he was just literally body surfing that wave, and the judges deemed that incomplete. 7 minutes remaining on the clock, like I was saying. Thank you, Câmara Municipal de Sintra, the Sintra Council, for supporting us here. 27 years straight. It would have been the 28th year, if not for the 2020 pandemic stop of this longest running world tour event here in Sintra, which is the Sintra Pro Portugal. And yes, thank you so much, Sintra, for supporting and getting behind bodyboarding and doing the delights of every single bodyboard in the four corners of the planet Earth, because I know that a lot of people have been tuning in, watching the national competition, watching this ATB tour, and more people will still tune in to the IBC World Tour Stop, where you're going to have the Junior Pro Man. There's a lot of competitors here. They're still battling it out for a World Tour title. Also, in the Women's Pro division, there's a world title up for grabs. And, of course, the Drop Knee Tour is going to show its face here once again in Sintra, like many previous years. But this time, the world champion is already crowned in the Maldives, no other than David Hubbard.
Dave Hubbard, who is competing here in the European Tour of Bodyboarding. A first time for Dave, of course, but we spoke to him yesterday, and he seems pretty excited with this. It's not, after all, with so many years of experience, it's not usual to have a first time on his career.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, looks like the riders for the next heat are starting to paddle to the outside. It's a long paddle to the outside.
And imagine qualifying for the quarterfinals with a total score of 3, as Mateus Rodrigues seems to be.
And there he is.
Yeah, now he's looking for something a little bit. Looks tired. Look at that body language. Mateus looks wasted. It must be a huge effort for the Brazilian rider out there. The waves are merciless.
I think Mateus is thinking, "Ooh, I still have the World Tour Pro Junior competition in front of me. What the hell am I doing here? Just wasting all of my time and energy on this thing. And if the conditions remain, it's going to be impossible for the juniors to perform." The good thing is that today is the peak of the swell, and we will slowly drop off throughout the week. And I do believe that Praia Grande is going to have wonderful conditions for the drop knee division, for the Pro Junior men's division, and also the women's pro division here in the Sintra Shore. Hopefully this swell just grooms the sand a little bit better, because a lot of sand was taken away from the beach with in these last days because of the amplitude of the tides, the big amplitude of tides. And if this coming swell just grooms the sand bottoms, it will be great for the rest of this week. Ooh,
Silvano Lourenço
dropping with a lot of bump there.
Yeah,
and
only a drop. I'm not sure if he's what he's doing. If he's leaving the competition area.
I think he's connecting to the inside for sure.
You think so?
Oh,
not it.
Ooh,
if that was his intention, he didn't make it.
Yes.
And Fabio Ferreira only needs a 131 to jump into second, and Silvano Lourenço only needs a 191 to jump into second. Such a low scoring affair this heat. It's impressive. And meanwhile, Ana Zadar is sitting solidly in first place with a 5 and a 0.6. It's incredible. Very unusual.
The thing is, and it's so funny, the athletes cannot hear the bitch announcer, so they don't know exactly that they only need like a 1.31 in the case of Fabio Ferreira and a 1.86 in the case of Silvano Lourenço. If they knew, they will try to do a forward spin or a reverse spin in the foam just to clock up those points and try and advance to the next round. Anas Zadar is nowhere to be seen. He caught another wave, a second wave, 0.6. It was just in and out for sure. As I think we're watching him here on the inside, which is I don't know.
Considering the scores, it's not a bad option.
Yeah, of course you need to post something. Ooh, Floppo there, and another roll, trying to connect this section all the way to the inside. Another Floppo, and yeah, this wave is gonna help Anas Zadar increase his lead for sure. But like you mentioned, a low score affair here in this heat number 5. And I do believe that if Silvano Lourenço knew that he only needed a 1.86, he will be catching the next wave. Same thing with Fabio Ferreira. Is on the outside for a long time, and I do believe he does not have a single clue that he only needs a 1.31, because he would just drop a wave and do a 360, and he will get that score for sure. Last wave of Anas Zadar, 2.5, like you were saying, Carlos. It's paying off to be on the inside after all.
Yeah, after all, because with such low scores and such low requisite waves, they just need to catch, basically, as you were saying, catch a wave, do a spin, and they have the score. So they're basically in the dark concerning the situation of the heat.
Yes, they are surfing this blindly, basically. Per se. Okay, 35 seconds on the clock. Where is Fabio Ferreira? Is the only rider on the outside. Will he have a chance to catch a wave and post that 1.31 that will allow him access to the second position and access, of course, to the quarterfinals? Silvano Lourenço, is riding. Silvano is riding only 1.86. Let's see what Silvano can do. Nice forward spin there. He's going to connect this wave to the inside, hopefully. Gonna do a roll. Uh-oh.
And I think...
this might be enough.
This might be it, yeah. What?
Ooh, another roll.
Out
back.
Meanwhile, it's Mateus. Fabio Ferreira.
Okay, Fabio, what are you going to do? Roll there.
Oh,
no,
what a
Fabio.
shame for Fabio. I'm not sure if he did anything before.
Yes, I don't believe so. I think it was just a drop.
Did he do something before that? I'm not sure if
I don't
we have
think
the
so.
replay.
No, I don't think so. I don't
we have
think
the
so.
information that he didn't do anything before.
Okay,
that.
guys, we're gonna wait for that score of the yellow, but that will only happen after this short commercial break, and we will come with the official results, Carlos.
Yep.
Stay with us.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Mundo
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Mal, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Nuno Cardoso. I am now joined by no other than João Imaginário, one of the coaches of many of the riders competing here in the National Tour, ETB Tour, and of course the World Tour. Welcome, João.
Thank
Welcome
you very
back.
much. Thank you very much, Nuno. Always a pleasure to be here with you.
The pleasure is all mine.
Today we're having like kind of epic conditions.
Wow. Epic for us that are sitting here in the booth
Yeah,
and
for
watching
sure.
the riders there struggling on the outside. But this is Praia Grande, right, João? You've been coming here for so many years. Ooh, this
Oh, we
is
got
the
a first ride?
Yeah. Nice spinner there off the top, but not complete move. Like I was saying, you've been coming here for a lot of years, and you know that Praia Grande is Praia Grande, right? Praia Grande is always a hard beach break to surf.
Yes. This is a tough break for sure. We never know what the conditions will bring, and the sandbars are always shifting, and we having like a big amplitude with the tide, so it's rough.
It's rough and forever
Yeah,
changing.
Yesterday we had small waves. Today we have big waves. We never know.
Ooh.
And then we have
Elias Osmo.
Yeah, the Moroccan boy.
Forward spin there, going for the invert, but getting stuck on the landing. So that's not a complete ride there for Elias. He is going to paddle out the back like you're watching. We have in the water Xavier Andro from France, Joel Rodrigues from Portugal in the red, Rodrigo Lopes in white, representing Portugal as well, and Elias Osmo representing Spain. Although he's Moroccan, he's been living in Spain, and he's representing the Spanish flag. 2.5 this last wave effort of Elias. Xavier Andro with that attempt of a reverse spin off the lip got a 1.4, and now it's up for the Portuguese boys to get amongst the rest of the field and posting their first score.
Yeah, for sure. They're waiting for it. I have the information. Silvano passed in second.
Okay, so he got the score.
He got the score.
I've got live action, João. Sorry to interrupt you. This is Joel.
Yes, we have Joel
Rodrigues. So it's official. Ana Sadar and Silvano Lourenço advancing to the quarters.
Yes, they advance.
Okay, Rodrigo Lopes time now.
Silvano was a former European champion.
Yes. And representing the national team in the European Championships. And I do believe that probably did the One Ice World Championship representing Portugal. He comes from way back.
Yeah,
He's
way
our
back.
age.
Yeah.
And we retired, what, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And Silvano is still competing. What a legend.
Yeah, I guess he retired. He retired a long time ago, and now he's giving it some goes when he has time between family and work. Like he's always been a good competitor, so
Silvano always
another ride
has a shot on advancing, and he's been doing so. Quarterfinals. And yeah, that's a great result for someone that's been off of the European Tour for quite some time. And this is...
Elias. Nice one.
Yeah, he's tweaking that board a lot there. He's going for the invert move, which is pretty rare. Usually the riders go for the roll, but Elias looks comfortable doing inverts.
Yeah, Elias favors the right, if I'm correct.
Looks like it.
There are some good rights and some good lefts. Let's go.
Ooh,
Who was that?
Rodrigues.
Joel.
Getting stuck there, huh?
Not
Heavy
having-
drop.
Not having a good break now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the conditions are pretty tough.
What have your riders been telling you about the conditions when they come out of the water? They look tired and frustrated and...
Yeah, they're coming out of the water really tired, and they're complaining that it's hard to understand the waves that are good. It's hard to understand because the waves don't break in the same place. They always breaking a little bit more to the outside, a little bit more to the inside. So it's not it's not easy to understand which are the good ones.
Yeah, for sure. We're watching it from outside, and it's really hard to figure out where you should sit. I do not imagine how does it feel to be on the outside and trying to figure out this very complicated lineup that's always changing throughout the day. And with sets coming on the outside, then it stops, and then the current, and then you finish a wave. You need to paddle out the back, and it's just a mess. It's just.
I think we're having the same issue as yesterday. The tide is getting with less water, and it's difficult to understand the peak. When it was high tide a few hours back, we had some good waves.
Oh, for sure. And I think a little bit more groomed lineup. Looks like we have a flashy interview with the winner of the last seat. Mariana Guerreiro is with that winner. So take it away, Mariana.
The last heat. You did a good wave. Do you want to talk about the 5-point wave?
Yeah, actually, paddle out, it was really hard to get to the outside. So I tried to manage to try to take earlier a wave so I can save a score, and then I can search for my backup. So yeah, I made it. I had a good wave in the beginning. I made the 3 rolls, and then I was like just looking for the backup. It was a little bit tight between the other surfers, the other riders, because there is like a big champion, Silviano Lourenço, who was against me, and yeah, we made it together in this heat.
Yeah, perfect. What are the goals and expectations for the next heat?
Well, it's gonna be the same. I'm gonna just try to save the maximum and give everything I have so I can qualify to the finals.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you and good luck for the next heat. Back to you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mariana, and congratulations once again. Anas Adar with a smile on his face, sending a chaka sign all the way to Morocco. He must have a legion of Moroccans just watching him here in the live feed, as they always do when we unfold there the Sintrapro. A lot of Moroccans visit us as well during this time of the year in Sintra to compete at the world stage. Unfortunately, this year, João, we do not have the men's open division in the IBC World Tour here in Sintra, and we're gonna miss a lot of riders coming to Portugal because of that, of course.
Yes, it's a bit of a shame for us. Yeah, now we have some action we had during the interview. That's Rodrigo.
Forward spin.
Yeah, starting with a little forward spin.
Insists on the wave.
Yeah.
Changes direction there.
Yeah.
And then goes for the roll.
Nice roll.
And
clean,
stomps it.
Clean maneuver. Yeah, this is a keeper for sure.
Okay. Ooh, this is João Rodrigues getting. No,
it's not
João. It's Xavier Andrew, the Frenchman.
We had a wave from Joel as well. We saw a roll on the left.
During the injury, right? Did he complete that move, João? That is my question.
Joel?
Yeah. He did?
It looks like.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah.
It was like a strange section.
We are missing the score.
Ooh, look at this big drop from Elias.
Rodrigo had a 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's wait for the score then of João Rodrigues. I do believe that he completed.
5.75.
Ooh, there you have it.
Yeah.
And this is Xavier Andrew, the Frenchman, going for a roll there, doubling up the wave right now.
Oh.
Ooh, he was caught off guard. He was eating
wave.
that lip and was not able to complete that last move. Okay, 5.75 for Joel on that roll on the left. So he leads this heat. So finally we have some decent scores right now. Almost 10 minutes gone in this heat. 25 minutes heat. What do you think about the decision of the technical director to increase 5 minutes to the heat?
I don't know if it's enough, but it was a good call for sure.
Of course,
because the waves are really difficult and they take much more time to get to the outside. You can see in the screen the black Hilas Osmot fighting for the position to go to the outside.
and it looks now impossible.
Yeah.
Look at that minefield.
Yeah.
Looks like bombs are dropping all over the place, and there's no way out the back right now at the moment
It's not
for the
pretty,
Elias.
for sure.
If you ever surfed Praia Grande, you know that it takes a heavy toll on you paddling out the back if you're not quick enough in finishing your wave.
Yeah, we've seen some heats, some previous heats in the previous stages here in Praia Grande. We've seen some of the best getting caught in that inside. Some of the best bodyboarders in the world.
Yes, of
getting
course.
caught there and not.
You could be the
not having a
fittest
break.
man on earth, and if you are in a bad timing here in Praia Grande, you will get the beating of your life, and you will not advance too much, although you're paddling with all of your strength, all of your effort. It looks like you're always in the same place while the waves keep charging. So my advice is save some energy while the set is coming in, and then go for broke once it cools down like now. Now is the good time to strike and try to reach the outside.
Yeah,
but look at the current.
You need to use the currents in your favor. You need to be really clever to get out there. It's not easy.
Even when you're out there, look at the rider in red and in yellow. They're completely lost out there. They're just struggling through a current and trying to figure out where should I sit. Like you were saying, João, the testimony from your riders coming out of the heat, super tired, completely lost in the lineup, don't know if they're too farther in, too further out, and they're just struggling to find themselves out there, which is, I do believe this is the worst phase of the tide, which is the drawing out phase, the going out of the water from the Praia Grande area, which has some different sandbanks and some shallow waters and some deep waters within the inside and the outside, which create these currents that you were talking about, that if you are clever enough you can use them to access the outside. But at the same time, if you're caught up in a shallow bank,
it's not just being clever, you need to be a little bit lucky as well.
Yeah, and if you caught inside one of those shallow banks, and if you take a heavy pounding, the pounding is non-stop, and for you to escape that, you must either go left or right and try to find the perfect route to the outside. Right now there's a calm ocean compared to what it was a couple of minutes ago, and it looks like Elias will get to the outside, João.
Yes, looks like he's almost there.
Look at Rodrigo after that wave, still duck diving.
Still there,
Still duck diving there, and Elias just surpassed him, and it was way in the inside. Like you said, it depends where you are.
Now we have Rodrigo needing a 175 to get to second. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Elias Osmond needing a 251. Joel is leading, but he only has like a good score, 575. So everyone's still fighting for the backup wave. And we have 11 minutes. Let's see what Praia Grande will give our riders.
Yes, I think that's been the issue here. Every rider seems to find at least one solid score, and then the problem is the backup. It happened in the previous heats. The previous heats, both of your riders, Miguel and Isaías, that you coach, they were struggling for a backup for a long time. They needed what, 1.5 and 1.8, something like that.
And they didn't get it.
What did they tell you? What did they tell you? You probably said, "Hey man, you're only missing like a 1.5. What's wrong with you?" And what did they say?
They're saying that the waves that they find, they couldn't manage to maneuver, and the ones that they wanted to grab, they didn't manage to grab.
Damn, that's not very.
It's not good to feel that, for sure.
Yes, of
it's
course.
A bit frustrating, but sometimes it's the game you play.
Because usually, at least in my mind, I think I can get any single wave that I want. I just need to paddle for it, you know?
Yes,
And
I guess you need to be a little bit lucky with the timing of the. Need to be not just lucky. You need to be a little bit clever with the timing of the sets. Because if you grab a wave and you come to the inside and you start getting pounded in the head with some big sets, it's going to be difficult, and you'll have too little of a time to get a backup wave.
Rodrigo
There
riding.
you have Rodrigo going for a small one.
Spinner there, and the
We're
wave
seeing
dies off.
too much of them grabbing the intermediate waves, not the set waves. Trying to make that backup score.
They probably feel desperate, knowing that the time is ticking away, and it's very hard to find a wave on the outside. And probably they'll go into the inside, like we saw in the previous heat. Silvano just went through his heat by catching a wave on the outside,
wave, yeah.
bringing it to the inside, maneuvering it in the inside, and then that's the backup that he needed, and he is advancing. You need to do what you need to do.
Yes, fighting
There's more out there.
Fighting for survival.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, João Rodrigues is holding on to the priority. That's good for him. Second priority is with the Frenchman, the fellow in yellow, Javier Andrew. And the third priority, Elias Osmond. Of course, Rodrigo Lopes is holding on to the fourth priority. Just got a wave pretty recently. He's having a look at this one, but look at the double up. And he's getting caught there underneath that wave. But unfortunately for him, there's not more waves coming out the back, so he can position himself. And
there you go, Elias.
There he goes.
With a nice right-hander. Goes for the roll. He punched it through, but didn't manage to make the landing. It was a good try.
Yes, for
try.
sure.
Nice.
Good.
Trying and attacking the first position.
Good wave selection there for Elias. Unfortunately, not landing that move. And he will not get the points that he needs to jump into first. Some more set waves are approaching. What will the riders do? That is the big question.
There's lining up one for Rodrigo. He's going for it. Going for the left, no, to the right. Oh, struggling.
Looking for the section there to roll. You can see his intention, but
yeah, he really wants just some little backup so he can get a little bit more comfortable in the heat.
And now more duck diving for Rodrigo. Ooh,
there
out
goes
the back.
Xavier
Andrew.
with a nice left.
Reverse spin there.
And we have Joel. He punched a big roll there. Oh, he didn't land it.
Looks like it was more of a barrel than a roll section, huh? Probably could have punched through that.
Yeah, what do you reckon? Would you give it a go for the barrel?
I would give it a go for the barrel. Way
Sure.
more easier for me than try and punch a roll through that lid.
It's not easy to punch that roll. Oh.
It would probably exit the barrel. Small barrel though. But
yeah, but it wouldn't be such a
huge
good score.
Yeah, for sure.
If you land that roll, it would be good for him.
Yeah.
For sure, he would be solidify his first position.
Come on, I'm an old man. I do not barrel through the lip anymore.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore, for sure.
I would pull in for the closeout, and then I would be happy just to have the tunnel vision.
I guess I would do the same, I would go for the barrel.
Oh my god.
Keep it simple.
Yes, exactly. Nevertheless, 170 for that effort. He distanced himself a little bit more from the second place, and of course the third and fourth. Now Elias Osmoth is looking for a 3-2-1 if he wants to attack the lead of this one. Rodrigues Lopes is still requiring at 1.75, and Javier Andrew, that last wave for him came out as a 3.25. He's now looking for a 3.51.
Rodrigo trying to grab another one.
Did your riders tell you if they could listen to the beach announcer, or was that a no-no?
They could listen a little sometimes. When the
set's
coming,
not coming.
when the set's coming, they can't listen. But when there are some stops, when the ocean stops, they can listen pretty well.
Okay. So they probably knew what scores that do they need.
Yes.
Look at Rodrigo's just struggling. He
he's
knows that
desperate.
the 175 he can get on a Rolo on the inside, and is just struggling with the current, struggling with the conditions, and he
Yes.
knows he's in a bad spot. Look at that moving water there. I don't know what that is.
Yes, but still fighting for a 175 is not good because Elias can now he has a 2.5. He can get a better wave than that. So.
Oh, for sure. Rodrigues
So-
Lopes looking to the shore. Probably his coach is letting him know where to sit and give him some indications. He needs to stay calm and compose himself and wait for that wave. It's just a 175. Of course, like you mentioned, João Elias can get a wave better than a 2.5 and increase that requirement for Rodrigo Lopes. Even so, it will be nothing out of extraordinary, I would say. Even if Elias posts like a 6 or even higher score, Rodrigo will be still in striking range. And this is João Rodrigues
There
having
goes
a go,
João, yeah.
trying to connect this wave, going for a
Yes,
roll
nice
there,
roll, nice roll.
and finishing it
Going
off
for another one.
with another move. Is there something there? No.
Yeah, but this was a good wave.
This was the closure for João Rodrigues. I think he's
guess.
going to set himself apart for the rest of the field, and I think he's going to hold on to one of those two top spots for sure. If Elias catches a wave, he's in striking distance, of course. Same with.
Can you see those outside waves?
Oh my God! Do you believe it would be a good strategy to go all the way to the outside, maneuver there, and bring it all the way to the inside?
It could be a strategy for sure.
But the very risky one, huh? Look at that outside.
It's risky, but I don't know if it's not easier to understand what's happening in that lineup outside than staying here in the middle, because you're getting pounded by the currents. It's pretty rough where they are.
On a regular day like this here in Praia Grande, you would see no one out there surfing. But today we have 4 men in the water.
Probably not. Probably not with this tide. Maybe with the high tide, you would see some guys having a go. We've seen some good waves in the beginning of the championship.
Oh, for sure. 2 minutes remaining, and João Rodrigues just dropped a 4.5 on that last wave, and he's on the lead of this one as we see
He's leaving
João
the area.
exiting the water because he must be so tired, and he's thinking, okay, I probably made it through to the next round, but I am super tired. I need some water. I need some rest.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have time to go outside. You
Yes.
need time. You need time to go outside.
Time and energy as well.
Yeah, yeah. You need to save that energy for the next heats.
For sure. What do you say to one of your athletes? Of course, they want to go all the way, so they need to serve 5 heats today. What do you say to one of your athletes on a day like today? Hey, if you want to win this,
yes, I always tell them to give what they have. We don't need to be like, we need to be prepared to every heat give all you got. And if you have like a pretty good heat where you can make pretty good waves on the beginning, you can start managing a little bit of your energy. But if you don't do it at the beginning, you need to push through, because the important is to pass.
Yes.
Oh, there goes Rodrigo. Ooh. Rodrigo fighting for the 175.
Ooh, this wave is lining up.
Oh my God. Oh.
This was a heavy, super heavy section.
Oh my, no. Oh no.
Hey, listen, we have a roll attempt of 1.7 from João Rodrigues. This was a bigger roll attempt, and he needs 175. Oh, 165, not enough. No. Not enough. This last roll attempt from Rodrigo Lopes just was shy from the score that he needed. He needed a 175 and he got a 165. Oh, that's all she wrote for Miguel.
That was a shame.
For Rodrigo, sorry. Let's jump quick into a commercial break. Be right back for some more action here in Praia Grande. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. And we are back here to Praia Grande, where we are holding the second day of competition of this ETB stage stop here in Praia Grande, Sintra. Day number 4 of the Sintrapro Fest here in Praia Grande. I am Nuno Cardoso. Joining me is João Imaginário. He's one of the guys that is on the backstage watching carefully all the action that's going on, because he has some of his riders competing, some of the riders that you coach competing. Welcome, João, once again here to the booth. You were here yesterday. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And the question is that everyone wants to know, if you are a coach, how good of a coach are you? And that will be showed in the results. How are your athletes doing on this event?
Yes, they're not doing bad. They're going okay. We have I still have Isaías and Pedro in the quarterfinals, so attending the conditions, it's not a bad result.
Pulling into the barrel, Maxime got towed.
I think Isaías has a chance to give it a go to try to win, but for Pedro it's already a very good result.
There was a little bit of a talk yesterday about Isaías. Of course, Isaías is a great talent.
Yes.
He was already a top 16 in the World Tour.
Yes.
Back in the day. And why is not Isaías still competing on a world stage? I said it. I speculated that lack of support, of course, lack of time, because Isaías moved to Portugal and he's currently living here. And do you want to fill us on the reasons, or that is it? Ooh, Dave Hubbard riding.
Oh, we got a nice wave for the red. David Hubbard, okay. We have the Hawaiian having a cracker. Well, it's simple. He's a grown man, and he has to make for his family, and he's working now, so it's a bit more difficult for him to go there. I'm hearing we have an interview now.
Yes.
With the winner
of the last heat. I think it's Carlos Mariano. Go for it, Carlos.
Winner of the last heat. Congratulations, first of all. How are the conditions?
Obrigado. As condições estão muito difíceis. Ainda bem que são 25 minutos, porque está muito difícil fazer score bom com 2 ondas. E comecei com uma onda boa de início e depois consegui fazer a minha segunda melhor mais para o final.
He said the conditions are pretty tough. He's glad that the heats are 25 minutes, because finding the good waves and catch good waves it's really hard. So he's really glad that it's 25 minutes. Now you are going to the 8 finals. What are the goals and expectations for the next heat?
Bem, o meu objetivo para esta etapa é ir à final, mas primeiro já não estou a pensar nisso. Estou a pensar passar hit a hit com calma e dar o meu melhor.
His goal is to win the event, but right now he just wants to pass the hits and do good waves. Do you want to thank someone?
Agradecer a toda a gente que está a me apoiar em casa, principalmente aos meus pais que estão aqui comigo e aos meus patrocínios. Obrigado.
Thank you and good luck for next week. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mariana. That was not Carlos Mariano, it was Mariana Guerreiro. We got Mariano and Mariana, and of course we got there João Rodrigues, always with a smile on his face, advancing to the quarterfinals. João Rodrigues the current national champion, of course, the defending national champion, and of course one of the biggest promises in the Portuguese bodyboarding scene.
For sure, for sure. National champion, probably lining up for
The second
another
title?
championship, for second title. Yeah. He's not a hope for the bodyboard, Portuguese bodyboard. He's now certain. He's one of the best. So
Yes, for sure. And he came second 2 years ago in the World Pro Junior Tour, and
there
third.
goes David Hubbard. Oh.
And third last year as he finishes up his junior campaign. Now he's a full-time open division rider.
Yes.
And
First year, yeah.
So he needs now to prove himself, but he's doing great work.
Yes, he was national champion in the elites when he was still a junior.
Yeah.
His last junior year. Yeah.
Yes, and the good thing about Joel is that this year he's been competing on the World Tour full-time, which
Yeah.
is something amazing. I do not believe we have a Portuguese rider doing the same in the open men's division. We do have some ladies representing in the women's division, which is great for me. I love that. I love to see Teresa and Mariana and of course Joana Schenker representing Portugal in the World Tour, especially the young ladies getting amongst it and getting great results.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We've seen some good results from the younger ones, yeah.
Yeah, Mariana and Teresa got a 5th equal place in the
Yes.
Maldives. That's an
Yes.
excellent result.
Yes,
It's
they-
quarterfinals, man-to-man meets. In this case, women-to-women meets. So it's an amazing result. And Teresa just lost on the dying seconds.
Yes.
So she almost reached the semis, and probably she could have gone further.
Yeah, Teresa has been pretty consistent the last few years. He was the Portuguese national champion 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been seeing her in the beach. She's really consistent. She really likes to surf, and she's always in the water when the waves are good. So it's pretty understandable that she's getting some good results for now. And she has been working with Catarina from a long time. So
this is
there it
Mr.
goes.
Chapeau, Maxime Gateau,
Gateau.
trying to go for a wave there. He was holding on to priority, utilizing it on this left-hander, but unfortunately for him, the wave just ran in front of him, and he could not go around that section, so he duck dived, kicked out of that wave, like we say in bodyboarding, and he needs to get out the back and try for another one. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of an evolution in Teresa. She was very efficient competing, but I do believe she lacked a little bit of a loose kind of approach to bodyboarding, which comes from free surfing.
Yes.
And I do believe she's more applied now in free surfing, spending time in the water, like you said.
Yeah.
And that shows.
Yeah, you can
not
feel
only like a competitive approach, you know.
Yeah, you can feel more energy in her surf and being more lightness, more. Yeah.
And she goes for it. I can see that now. She chooses very carefully the waves that she goes in.
Yeah, she's a very strong competitor.
Yeah, and she strikes them hard.
Yeah.
There's not a single wave that Teresa catches that she doesn't have a mean intention of like, I'm gonna go for broke. You know?
Yes.
And that's good to watch. You know, have
Yeah.
that fierceness, that confidence.
Yeah,
that
for sure, one of the most fierce women in Portugal, for sure.
Of course, I would like to see also Filipa Brueiro getting amongst the World Tour competitions. I do believe that is from lack of time and support probably as well, but she would be one of the Portuguese riders that would be very interesting to watch in the World Tour.
For sure.
If you could name some Portuguese riders that you would like to see on the World Tour, I'm going to give you 3 to 5 spots. Which riders would that be? That are not competing?
In the feminine or in the
male men's division.
Male men's division?
Portuguese that don't do the World Tour that you would like to see and say, hey, this guy would probably kick out some of the top guys?
That's difficult. I would like to see. I would love to see Antonio Cardoso, Steph Cocorelli, but they have been going for the free surfing more approach. So I don't know if they would get some good results, but for sure, if they started competing, for sure in 1 or 2 years they would be chopping some nice heads in the World Tour.
I would like to see Daniel Fonseca for sure.
Yeah, Daniel Fonseca, we've seen him in Brazil, and it looks like Daniel is trying to attend more of the World Circuit.
That's nice. No.
Yes, we've been seeing.
We saw Miguel as well in Brazil.
Miguel was in Brazil as well, and he wanted to go to South Africa, but he's trying to manage the timings with his work. So it's
hard.
It's hard. It's hard when you have to work. It's hard when you have to take some time off so you can go to these venues that take much time. And there goes a nice rider. Who was it?
Michael Yancey.
Nice roll.
This is one of the kids that I've been putting my eyes on this year. He's been ripping throughout the events in the World Tour, both in the Pro Junior division and also in the Men's Open division. Peru's got a real great contender here for a world title.
He came for the drop knee, right?
No. He's a Pro Junior.
He's a Pro Junior. Okay.
He's a Pro Junior, and I do believe he's leading alongside some other junior riders for the world title this year in the junior division.
Okay.
So Peru's got a great representative here for the world title in the Pro Junior Men's division, and for sure in the future for the men's division. So Peru is one of those countries that's been rising in the bodyboarding scene, and I really like to watch Michael Yancey competing in the world stage. Of course, Miguel from Peru is one of the best riders from there, and he's been representing Peru for a long time as well. We cannot forget Cesar Power, which was drop knee world champion back in the day. So Peru has been growing on the world stage, which is really great to watch. At the similarity of Chile as well.
Yeah,
some great Chilean riders.
Chile's been rising, yeah.
And I don't know why, but there's no Chilean riders here in the ETB, which is quite strange. Because probably there's some Chilean riders competing in the World Tour in the Pro Junior division. And
yes, there are some Chilean riders here. I've seen them.
Yeah.
I've seen 1 or 2,
but maybe for the
but we are used to see a big group, pack coming. So, but usually most of them are for the
men's division. So this year they stayed home. Okay, another athlete that I would like to see in the World Tour, Portuguese athlete, for sure, Ricardo Rosmaninho. He did the Chilean stop and he got a 10. So that proves that he belongs there. Also, I would like to see Miguel Adão back on the World Tour.
Yeah, for sure. Miguel Adão would be really nice to see him in the World Tour.
Not wanting to forget more names all of a sudden, I do believe that I'm not forgetting anyone. But if I do, I'm really sorry for you guys that I did not mention your name.
There are a lot of riders.
Yeah, of course. That's just pick and choose. But these are I would say, the strong ones, or the most mature ones that could really go there and do some damage.
Yeah, we've been seeing more consistent in the national tour, and we don't see him in the world tours.
Okay, this is
Michael
Yancey. Nice roll there in the pocket. Ooh.
Yes, but I've seen Michael having fun here in the free surf sessions.
He's got a mean backflip to the right.
Yeah.
I know he lands those quite easily. We could see that last year in Fronton, which amazed me. because he was going for broke in every single right-hander that he caught. And this year also in the South American leg, he killed it. So I'm really happy to see Michael here in Portugal and getting amongst the Pro Junior division and fighting probably for some more points so he can get to his objective, which is becoming Pro Junior World Champion.
He gets the lead. He gets the lead, Michael Jans.
Yeah, with the 5:15 when the last wave.
Yeah, David Hubbard now needing a 4:41 for second, and Maxime Gotto needing for a 6:10.
11 minutes remaining.
11 minutes.
You know what's funny, João?
We're having a bit more action now than the previous heat.
This is the replay of the last wave of Michael. Take us through it, João.
Yes, he punched that little roll. It looked like it was lining up another section, but he was a bit behind on schedule.
And the section there is pretty heavy. Just to try, it's going to take a lot of effort and a big toll on your body, and probably you will not be able to land it. Ooh, this is David Hubbard going for a roll there. Beautiful combination with the spin just to finish it off. And he gets out of that wave. The job is done. Will that be the 4:41 to assume back the leadership of this heat, Joel?
I think it will be tight. It was a smaller wave. I think David Hubbard just trying to keep it active so he won't get lost waiting for the perfect wave.
Yes. Get something in there.
Yes, it's difficult to grab the good one, so you need to be active and always grabbing some waves so you can put some scores on the board. I don't know, maybe it's close. Maybe he will get the 4:41.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Look at the waves breaking outside. Exactly, Jean. You stole my words there.
Oh, there goes David Hubbard. Oh, nice roll.
Nice extended
punching
roll
through. Gets the inside as well. Let's go. Another one.
Wow.
Oh, nice
Look at
wave.
Dave go.
Nice wave. Oh, nice reverse. Oh.
Didn't stomp that last reverse, but the damage was done previously on this wave. So 3 completed move combination on that last wave.
We already have the previous wave is a 375, but I put my money that this will be better than a 441.
This is Mr. Chapeau's wave. This is the replay of a wave that we just missed. And he goes for the roll, and he does not stomp it.
Yes.
Okay, waiting for the scores of last wave of
having
red.
a nice battle between David and Michael. Oh,
this is a replay of that wave.
Yeah.
Nice looking right-hander, big roll there on the outside.
Yeah.
And then somehow he connects this
it
to the
lined
inside.
up again.
Yeah.
Nice one. Nice wave for David.
Forward spin with the roll, check turn there, making sure he still has a chance to attack the slip. Unfortunately, not enough speed to complete.
Always active on the wave.
Wow.
Impressive.
It's really, really great to watch Dave surfing.
625, yeah.
And he assumes the
I reckon
lead.
it was the best wave of the heat.
Oh, for sure. And you can tell it's 1.10 apart from the second best wave of the heat, which belongs to Michael Yancey, that 5:15 that he got for a roll. And now David Hubbard is once again in the lead of this heat, leaving Michael Yancey to second. Maxime Gotto needs now a 7.5 to second. It's not impossible, but very hard to do in these conditions, John.
Yes. I think for sure if he grabs a good one, he can make better score than a 6:11, but it's hard out there. Yeah.
For sure. Will you have any of your riders going to compete in South Africa?
In South Africa, no.
In Morocco?
In Morocco, probably not. I don't know it yet.
Yes. And in the front on King?
In the front on King, it doesn't look like, no.
Does any of your riders that have the dream of going to front row and compete, or are they a little bit scared of it?
No, for sure.
It's an intimidating event to
yes,
attend.
it's intimidating, but I have some riders that wanted to go to Front on King for the juniors.
Okay, cool.
I had Pedro and Francisco. They're both juniors, and they wanted to go there. But it's a very long venue. It's almost 20 days waiting period.
Yes.
And it's in the middle of the first school season, so it's hard for them to be so much time out of school. We're still trying to understand if it's possible for them to go, but we have the motivation for sure.
Yeah, that's good to know, especially in the junior division.
Yes, I think it's a really front on. It's like a really important wave for young riders to be at, because you really progress in that kind of wave.
Ooh, this is Dave Weber trying to progress in this heat. Ooh,
nice,
big roll there. Huge roll. Wow.
For sure, big roll.
David is gonna get rid of that 5 point for sure.
We're having
maybe
some
even
good
increase
action now, yeah.
his best wave and distance himself from the rest of the field here in this heat. And it looks like we had another rider going left at the same time, right?
I think it was Maxime, I'm not sure.
Let's wait for the replay of that wave if we can see it. I don't know if it was Maxime or Michael Yancey. Maxime is holding on to first priority, so probably Michael Yancey had a look on that wave. Oh, this is it.
There goes, it was Michael.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh, didn't line up for the
super fast out of
maneuver.
that bottom turn, but nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Close out.
As I was saying, I think front on it's like a mandatory destiny for any bodyboarder, for sure.
But it always was. You remember when we were kids, we always wanted to go to front on. We did go to front on. Of course, front on changed a lot through these years. Packs a big crowd. There's a lot of bodyboarders, local bodyboarders that charge it constantly.
Yes.
So it doesn't leave a lot of room for outsiders to catch waves, but you always catch a wave in front.
Yeah, it's always possible. You need to be there and wait for your turn and
spend time there.
Yeah, you spend time there. Yeah.
But back in the days, there was a thing. I remember nowadays, front on was like a wave on the map. You
Yes.
needed to spend time there. You would go and spend time there.
Yeah, because if you go there and you spend time there, you'll progress for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a 7 for that wave and for David.
I'm not amazed.
Yeah.
I called it. It's going to be the best wave of the heat, and there you have it. 7-point ride for David Hubbard, and he's packing that one with a 6.25, and now is very far away from the rest of the competition. Michael Yancey now needs a 8.10 to assume the lead of this heat, and this is the replay of that wave, João.
Yes. It gets a little bit of a foam there. He passes through. He passes around, and he gets a really nice section there. Big roll, big projected roll. Nice, well done.
Well done. 7 points. That's the wave everyone wants to grab out there. Looks like Michael Yancey is having a look at this one, left-hander, and I've been calling out Michael Yancey on his rights, but he looks like he's looking a lot to the lefts and is not able to find that critical section, that wave that he's looking for. It kind of did find some sections there enough to put him in second place. He's got that 515 and the 525. The man that is struggling the most in this heat, of course, is Maxime Gateau. Mr. Chapeau is not able to find a solid score to put there next to his name. His best wave is still a 1.9. All of his rides were incomplete, unfortunately for Maxime, but he's out there and he still has 2 minutes and 10 seconds to try and prove that he can make it. 7.5 is the requirement. Let's see if Mother Nature and the waves here in Praia Grande will be a friend to him. Some sets approaching, João. Will there be an opportunity here for the riders?
It looks like there's coming something's coming.
Breaking out the back. And yeah, let's see if they reform into opportunities where David Hubbard is sitting. For example, he's holding on to first priority, so he gets to pick and choose any wave of his liking. And second priority is with Maxime. Third priority, Michael Yancy. 1 minute 10 seconds. Let's see if the waves reform in the shape that will attract one of these three riders to catch one final wave in this heat, because I do believe that every single rider has at least one more chance and not more than one chance to catch a wave, as we are watching Yastani Castro in white paddling out to the outside, preparing for the next heat in the water, the last one of this round of 32. And then we will resume into the quarterfinals, and things will be very interesting, huh?
Yes.
Ooh, look at Michael Yancy having a go at this one, João. Ooh, looks like a bomb. What Michael Yancy? Oh, no. Once again.
It didn't line up.
Yeah. Not able to reach that end section.
Savage out there. Look at that.
My God. How big is that wave, if you want to call it?
I don't know. They're big.
Okay, this is Michael Yancy once again.
Let's try.
Ooh. Oh.
That's a grower, eh?
Yeah. The side wash from the pool made it grow.
I don't know. If he hit that, maybe he would get the score.
Okay, we got one last wave for David Hubbard. And I don't know if there's a replay before we shut this one out. Hey, we do pretty fast. Oh no, this is Maxime Gatou's wave. He goes for the roll. Does he complete it?
No.
No, once again.
It was a good try.
It was a good try. Okay, don't go anywhere. We will back for some more action here at Praia Grande, so stay with us.
Olha, 30 segundos para nós, foi isto? Consegues ouvir?
24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
And we're back with live action for this. This is going to be, I'm Carlos Mariano again, this time with the collaboration here of João Araújo, a long-time photographer here for the Sintrapro, and he's going to help me out commentating on this. That's going to be the final heat of round 2 of this European Tour of bodyboarding. Welcome, João. How are you?
Thank you. Everything okay? Nice to be here for the first time in my life. So it's kind of a bit late scratchy, but I will do my best, whatever I can. So let's go for it, and we see what's happened. Go
Yeah,
for
it's,
it.
after all these years photographing, it's kind of a new feeling to be here, sitting and commentating a little bit on the action you've been photographing for so long.
Yeah, it's so.
How many
it's-
years
it's-
are already?
I believe now it's my 10-year in honor roll. Every 10 years, from
Yeah.
last 10 years, I was every single year here, making the Sintra Pro, and so it's for me it's a brand new experience. But yeah, of all, I'm also a bodyboarder, so it's lovely to be here and help all these people and of course all the bodyboarder community around the world, and it's love. It's not a job. It's like most like
It's a love affair.
It's a yes, it's a love.
Love affair with bodyboarding. And let's see about if it's love or hate, the relationship between Diogo Silva, Yazdani Castro, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, and David Valladares. If it's a relationship of love or hate with the waves on this heat, as we're watching Diogo Silva starting things off in this with a small wave, getting himself a small roll, and going for the section here. And whoa, nice one, nice way of starting things off for Diogo Silva from Portugal.
You know what? This hit is one of them that I really don't bet in anyone, because it's so difficult, because all of them with their own proper style, they are very,
And we
very,
got
very
here
good.
a replay for, I believe, Cabrera.
Jorge Hernandez.
Jorge Hernandez Cabrera.
Yes. So it's anything can happen in this hit.
Well, it's a little bit. It's always a little bit like that, but
Yeah.
especially in these conditions that are so tricky, so complicated. We've seen some shockers here today, and some heats with some pretty high scores, and other ones quite the opposite, with very low scores to be had by the riders. So it's a little bit. Everyone is a little bit subjected to the conditions and to the will of the ocean here in Praia Grande today.
And you know what? In the low tide now, the conditions are getting a little bit tricky for the riders, because when we have the higher tide, it was a little bit easier maybe to read the ocean, but now is like a roller coaster, and you never know where you're going to make your position on the sea. If you're going to go right or left, go further, go more in the inside. So it's a feeling because of the riders, and to see and try to guess. Then we see a lot there. There is no easy conditions today for them, so it's going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's legendary how sketchy the surf is in Praia Grande, how tricky, how capricious the waves are here, and today, especially with this big swell, this big new swell coming in, it's always even more difficult as we've been watching. Meanwhile, difficult or not, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera has taken advantage of the wave he got and got himself a 6.25, putting him solidly for now in the lead with just a backup of 1 point, but he surely is working his way right now to try and replace that score and trying to secure his qualification for the quarterfinals as soon as possible.
And when regarding all the weather, even so, when it comes to my position as a photographer, because in Praia Grande we have all in the same day, we can have every single day we can have the 4 seasons. So it's always tricky, and of course the ocean, it changed by half an hour, maybe 15 minutes. So every heat is different from another one. The riders are obviously different, but in this particular heat, it's very tricky. So
Meanwhile, sorry to interrupt you, João, but we're going for a flash interview with
go.
the winner of the previous heat, an interview conducted by Mariana Guerreiro. So go for it, Mariana.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. How are the conditions?
You know, it's challenging, but at the same time, there is some pretty cool opportunities out there. So it's just a matter of negotiating all the factors.
Okay, you just won the 10th world title. Did that give you motivation to win this event, or just kept going?
Yeah, I'm just really relaxed and excited to be here in Sintra one more year, but with no pressure, and so excited to be in an ETB event for my first time. So I'm excited to make the quarterfinals, and I'll do my best in that heat.
Yeah, perfect. Do you want to thank someone?
Yeah, thanks everybody who's tuning in. This is so cool. We're at an ETB event, and it's an epic broadcast. So great job to all the staff and the event promoters and all the sponsors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good luck for next heat. Back to you guys.
So, Mr. Dave Hubbard, in this interview, it's some of you guys who aren't that familiar. Whoa, just a little bit with that explanation. As we see, Yazdani Castro with that good, nice wave, very well served by Yazdani. But as I was saying, for you guys who aren't as familiar with European Tour of bodyboarding and are finding it strange to see riders from the United States, Hawaii in this case, like Dave Hubbard competing here, which just to reinforce that this is a European Tour of bodyboarding, that means it's a tour that is organized throughout the countries that belong to the European Surfing Federation, and it's not exclusively from Europe, because we have countries like Morocco and Israel in the European Surfing Federation as well, but it's essentially an open tour. That means that we are able to host these events in the countries of the European Surfing Federation, but open to riders from all over the world, like Brazil, United States, Chile, whatever, which gives this European Tour of bodyboarding event a little bit of taste of a world tour stage more than the European Tour. Meanwhile, we're watching Yazdani again.
Yeah.
Taking a look at this wave, but unfortunately it closed out on him.
You know what? Yazdani is always, for the years that he's coming to Portugal, he's putting every single, even so when photography in some heats that he has done in Portugal, and sometimes he has got putting the opponents completely wasted, but he always trying to do the best, and he always, until the last second, he always give up the fight and doesn't make easier life for no one. So it's unbelievable.
Yeah, Yazdani Castro, who hails from Costa Rica, another example of what I was just saying. This is a European tour, but it's open to riders from all nationalities, all 5 continents, and it's pretty cool to see guys coming from Costa Rica like Yazdani coming here and giving us a little bit of lending us a little bit of their class here on this event, as we watching the Portuguese Diogo Silva getting himself a roll to try to back up on this 4-point wave.
Hey.
Yazdani again going for the backflip.
Yep.
And sticking it. So nice surfing from Yazdani, who is still waiting for a couple of scores, if I'm not mistaken, and that could probably put him in first place, with Jorge Hernandez Cabrera really feeling the pressure from the Costa Rica.
Both of them, only George and Yazdani, sometimes in certain heats, and it happens here also, sometimes they put the opponents on combo, but still they give always 100%. I'm not saying that the other ones then don't do it, but these particular and another ones that I know when I'm shot outside, that doesn't matter. They are in combo. It's just going, making
Nice
all
roll.
the best, and we can see this is gonna be a.
Meanwhile, nice roll by David Valladares.
Yeah.
Who only had a
Look again.
3-point wave in so many ways written right now. With now it's Diogo Silva, the Portuguese rider. Diogo Silva not getting that, not completing that reverse there, that bank reverse there, which was a pretty stylish move from Diogo. But unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate, or he didn't quite get it. As we see Cabrera
Yeah.
Nice roll there, Cabrera, on the critical section of the wave and bailing out, avoiding
These
to
two
go
are
further
fighting.
out.
Look.
Further in.
These two are fighting a lot for the first.
Quite an interesting
Look.
duel between Yazdani. This is the replay of the wave we saw previously from Yazdani.
And Jorge rides.
Getting a little bit stuck on landing, but still a pretty nice wave for Yazdani Castro. And it's a very exciting duel between Jorge Hernandez Cabrera and Yazdani Castro, with David Valadares and Diogo Silva a little bit behind on the speed of things here in this heat. But still, with a good chance, Diogo Silva needs a 4:51 to jump into second. David Valadares needs a 4:01 to jump into second as well. So, and with so many waves to be ridden, the conditions now have the ocean has slightly dropped off a bit. We're not seeing such big stuff as we did on the early hours of the morning.
Now we are in the low tide, so it's going to be a little bit tricky, but with the 12 minutes to go, I believe that anything can happen. It's not decided. Nothing that is decided
of course.
Between these four riders, because even so, the 6:75 for first of Yazdani, it could be easily in a wave because they are, and even so, Diogo Silva and David Valadares only need 4:01 and 4:51, so it's going to be until the end. It's going to be a very fight dog, so it's gonna be nice to see it.
Yep. And 11:45, just a little update with Jorge Hernandez Cabrera still in the lead, as we see Diogo Silva from Portugal. Small little roll, nice reverse there, paddling back onto the power source of the wave, and that's it for Diogo.
And we still have more or less one hour and a half for the low tide, so it's going to be a little bit harder for them. But
that's the replay for the wave of Diogo Silva.
But in this quality of the riders, for them is nothing.
Yeah, it's a nice style for Diogo, but unfortunately that's not going to be the wave he needs. He needs to do something a little more significant to try and attack that. That's at least the second position. That's the least he can do to try and progress into the quarterfinals. After all, we remind you all that we need, or the riders need, to be in the first two spots to try and qualify for the next round. That's the name of the game here, with third and fourth getting knocked out of the comp. So it's do or die for these guys.
Yeah. And we can see now the ocean is gonna be pushed a lot for the skills, for the intelligence of the riders, because they are not so easy to read the ocean, because when you go look, and then there's another one from Yazdani.
So tricky.
So it's now they have to think and see and try to read the best that the ocean can give us, because in the low tide that's the game, because it's not very easier.
It has to do more with think quickly, react even quicker, and have the technical skills to adapt and to react and to surf accordingly to what the wave asks, and it asks different things at a given moment.
And then when we have in the high tide, it was a little bit easier, so you can read, because we have the spots to go. Okay, we know in here when the set comes in, we're gonna paddle and we're gonna do this or this. But now, in this particular moment, this particular hour of the tide, it's not easy. As you can see, a lot of riders are just picking and then don't go and try to figure out what is gonna be the best wave, and then of course the best conditions to do the higher score that you can get, because we still have almost 9 minutes, and once again, bam, here you go, Yazdani.
Yazdani is really on fire. He's trying his best, as he should, to jump into the first place. So ambitious, so motivated, so engaged. This rider from Costa Rica.
But Carlos, you see, it's for Diogo is only 451, and
Yeah,
in David 401. So anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a wide open
yeah,
heat.
it's completely. It's completely.
Striking. The two first spots are in striking. Oh, but this was huge.
And now we have.
If he stuck this move, that would be huge for Yazdani.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the reception was pretty hard, and he couldn't quite control the board.
And as you can see, all the viewers, now we have a little bit conditions, a little bit foggy. Today we have sun. Then what was Carlos?
Yeah,
1 hour ago it was raining a lot.
Yeah, as you
so
said.
We are always trying to improve, and for me and for all my fellow photographers around the world, they know what I'm talking about, because we are trying to do whatever we can so we can have all the best conditions to go and do our best, because with these talent, these riders, and look, you're another one, bam. So it was a bit tricky for us as a photographers to get used to these kind of conditions, but that's the beauty of the game, because we never know what's going to happen in the next half an hour. So it's marvelous, as you can see now.
Yeah, as you said, this is definitely we're having. Sintra is well known for this. We're having like the Four Seasons in a couple of hours.
Yeah,
it's a very special place regarding the weather, and especially with this this depression that we're feeling, this storm that has been hitting the Portuguese territory in the last couple of days. And it's being felt especially strong here in Sintra. As we're watching Diogo Silva taking a look at this wave, it looks really promising. He's going for the roll.
Clean it.
Nice
one.
Heavy roll from Diogo Silva, and complementing it with another roll.
Get out,
and he gets in.
Yes.
So and he likes it. He loves it, claiming it.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about to you.
Nice little invert.
So let's see. As I talked to you and I was saying, you see these two guys now, Diogo Silva and David Valadares, they don't give it up. They don't give up. So from the beginning, I was saying anything can happen here, because they don't give up, and so that's why I love this sport. I love these guys, because they give what all they have until the end.
Yeah, that's the spirit of competition.
That's why
Diogo Silva and David Valadares are both very experienced competitors. They are here for a reason, and Diogo Silva, with that, I believe that he needed a 451 to jump into second with that wave. I believe I'm putting my money on saying that he's going to get it with that combination of moves, especially the first roll was a heavy one, a very powerful move, and the judges are going to love it for sure.
Look again, Yazdani.
Meanwhile, Yazdani taking a good look at this wave. Whoa! Nice backflip and going for.
But you see,
going for broke on that wave.
You have to think, because I believe he doesn't know it's good for a roll or for a backflip, so you have to always think what the wave can give him, because it's not easy to read the wave. It's not easy to read the wave, but that's how this sport. I love these guys, and that's why I'm also a bodyboarder. So it's nice. And I would like to see the board of David Valadares, because I'm also a very tall guy, and I think he's using a 45-1. So that's the same 45 inch. It's the same I use. So it's like a small
45-inch board.
Yeah.
That's a surfboard.
A little bit. 45.
That's almost a surfboard.
Yeah, 45.
Look at this last wave of Diogo.
And
nice roll there. Impressive move by Diogo. And then complementing it with that second roll, punching through the lip. That was a very important wave for Diogo.
Let's see what the scores give us to us.
And this is the replay.
Look look now. He's looking. I said, what I'm going to do? And then, bam. You see? So it's tricky. It's complicated.
Yeah, but I
see
think
that
backflip, he didn't quite get a bottom turn on that, and that's going to penalize him a bit. It was not. The judges want to see a solid bottom turn, and then rising to the lip and attacking the lip. He just basically dropped that backflip from the top of the wave, and that's not exactly what the judges want to see. They're going to penalize him a bit for that.
Let's see now what is the scores now to see what's happening there. Look,
Diogo Silva exactly with a 6, appropriate. Yeah,
yes,
that's what I was calling it.
That I was
for
saying
sure.
from the beginning is not only from because in the first half we can see it almost it's like between Jorge and Yazdani, but still now it changed it, and now Diogo Silva is in second. So that's what I'm saying.
Yazdani
Anything can happen.
has been pretty active. He's been posting a lot of moves, but for instance in that last one.
But watch out!
You lacked the bottom turn.
Yazdani,
Diogo Silva's
501. It's gonna be easier. It could be easier. So it lasts 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Anything can happen. I said it again. We never know. Look.
There's a lot of heat to be served yet.
Yes.
And as we're watching, Cabrera with a huge. This one was a huge backflip. Unfortunately, the wave just crashed on top of Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, and what a shame.
I'm shot this guy with my eyes now, so it's gonna be nice. Valadares was picking up, but it was just.
You're losing some great pictures out there, João.
Oh, thank you so much. But if, as I can say, in my.
No, I'm saying you lost a good picture there.
Oh yeah. I just shot with my eyes, so only so.
I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, but with these talented guys, look
at this move. Bottom turn, bam. That's the difference. That's what the judges want to see: a solid bottom turn and then attacking the lip. Unfortunately,
almost seems like it's gonna be it's easy to do it.
Yeah,
but
almost.
It's not.
It almost looks easy.
Not. And Diogo Silva from Portugal.
Very important way for Diogo, that one. A couple of very solid rolls.
Yeah, it's solid roll, and it's unbelievable. And Diogo, but 1 minute. I don't say anything. I'm gonna be waiting until the last second.
Well, Yazdani only needs a 501, so he's really in striking distance to get the second place.
Even so, Valadares.
Even Valadares.
551.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's wait and see until the end. Look, here you go.
David Valadares.
The little one of 2 meters high.
Oosh. Kind of a weird roll, but still.
He's got 3 centimeters more than me, so it's a very, very tall man. And 24, 23. 20 seconds. Let's see what's happened there. Who is going down?
And I'm guessing, well, Yazdani, last effort. Para mim, Yazdani is claiming it, challenging the judges, saying, hey, was this enough or not?
Do you believe? 501?
I really don't think so, but he needs a 5. It's kind of sketchy.
I don't know.
It's kind of sketchy.
It's complicated for the judges, but let's see what they're going. I don't know. Let's see what they are.
This was not a big wave, and the way.
But it was a clean one.
The way he surfed it was a little. I have to see the replay on that. Perhaps. Now taking a second look at it, perhaps.
I don't know.
The judges are going to. We're waiting for the score.
Let's see what they're going to say.
And meanwhile, while we're waiting, we're going.
Come on.
We're waiting for.
They
No, not enough. So it's Diogo Silva and Cabrera going into the quarterfinals, and now we're jumping into a small commercial break and be right back.
mundo son.
Para a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
And we're back. And a small correction. Although we said that Yazdani's last wave was not enough, it didn't change the situation. It did. It actually did. He got himself a 5:25 and jumped into second. So it's Cabrera and Yazdani progressing into the quarterfinals, and Diogo Silva unfortunately being
That's what
knocked
I'm
out.
saying to you. So this Yazdani, he doesn't give up until and you see, he changed the course of the heat in the last wave, in the last second.
As it happens so many times
So
in bodyboarding.
he doesn't give up, even so he can put the guy in the combo. He doesn't give up. He's always trying to fight, always trying to do the best. And unfortunately for our Portuguese
Meanwhile,
rider,
we're in the first heat of the quarterfinals with Praia, Helder Mendes, aka Disha, Pedro Gonçalves, also from Portugal, and Isaías Ferreira, aka Isaías Ravik, also known as Isaías Ravik, back when he competed regularly in the World Tour. Now he answers by the name of Isaías Ferreira, a Brazilian rider who has been living in Portugal for some years now. And there he goes. Speaking of the devil, Isaías taking a look at that wave, unfortunately, not providing him with a section to maneuver. And so this is going to be a very, very interesting heat as
yes, and Isaías is a person that sometimes here nearby my home. He surfs with me in a very, very nice wave that nearby my home that we call Bluine. So it's a rock bottom, so it's very, very nice. And sometimes both of us we go there and make our free bodyboarding. And sometimes he's always saying to me, "Hey, old guy, get out of the way." And I said, "Hey, respect, man, respect, respect my gray hair, man." So, but it's very, very nice. And all of them, these four, Praia, I don't think I have nothing to say about because it's a gentleman. He's very nice, all good moves. And another ones, both of them also, they are representing our Portuguese flag. So these ones in here, as I see now, the waves, the ocean, everything is going there. I believe so that I don't know. If I have to put some money, for example, I don't know what I'm going to do. One of them I know.
Yeah,
is a very fighter. Is the similar style of Yazdani. Is Isaías Ravik. Isaías is the guy that until last minute.
Meanwhile, Pedro Gonçalves, the young Portuguese rider from Carcavelos, he's been doing some very interesting performances in the national tour. Helder Mendes going for the barrel.
Yeah!
Whoa, very deep barrel for Helder Mendes. Showmanship there from the rider from Caparica. Nice wave. I think it's the deepest barrel I've seen in the event so far, for sure.
For sure. And you see today in the morning, look, Isaías
punching this roll through the lip, and a very nice exchange here in this first heat of the quarterfinals. As you were saying, yes, the talent of the competition at this time is even more refined. It's the creme de la creme here at the quarterfinals, with everyone here is a possible winner of the possible champion of the event.
In the previous heat,
so
Elderman
with
showing what is coming here.
Yes,
when
yes.
and he wins. So it's unbelievable.
This first wave for Pedro Gonçalves.
Yeah.
Nice turn there.
But I would
nice
like-
bottom turn there, attacking the lip decisively and struggling a little bit there to complete the maneuver.
And here he comes again.
And there it goes. Deep barrel
Yes.
by Alderman.
Yes, deep barrel.
Getting
That's-
out there through the doggy door, it's of course, but still a very worthy score for
And
Alderman
that's
for
now
sure.
we have the low tide and the barrels are coming, and if you have lucky, and make your chance and make your bet and you go
And now we're jumping for the flash interview with Mariana Guerreiro interviewing the winner of the previous heat.
Yeah, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. How are the conditions? I know you did a 7-point ride. Do you want to talk a little bit about that wave?
Pues sí, la verdad que desde fuera las condiciones se veían muy grandes, muy difíciles, pero una vez cuando entré vi que se estaban quedando por abajo las olas, entonces me puse un poquito más para abajo y cogí una que me dio la del 7 del rolo y la verdad súper feliz.
He said that the conditions from the outside are very tough, but once you get inside you see that it's better, and if you go inside more to the beach you can catch good waves, and he did a big rolo inside and it was really good. You won last year's world title. Do you have big expectations for this year European and World Championships, and if it gives you motivations for these championships?
Pues sí, la verdad que estoy motivado ahora mismo por haber ganado la penúltima prueba, eso me dio un plus de motivación y nada, ahora por todas y por principalmente Sintra, pero a por el frontón que es el final.
He's very motivated. He would like to win not only Sintra but Fronton. The world title and the last event win gave him a lot of motivation. So yeah, thank you and good luck for the quarterfinals. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mariana. Nice work with Elder Mendes getting a 7.5 with that barrel.
Yes.
Huge score. Elder Mendes is surfing a lot. He's doing a hell of a performance. One of the most informed riders today here in the European Tour bodyboarding event here in Sintra. Fantastic riding by Elder Mendes. The conditions suit him very well, and he's showing us incredible bodyboarding here. Meanwhile, Pedro Gonçalves got himself a 5.5 and a 2.25, so leading the heat, although needing a little bit more, in my opinion, to try and solidify his progression into the semifinals. Isaías Ferreira, meanwhile, with a 5 in a very weak backup, 0.75, so he really needs to push things out a little bit. And Brahim Idouche still waiting for waves. That's not very typical from the very experienced Moroccan star.
But to wait.
Yes, of course, 60 minutes to go. Brahim can, Brahim can flip this in a.
He knows very, very good this ocean. He knows a very, very good program. He knows, I believe, I don't know, maybe 15, 16 years in a row that he's coming on this event. So for him, he just waiting for the right moment, and easily, in a way, we can pull out at 7 or an 8 with these kind of conditions. So don't.
Brahim
Idouche is Brahim Idouche.
Yeah, Brahim Idouche, huge name in the bodyboarding scene. He's a very experienced rider. He's 39 years old. I'm still in awe. How the guy's 39. It looks like it was yesterday I saw him surf for the first time in a World Tour event. So how time flies. But he's been collecting experience to go along with his huge talent, and in these beach break conditions he's absolutely lethal, so I wouldn't give up on him just right now with 15 minutes and something to go. He needs 2 waves, and give him 2 waves and he can flip this the heat upside down easily.
Yeah, because he's only the one that is going to have no wave already scored. So he's just waiting for his moment, and he's like a killer. In the moment that he can see, he goes and he's gonna make some damage.
Yeah,
For
absolutely
sure,
lethal.
Because Brahim Idouche is very, 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 very little athlete. So he knows, he has his watch, he has his time. So he knows that in a certain point he is always is waiting.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see in the first one he's gonna make some damage.
Yeah, he's a high-flying athlete. I always remember his performances in places like Teahupo or Arica, where he put out some incredible performances, some high-flying stuff. So he's a spectacular bodyboarder, and giving him the right wave, he's obviously going to do something special here as well. As the ocean, who seem to be dropping a little bit, seems to be spitting out some sets right now.
Yeah, but still, we have 1 more hour of that we're gonna in the
Whoa,
end.
and meanwhile, sorry to interrupt you, Isaías Ferreira. Nice roll.
And we're gonna have now.
That's going to be the backup he needed.
Yes, and I believe he's gonna make second. I don't know, but it's up to the judges. But let's see what they think of it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, because Elder Mendes is sitting with a 7.5, and he's absolutely in a great position to secure one of the 2 spots on this heat. But we never know in these conditions. It's always a mystery. It's always to see if the rider is going to get
here he comes.
that. Whoa, here he goes. Brahim Idouche.
What?
Oh, that's not typical from Brahim.
Nothing typical. Nothing typical.
Unusual,
at all.
to say the least.
And we can see on the top of the heat. You can see the Elder Mendes is now waiting because he knows that it's 7.5, but he doesn't have any second wave. So he's now waiting, making his game, and knows that he only needs 0.25 to go on first. So he's waiting for time to score because he knows if he can get, I don't know, 7 or 8 or even a 6, he could be comfortable, on the second places or on the first place. So he's waiting. So, but now Brahim is not out of the equation. Let's wait. Let's remember what happened in the last heat with Azani
6 points
on the last wave. So
6-point waves for Isaías. So this is a very, very interesting heat, and we might be going for a shocker with Brahim Idouche. Probably at this time of the heat, Brahim Idouche is basically eliminated. Let's see if Brahim can turn things around or not. But meanwhile, his competitors are having a ball out there.
Yeah, because Elder Mendes, as I can say, still doesn't make the second wave. He only hits 0.25 to go for the second. But let's wait. What's happened there?
Meanwhile, Isaías Ferreira got himself a 5, which our cameras couldn't quite get in the middle of this messy ocean we got out there. But still, that's the 5, 6 and a 5, putting Isaías Ferreira in a very good position to win the heat, or at least progress into the next round, because meanwhile Elder Mendes is still with a 7.5, the highest scoring wave of the heat, and looking for a solid backup.
Yeah, but he still doesn't have a solid backup, so
which is more easy said than done.
I really don't know what's going to happen here until the end.
Nobody knows.
I'm tricky to see what Brahim Idouche can pull out from this heat now. And Pedro Gonçalves e Elder Mendes, I don't know. It's gonna be a fight.
Look at Isaías once again. Pretty active, the Brazilian rider. Nice invert. Nice invert. Now he secured 2 solid scores, and now he's going for broke. risking a little bit more,
Do you
as you
think
should.
he's gonna change a 5, the second backup?
I think so. I think so. If not the 6, let's see our judges.
Yes, let's see what they have to
Lots
say.
of
but,
speed, nice bottom turn.
Wow.
Very inverted. Invert, so to speak.
Yeah.
Completely.
So let's see what the judges have to say. But
and now it's Brahim
Brahim
with a roll, and Brahim's really struggling. Really struggling, Brahim Idush. What a surprise! I think we're going for a shocker, a real of a shocker of it. And Elder Mensch looking for that backup for that 7.5, and I think he's going to get it. At least with that roll, I'm not sure if he did something before it or not, but that's definitely going to be a good back. He didn't have a second wave, so that's going to be a backup for Elder Mensch. Let's see. He only needed a 0.25, so to jump into second place. So he's going to obviously get that second place, and let's see if it's going to be enough to jump into first or not. Because meanwhile, that invert from Isaías Ferreira got himself a 6.15.
Yes.
As I said, as I was feeling it that it was going to be a little better than
the
his
5.
6-point wave.
Yeah, because he can change the 6, and so he has got 6.5. So he's solid. I believe he's solid on the first. And now we see Brahim Idush.
That's the last wave of Brahim, and Brahim is really in the spot.
Now I can see. In my personal beliefs, I believe that Brahim Idush is in troubles.
Yep.
With the time that he has.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's gonna be very, very, very easier for him. But let's see what the ocean can bring.
He's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, but he's very, very strong when it comes to backflips. So we never know. Let's wait. Let's wait.
First, he needs to catch a good wave, and the good waves. There are lots of waves, but good ones, not so much.
As you can see, he only needs a 6.66, and so let's see.
Meanwhile, Elder Mensch only needs a 465 to jump into first.
Yeah.
Because that second wave he got, that backup was only a 375, enough to jump into second. And there he goes again.
There he goes.
Let's see what Elder Mensch can do. Nothing that special, just a reverse there, and that's all she wrote for the Elder. I don't think it's going to be better than his 375, so he still needs a good backup. Meanwhile, Brahim Idush. Yeah, really struggling. I don't know what's wrong with Brahim today, but he's really not in sync with the waves here.
Nope. But be careful. We have meanwhile 7 minutes, so anything can happen.
You can change this at the flip of a dime, but still, it's curious to say the least to see Brahim in this situation. Not a typical situation for the talented, prestigious Moroccan rider.
We know that we only miss 6 minutes, but in 6 minutes, with these 4 contestants and the points between them, I believe that still anything can happen. And still Brahim Idush can pull it over, if not the first, maybe the second one to
yeah, of course, but forward. The thing is, the clock is ticking, you know?
Yeah, I know, the clock is ticking, but let's see if the next wave that he can get.
It's a matter of opportunity.
Yeah.
He has the skills, everyone knows it,
yeah.
But let's see if he can get the wave. And look at this ocean out there.
Yeah, it's not easier.
Definitely not.
It's not easier now. We are approaching to the lowest tide. So, but it is what it is. Is the same for the 4 contestants. So you have to deal with it. So deal with it and accept it and go do it the best.
As we're watching Brahim Idush once again on this left-hander.
Watch out!
Whoa! I think it's going to be something Oh my God! And the wave collapsed on him.
Because up there now in the low tide we have the sandbank there, so it's not gonna be.
It's
tricky.
So tricky.
Yeah. Last 5 minutes. See what's the last 5 minutes. As I can say to you in the last heat, I'm not gonna say anything until the end because anything can happen.
Whoa! Meanwhile, Isaías on fire. Woo.
Yeah.
That was a hard one.
You have to pay.
He tried,
You have to
pay the piper. He tried to bail out of that wave, but he got
so nice to see my
pushed.
my fellow bodyboarders.
Everyone knows that feeling,
Kicking
right?
this, and I'm sitting here because it's very nice sometimes.
Yeah,
being
everyone,
here.
but everyone knows that feeling.
One time I was surfing with Ias and I'm back with my backs on the rocks and I was beating it a little bit and he says, "I told you, old man, we have to have careful," and it was very, 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 very painful.
Yeah, sometimes, as I said, sometimes you have to pay the piper.
Yeah.
It's not just all fun and games.
Nope. No. But let's see. It's not till the end we're gonna have and look
at those waves.
Yes. And you see what the sandbank does.
Yeah, lots
It's
of power
like,
there.
like a wash
you
machine.
don't want to be there when that wave crashes.
Almost 3.5 minutes, so
can shake your bones in a way.
I don't know.
That
what's
not
gonna
many
happen.
beach breaks can.
Let's see what's gonna happen.
Three minutes and something to go. Meanwhile, on a quick situation update, Isaías Ferreira leading the heat with a 6.15 and the 6. He built his score slowly and surely. Very experienced Isaías, very intelligent in the way he surfed. Helder Mendes with a 7.5 with that huge deep barrel right from the beginning of the heat. Then he got himself a 375. A back wave, a simple roll. He got himself on a wave there. Nothing, a basic maneuver there, just to secure that backup. But is at least assuring him assuring the second place and the qualification for the semifinals. Pedro Gonçalves started things off pretty well, the young rider from Carcavelos, with a 550, but now with a 225, not enough. He needs a 576 to go
And
into.
who he comes there? It was
that was
Pedro
Helder Mendes.
Helder Mendes, yes.
Yeah. He needs a 576 to jump into second, which is not by far an easy task in these conditions. As we're watching, Isaías is unstoppable in this.
He was trying. It's the second time that he's trying on the left. I don't know if he's looking for a barrel or because I don't know if he can see it or he saw it because he knows that Helder Mendes pulled it off a 7.5.
Oh, the replay, we didn't see this wave by Pedro Gonçalves.
Oh,
nice little roll by Pedro. Nice effort. Nice effort. It was, okay, being informed that that wave was simultaneous to Isaías Ferreira. That's why he didn't see it in real time. And nice effort from Pedro Gonçalves, but I don't think it's going to be the 576 he needs. And in fourth place, unexpectedly, Brahimi Dush with a 4.6 and 1.5. That's quite a shocker with 1 minute and something to go. I'm really starting to believe that Brahimi is going to be knocked out.
Yes, I believe so, because what I can see now in the horizon, there is not such a wave.
And he needs a 6, and he needs a 666.
And he needs a 666, so I don't believe... let's see, because I don't see in the horizon a nice wave or a big wave that he can pull it off these points, but let's see. But he's in troubles.
Yeah,
he's in trouble.
He needs a 666, which is not a good sign talking
No,
about the number
no.
of the beast, you know.
And
It's not a good number to
it's
be
gonna when it's gonna end. It's
to
so
be depending on if you're superstitious. 10 seconds to go, and I
Yes.
think this is going to be it, with Isaías Ferreira and Elder Mendes progressing into the semifinals.
Yes.
And we're saying goodbye to Pedro Gonçalves and, shockingly, to Brahim Dush.
Praia is out.
What a surprise.
Yes, what a surprise. We never know, but that's it. Makes part of the game. So, what we can say?
Yeah.
That's it.
And now we're going for a small commercial break and be right back with you guys. And we're back with live action for this second heat of the quarterfinals with Pierre-Louis Coste on your screens with a yellow jersey, Aaron Hammer from France, watching the replay here of Pierre-Louis Coste's first wave with that usual trademark backflip. He does this with an ease of drinking a glass of water.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Do you see
How easily he pulls these things off. But as I was saying, Ervan Hamar from France, Armides Oliveras from Spain, Pierre-Louis Coste, of course, and Alex Suranga. What a heat. What a banger of a heat. Oh, it almost looked like he was going to pull that
to you, Carlos.
that
in
barrel.
The low tide, we're gonna get barrels because that's why I love so much this beach, because this beach break it's unbelievable, because in the low tide you can have another conditions, you can make something different. With the higher tide you can make another thing different. So you must always improve. When you have the first heat in the morning, you have one condition and you have to do and you have to think it over, and then after 2 or 3 hours you have to change your mindset so you can go and make anything different, because the ocean gives you different opportunities, different challenge, and you have to always think what I'm going to do now, because as you can see when we start at 8 a.m. we don't have any barrels. Now we have.
Yeah. It's the very many sides, the many faces of Praia Grande. A beach that's famous or infamous for changing conditions every like 5 minutes. It seems like I'm exaggerating, but sometimes I'm not.
No.
Sometimes
no,
it's really
not.
sometimes it's really in the 5 minute period it changes completely. And we've seen throughout these, we've been here for 4 days now, 2 days of the national tour and now 2 days with the European tour bodyboarding, and we've seen it all so far. We've seen it small, we've seen it big, we've seen it barreling, we've seen it soft, we've seen it heavy, we've seen it a little bit of everything here in Praia Grande.
For everyone, for everybody, for every people, we have everything for everyone.
For every shape and size and taste, Praia Grande has a way.
You name it, we have it.
Yeah, Praia Grande has a way for everyone.
Yeah. You want big, we have big.
Yeah. Meanwhile, that first wave of Pierre-Louis Coste, a 625. Nice score, nice important score for Pierre, who's starting things off with a solid score. And he needs to, because the competition here, especially theoretically, Armides Oliveiras, Alex Uranga, a little bit less Ervan Hammer, who is the less known, less experienced international rider of the lot, of these four guys. But if he's here in the quarterfinals, obviously he has the skills and the talent to progress. There are no pushovers in this phase of the competition. So we'll see what the Frenchman can do. The other Frenchman. There are 2 Frenchmen and 2 Spaniards on this heat. Interesting lineup there.
And Alex Uranga is almost like a veteran in this contest in Sintra. He knows quite a lot this wave, and this can I say this young generation, this coming up generation of Armides Oliveiras, and they are very strong and very talented people. But what can I say? Pierre Wiscos, Alex Uranga are Pierre and Alex.
Meanwhile, Alex Uranga.
Look, waiting, and then, bam.
Nice.
Nice,
clean roll. Competitive bodyboarding at its finest here with Alex Uranga, playing it safe, thinking about putting something on the scoreboard for now, and slowly building house to try and progress into the semis. Meanwhile, we're ready for a flash interview with the winner of the previous heat, Isaías Ferreira.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. How are the conditions? And you did 2 good waves, so talk a little bit of them.
Bom, as condições estão mega difíceis, muito difícil mesmo. Tipo, para passar o outside tá uma corrente muito forte e tá difícil para chegar lá dentro. Mas consegui pegar 2 ondas e pronto, é o que interessa para poder passar para a próxima fase. Estou muito feliz.
He said that the conditions are really tough. The current is really strong, so to get out there is really tough. But he managed to get 2 good waves and get 2 good scores. You've been living here for 4 years. Do you think that give you some advantage relatively to the other athletes, or?
Yeah, me sinto muito bem. Eu tenho treinado pouco, para falar a verdade. Eu estou feliz pelo resultado. E estou 4 anos vivendo aqui, já estou um pouco acostumado com a água, isso já é uma vantagem, acho eu.
Só 4
e pronto, vamos para a próxima fase.
He said that he's not practicing a lot, but he knows these waters and the waves really good, so he thinks he's a little advantage from the other athletes. Yeah, thank you and good luck for the rest of the event. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Thank you, Isaías. Meanwhile, with Alex Uranga's last wave, he got himself a 4. As I said, a small score, a roll, conservative surfing from Alex Uranga. He knows the importance of putting something on the scoreboard and securing him the 2nd position for now, of course. With Pierre Wiscos with a small advantage here with a 6.25. Thanks to that first backflip, that wave he got right from almost from the beginning, almost like immediately after the buzzard that started the heat. And whoa, Alex Uranga now with a huge roll. Sorry, Armides Oliveiras.
What I was
Armides
saying to you,
Oliveiras, not Alex Uranga.
This Spanish kid is very powerful. So, okay, Pierre is Pierre, Alex is Alex, but still in this heat.
No, Armides Oliveiras is a huge
Armides Oliveiras,
a former junior world champion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and he's gonna give him a lot of fight. We have 16 minutes. Of course, Pierre doesn't have a second backup wave, so he can't pull it off 6-7 or a backup flip for breakfast. But let's see now.
Yeah. with 60 minutes and something to go. Still a lot of heat to go, and but we're expecting some as it should with this kind of talent in the water. A very interesting heat we have on our hands. With meanwhile Pierre-Louis Coste claiming the claiming favorite here in this heat with a 6.25. The two-time world champion Pierre-Louis Coste, the flying Frenchman, posting a very good score. And talking about the devil, there he goes again.
There he goes.
With that speed, that usual style, and he's going for a huge invert. Whoa, Pierre-Louis Coste spreading the magic here, and it's not over yet. And another roll.
Once more.
Now that's going to be, and the spin, that's going to be better than that 625 for sure. The 625 is...
now look, he's looking
625 is going to be the backup score.
Go to the sand. Look. Okay.
Reverse.
No, it's for me, well, I think it's going to be to a roller. Let's see.
Look the way he gains some speed there, and unfortunately, that that trash can stops us from seeing the conclusion of that wave, but still a very complete wave from Pierre-Louis Coste. And
you see what I'm talking about?
That 625 is going to be the backup wave for sure.
Yeah. You see, look, Armin Oliveira on the top now.
Yeah, Armin Oliveira meanwhile got himself a back.
Only one ahead.
It's the backup 6 that wave we saw.
Yes, and he only have 150 as a backup wave, but still, we don't have the backup wave of Alex Uranga also, and meanwhile we don't have anyone from Ivan Emmer, so we must wait till the end.
Yeah.
But I believe. What do you think? The wave of Pierre 8?
Oh,
I don't know. What do you think? 8?
I'm calling it an 8 something.
8 something?
Yeah, that's my money on it. I'm putting my money on it.
I'm putting
8 something.
7 something. Let's see.
No, that was a huge invert.
Who get lost must pay
that was
coffee. Okay.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
Oh yeah. Oh nice.
I'm positive that's more than the 7.
And you know what?
We're playing judge here.
Yeah, we're playing judge. But
I'm calling it way more than the 7.
What I like so much
that was a huge invert.
In these sports is sometimes because I'm making this so much years ago. Okay, I must have to pay a coffee to Carlos.
I should have gone for lunch.
For a lunch, okay.
8.75 for Pierre-Louis Coste. Obviously, that huge, that invert was basically an 8, and the rest of the wave was that 0.75.
That's why I'm a photographer, not a judge.
Me neither. I'm not a judge, and I don't intend to be. But that was obviously, I've been watching my fair share of heats. Yeah, and so that was definitely a huge score for
sometimes for me when I'm on the sand and wherever I can to make photography these talented people and talented co-bodyboarders. Sometimes it's nice because I'm making these such a long years that sometimes I can see the wave and I can try imagine. It's not very difficult to see the rider and the wave we're gonna get. And in the end, what's going to pull it off? Of it's going to be a backflip or an invert?
How challenging
is it
because it's how challenging is it to photograph bodyboarding specifically?
Well, the challenge
it requires some technical knowledge of the sport. First of all, I
believe so. I believe so because when you're going to photograph bodyboard, I believe so. It's more easier when you are a bodyboarder. And sometimes you are a surfer. No, I'm not a surfer. I'm a bodyboarder. I'm proud of being a bodyboarder. I don't care about surf. I respect a lot my surfers colleagues. I love them, but I'm a bodyboarder until the end. And of course, when you know the sports, and I make these a couple of years now, going, and of course. I know a lot of these.
No, meanwhile, sorry to interrupt you, but Alex Uranga going for the RS. Alex probably heard that score from Pierre, and he knows he needs to do something pretty special, pretty quickly to try and to at least secure the second position, because Armides Oliveras has also a 7, and so this is going to be tight.
I believe he can change the 4, but no, but not the 680. What do you think? What do you think? He can change the 4.
Yeah, the 680 is going to be difficult. Yeah, but I think it's going to be
5.5.
Probably a 6.
A 6.
Probably 5 something, a 6 perhaps. Perhaps even a 6. He needs a 621 to jump into second. I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
No. And Armides Oliveras,
I suspect it won't, but we'll see.
But in these kind of situations now that we have today, and then we have sand, so of course we have to have the required equipment, and the lens is part of a photographer. But then we have to know the sports, have to know the lights. But still, it's good now when I know in person and here in the beach, talking with them and hang out with the riders, and sometimes it's easier to know them and see how is the spirit of them.
Oh well,
and
it was a 680 or 610.
I like 610.
610, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. So he changed the
Yeah,
4.
I said it was a 5 something or at least a 6. It's a 610, yeah. So he still needs a 621 to go into second. Meanwhile, Armides Oliveras has a 7 and a 6. That's going to be pretty hard to beat.
But I believe that Armides can change this 6 or even 7.
Yeah.
He's very talented.
No, obviously,
bodyboarder.
these guys are the creme de la creme in Europe and in the world. Some of the best riders in the world. And the conditions out there are difficult, of course, but the wave still is very powerful. It's a very bodyboarding friendly wave, and it provides power for some great moves.
And Pierre, he can change easily the 625 also.
Also,
he can improve it.
Or even the 875.
Or even the 875, of course. Or even the 875. And if you are watching from the beginning, you can see that only from the photographer point of view, the lights are always changing from 5 and 5 minutes, because we have clouds and we have the sun, then starts raining. So it's always very, very different challenge, always to change the settings in your camera, so you can make the best that you can for our sports, because it's our sports, can bring a lot of what the best we can do.
You've been photographing here in Sintra for 10 years now, at least professionally. Do you have a special photograph? You have a favorite photograph, a favorite moment after all these years? Difficult. Difficult to choose. It's like choosing. It's like choosing between your eldest son or your youngest.
yeah. Sometimes it's the one that no one is expecting, and some expressions on their face when sometimes they lose, sometimes they win, and sometimes they are waiting outside already in the sand and to see what is the last.
But you don't have a favorite picture.
No.
Throughout these 10 years, you can't.
No,
you can't
I
pick
cannot,
one.
because it's not going to be fair. Because I have so many of them, and I love.
Can I pick one?
Yeah, you can.
Can I pick one? I've been obviously working alongside you for the last 10 years, so I personally have a favorite one, which is a one with a heavy wave by Tristan Roberts.
Ah, yes.
There was a huge roll by a huge move by Tristan Roberts with perhaps one of the heaviest waves I've seen photographed here. Okay, and now we're going for a couple of waves we're going to watch on replay. Wave for Armides Oliveras. And Pierre Luis Coste.
What, this guy pulled it over?
Armides Oliveras with a huge roll, and I think this was the first wave of that was the 875. Yeah, the 875 for Pierre. That's a replay of the 875 from Pierre. Huge invert, then a roll, then a couple of spins onto the sand, but the damage was done on the outside. Already done on the outside.
Magician costs.
Look, the way you can see the way he tweaks his board to get those small variations when he plays with the rail in the bottom of the board to get some extra speed. That technique is incredible. Makes it look so easy. Meanwhile, Alex Uranga, nothing to write home about. Unfortunately for the Basque rider, and
bam, Alex.
IRS. This one was a more important wave for Alex Uranga. Still was not enough. We've seen this wave. It was not enough to propel him into the second. And Armides Oliveira with his barrel to roll combination. Yeah. So lots of waves written here, lots of good scores. Great bodyboarding show here in Sintra for this ETB European Tour Bodyboard stage here, included in this Sintra Pro Bodyboard Fest. An event, a mega event that is joining a big event that makes Sintra during this week the bodyboarding capital of the world.
What are you betting now, Carlos? If you can bet, what do you think?
If
Alex Uranga between Alex and Armide? What do you think, over? Do you think 621? What do you
I'm not going to bet on that because Alex can easily change things up. And Armide can, on the other end, Armides can even jump into first.
Yeah, I think, and even
if he gets the right wave.
Even so, Armide.
Meanwhile, it's Pierre-Louis Coste going for.
I believe so. It was Armides Oliveira.
Armides Oliveira, yes.
Yes.
It looked like yellow. It was white. Yeah.
Yeah.
With less than 5 minutes to go.
8.01 for Armide is not. Let's see what
this was a replay of a wave we didn't quite get from.
Oh yeah.
Yes. From unfortunately he missed that 360 on the lip.
Mr. Pierre Magician Costa, sometimes I call
I think that's Pierre just having fun now.
Yeah.
And we're watching Alex Uranga taking a look at that wave, or it was Ervan Amat.
So
I couldn't quite get it at the distance if it was blue or red. No, it was blue. It was Alex Uranga taking a look at that wave, but unfortunately it didn't pan out for him. Yeah. And Alex is kind of a spot with 3 minutes and something to go.
3 minutes to
leading
go.
a 6:21, which is a pretty attainable score for Alex. But still, in the context of this heat, it's definitely not going to be easy.
You just look to the scores of Alex Uranga, and you can see he's got 680 and a 610. So if a wave comes, he's gonna put all the money on that, and he's gonna pull it. But also, Armides Oliveira only has.
He just needs to
6.
do what he's been doing.
But listen, as you can see, Armides only have a backup one is 6, and so. Let's see on these 2 minutes, the two waves, if they are going to do it, I don't know. What's going to make it on the 2 waves of Alex and Armide.
Yeah, exciting finish for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be the last 2 minutes. What's going to happen?
Exciting finish of this heat.
Yeah.
The heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. As we're watching, oh no. It was Pierre-Louis Coste taking a look at this wave, but he deemed it unworthy of his efforts.
Yeah, but still, in almost changing now the tide, but you still back there. The waves are pumping.
Yeah,
they are
it's
strong.
pumping.
Yeah, this is strong waves, so they have to make a lot of effort and try to.
There he goes, Pierre-Louis Coste going for usual backflip.
Yeah, almost seems like easier to do.
Yeah,
right?
easy.
Yeah, it's very easy.
It's very
easy to watch. Yeah.
Sometimes I think he's even penalized because he, he goes for the backflip with such ease that sometimes the judges almost penalize him for it because for him it's so easy. They give him.
Look at this, bam.
Yeah.
I do a lot of this, but behind the ocean when I get beaten on my head, I make a backflip, ARS, everything in the same. So, and it's they are.
Then you wake up.
Yes, 1 minute to go, and
it's Alex Uranga's last wave. We didn't quite get it. Let's see the replay. He needs a 621, if I'm not mistaken. Huge IRS for Alex. Gets a little bit stuck there on the white water, but completes it. Let's see what the judges call it. Not sure. He's a 621. It was a huge backflip, but the conclusion was a little bit sketchy. Let's see. It's not an easy wave to score.
They're the ones that are going to
There goes Pierre-Louis Coste, Ubering out of the lineup. In Armides Oliveres for last try. Let's wait to see what if the scores. Okay, no. Let's go for a commercial break, and we'll be right back with you guys.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm back also in the booth, and I have the official results of the last heat. So the last wave for Alex Uranga was not enough. So the official results is that it will be PLC and Armides Oliveres advancing into the semifinals. Right now we do have in the water another heat, of course, the third one of the quarterfinals, and Anas Adar will be wearing the red singlet. Ooh, we've got a big barrel there. Is he coming out? No! What happened? It looked like it was under control. It was Michael Yancey threading the needle there on a Praia Grande tube, but unfortunately not finding the exit. What happened? So you already know that Michael Yancey is in yellow, and this is the replay of that wave. Look at Michael go pulling into the barrel. Oh, he draw a line, and then he got stuck there and was not able to generate enough speed to exit in the front of the spit there. Ooh, got a big roll closing out, a wave there for the rider in white. Probably you're gonna have a replay of the beginning of that wave. That was Joel Rodrigues there, already applying pressure against their fellow competitors. And yeah, Michael Yancey unfortunately not getting out of that barrel. This is the replay of that wave of white. Let's watch it. Nice drop there. Bottom turn into a big backflip, and he completes it. Was able to connect the wave to a very mushy white foamed inside, but finished up with a roll. And Joel Rodrigues is loving it. You can see it fist pumping there, and he's claiming it. Of course I would do too. Nice wave to start this heat off. Impressive start for the young Portuguese rider there, and he's able to already, he's going to post a big score at the beginning of this heat. And yes, unfortunately, Michael Yancey did not come out of that barrel, so these are the two waves ridden so far in this heat. Meanwhile, we have Yazdani Castro having a look at this left-hander. Here he goes, trying to find that section, but unfortunately for him, he closed it out.
So, I'm back after answering a small call of nature. So it's Joel Rodrigues, Michael Yancey, Yazdani Castro, Anas Adhar. Interesting stacked heat here, as all heats here at this phase, with the Portuguese young gun Joel Rodrigues, the Portuguese young phenom, taking charge of things with a 6.5 to start things off in this heat of the quarterfinals, and the Portuguese are putting a lot of stock on this young Portuguese rider from Povo de Varzim.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, third wave ridden in this heat, Yazdani Castro posted a 1-point ride. Did not find that section like I mentioned. Now it's up for Anas Adar, the Moroccan flying mosquito, to find his first wave in this heat. Looks like we have the flash interview ready with Mariana Guerreiro, with the winner of last heat. Take it away, Mariana.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. You did a huge effort. Do you want to talk about the wave?
Thank you. Yeah, this was a very important wave because it was difficult with Armin Soliver, the Alex Uranga. Those two guys are so good, and I knew it was going to be a very, very hard battle. And Erwan won this heat, so in the previous round, so I knew it was going to be difficult. But yeah, I'm happy. I got that wave for sure.
You've been living here for some years now. Do you think that it's an advantage relatively to another athletes or not?
Yeah, honestly, like this is the closest I feel to the closest event that I feel competing at home for sure. I live in Portugal for more than 10 years, and every time I come here, I feel the support from the locals, from the crowd, and that makes me happy. That makes me want to go further in the comp. And yeah, if I win again this event, it will be a victory for Portugal as well.
Yeah, congratulations and good luck for the semi-finals. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Mariana, and thank you, Pierre, for that incredible showmanship there on the previous heat.
Yes.
But now we're talking about this heat, and we're talking about, meanwhile, Joel Rodrigues from Portugal leading the charge here on this heat with, and meanwhile answering back, it's yellow
Michael Yancey from Peru.
Yes. Ooh, nice roll there. Huge roll for Michael, the Peruvian rider, with an incredible move, 575 and the 2. Not the highest scoring wave of the heat because that belongs to Joel Rodrigues, but still, due to the fact that he has 2 waves, still not such a strong backup with a 2, a weaker backup with a 2.5 wave, but still with 2 waves, he's leading the heat for now. And bad news for Yazdani Castro and Anas Adar. What's happening with the Moroccan riders today? Because Brahim Idouche, in a shocker of a heat, got knocked out, and now it's Anas Adar, a man who knows the sweet taste of victory here in Sintra. A couple of years ago, we won here the World Tour stage, having a little bit of a struggle here.
Yes, he's yet to find his first ride in this heat, but is still searching, is holding on to first priority, is assessing the lineup, trying to sit pretty where he thinks the waves will come his way, and this is the name of the game. You never know what you're gonna get, and it's kind of an instinct thing. You should bet where you should sit and wait for Mother Nature to throw something special your way. So far so good for the young Portuguese rider. João Rodrigues got that backflip and comboed it with a roll in the beginning of the heat, and is holding on right now to the best scoring wave of this heat so far. So let's see what João is gonna do to back up that wave or even improve it. 80 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time, and we already figured out the first four semi-finalists, and now we're gonna figure out two more.
Look, as we're seeing, Yazdani Castro, Costa Rican rider, with a wild combination here from Yazdani Castro, with a roll and then a huge IRS, and he's not finished yet. Going for another roll, hell of a wave for Yazdani, and he claims that he should, because it was incredible wave from the rider of Costa Rica,
100% correct. That is a crazy ride from Yazdani Castro. He looks pumped after that wave, and he throws a claim there. And I do love to see these riders pumped up. It's only the quarterfinals, and they want to reach as far as they can, of course. And Yazdani Castro doing a brilliant job on this last wave. Let's wait to see what the score is going to pop out in any second now. But is here representing Costa Rica, and is doing a great job. 2 years ago, Yazdani Castro got a third placement in the Sintrapro in the World Tour, and he probably loves this place so much that he came all alone here to compete in this ATB, because unfortunately, like we mentioned many times already, we do not have the men's division this year for the IBC World Tour stop here in Sintra. But it's great to see Yazdani Castro getting amongst the field of riders that are battling it out in this first time ever ETB stop here in Sintra.
Yeah, meanwhile we had a glimpse of Michael Yancey's wave there on the left-hander, but it was basically an in and out, so nothing worthy of replay, I think.
Yeah, I don't think so. Otherwise, the production would put that replay really quickly, as we see the pedal out the back from Yazdani Castro. Looks like he's getting a little bit of a lift from the current, but the set waves are still detonating there. Let's see if he can find a safe passageway into the outside, because that's where you lose all of your energy. And there are the headshots of the riders in this heat. Anas Adar in red. That face is familiar here. He won this event, not this event, but the Sintrapro event, the World Tour stage, a couple of years ago. João Rodrigues, the current national champion, is here representing Portugal in quite a fashion. Michael Yancey from Peru, he is one of the new guns in the Pro Junior men's division in the World Tour. And of course, Yazdani Castro, also no stranger to the game here, especially in Sintra. And he's trying to make a name for himself here in this ATB stop. Still waiting for that score, Carlos.
Yeah, and how cool is it to see young João Rodrigues, who a meteor in the bodyboarding scene here in Portugal. He come up onto the scene a couple of years ago and dominating the young competitions, the youth competitions here in Portugal, and then in a couple of years getting himself a national tour title.
Okay, that last score of Yazdani Castro just came in, and it's an 8-point ride. Excellent score for Yazdani Castro. I am not surprised, because it was a well-ridden wave, and he explored that wave to its maximum potential. And yeah, there you have it. Excellent score for Yazdani Castro. João Rodrigues, Yazdani Castro setting themselves apart with the highest scoring waves in this heat. Michael Yancey is still holding on to second place right now after this last wave of Yazdani, but is being closely followed by Joel, that only needs a 1.25. Anas Sadar still searching for his first wave.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Something wrong with American riders.
Nothing is wrong with this guy.
Nothing.
On a left-hander especially.
Still just a roll. The Brahimi Dush didn't got in sync with the waves during his heat. Pretty strange, pretty typical behavior from Brahimi Dush. And now Anas Sadar struggling a little bit, at least comparing with the performances of Yazdani Castro, Michael, and especially Joel Rodrigues and Michael Yancey. So strange, typical behavior from Anas Sadar, but he obviously is a one to watch, and he can change things at the drop of a coin, any moment now.
Yes, for sure. Last wave of and first wave of Anas Sadar is this one that we were watching in your screen, and he went for a roll there, 3.5. That's the score deemed for this left-hander, served by the athlete in red. Anas Sadar from Morocco is now left behind the pack in 4th position, where he was already standing, but he still remains there. Now he's on the hunt for a 4.26 to second, and we're almost halfway through the seat, and the standings so far are looking good for the Tico rider. That's what you call a guy that is born in Costa Rica, if you don't know, and their model, their country model is Pura Vida.
Pura Vida, yes.
I love it.
Yes.
Have you been to Costa Rica, Carlos?
Yes, I've been there like 15 years ago or something like that.
What did you enjoy most in your trip to Costa Rica?
That's hard call, because, but I would say basically the wildlife, the luscious forests there, the incredible, and the diversity of the environment, because it's a country that you have Atlantic shore and the Pacific shore, and it's such a small country but with such diverse conditions. And such biodiversity as well. Lots of animal species, insects, reptiles, lots of snakes as well. And the people are some of the nicest people I've encountered in my trips all over the world. Really nice people, for sure.
That's great. I had a chance to go to Costa Rica already 4 times, and I love the friends I have there, and I love the waves. Especially a place called Puerto Viejo, where a wave called Salsa Brava is, and I just love that wave. It just fits my surfing likes, let's call it like that. And yeah, definitely Costa Rica is one of the trips you should have on your wish list, for sure, if you're a bodyboarder, of course.
Joel Rodrigues having a look at that wave. Yes.
Not much there for Joel. He's on the hunt for his backup, and there's not a lot there for him on that left-hander. I don't know why he pulled the trigger on that wave, but he needs to do so. Probably pulled the trigger because he's feeling nervous watching the time pass by, because he caught that 6.5 in the beginning of the heat, like with still 23 minutes on the clock, and he hasn't yet looked at another wave, just this last one. So he wants to get busy. Looks like Michael Yancey went for a wave, and we will wait for the replay on that. But what is not stopping for sure is the clock there on the top left of your screen. 10 minutes remaining with a few seconds, and time is dropping very fast for these guys. Yazdani Castro also looking for a backup. Every single rider is looking for a backup. Anas Sadar is the only rider that's not holding on at the moment to a solid score, and wow, and he needs to get his campaign moving here, his strategy moving here, because Yazdani. Oh, what?
Something's wrong with Joel Rodrigues. I think he's injured.
No. The fin came off. The fin came off, and is putting back his fins.
Is that it?
Hopefully. Oh.
No, I think there's something wrong.
No, but he posted a 5.75.
Yeah, he posted 5.75, and
I think it's
something's wrong. I don't know if physically, if it's something with his
I don't think so.
Fin.
Joel is a strong kid. I think that if his flipper came off, and he's just putting it back on, or ripped apart, and he wants a new pair of flippers. If
it just came off, he could have put it back still in the water.
Sometimes with current is hard, huh? It's not the easiest task. But maybe he took this wave all the way to the shore and might as well come
still
out.
He got himself a 575.
Oh, yes, Dani Castro out the back.
Dani Castro.
Roll.
Ooh, heavy roll there.
Ooh, super heavy. So heavy that he was not able to hold on to his board. Looks like he was completing that, but explosion just ate him up. And this is the replay of...
João Rodrigues? Is that it?
Ooh, must be. Oh, big roll there for Joel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But still something happened there.
Okay, there he goes.
Figure out what it was.
He looks well.
Yep. Not sure.
Ooh, he's saying he needs to change something. Maybe his board snapped. Okay, he's still going on the wave. Does he still have his fin on?
It was his fin. I have the information it was his fin.
Yeah. It's out. See?
Yeah.
So might as well bring it to shore. Take it easy. Yeah. I'm calm. I'm collected. I know what I'm doing. It's just the fin. Don't worry. And yeah, this wave is going to help his campaign. 5-7-5. He assumes the lead in this heat. So far so good for the young Portuguese rider.
Still 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, the current national champion is leading this one. Dani Castro now finds himself in second. His backup score is now a 1.6 on that last wave effort. He tried to go for a big roll. He would get a big score on that wave there. But unfortunately for Yazdani, he was not able to hold on to his board and felt the wrath of the Praia Grande shore break on his back.
Yeah, it's a heavy wrath to feel. That's for sure.
Indeed.
7 minutes to go. João Rodrigues leading the charge here, professionally at least, while Dani Castro is sitting with an 8 and a 1.6 as a backup wave, so he only needs a 4.25 to jump again into first place. And meanwhile, Michel Yancy and Ana Zadar are looking for something. Let's see if it's Dani Castro. So as I was saying, Michel Yancy looking for a 386, and Ana Zadar, a man who already won here a couple of years ago in the Sintra Portugal Pro World Tour event. So a man who is familiar with the taste of victory here in Sintra, only with a 3.5 and the 1. So pretty unusual performance by Ana Zadar.
Ooh, backflip there by Ana Zadar. I just saw it from afar.
Yeah.
Typical. I think I could have recognized the rider just by watching that move. Meanwhile, we have the wave being ridden at the moment. Huge roll there by Dani Castro. And he's going, no, he did not reach that end section in time, but I think the damage was done in that previous section. Really great wave exchange at the moment. We want to see the replays of both the rider in red and in blue, just to suss out who is taking better of this wave exchange. Meanwhile, the scores are going to speak for themselves, Carlos,
because
for sure.
Unfortunately, we don't have the replays.
Okay. Let's wait for the scores then. Dani Castro for sure is going to bump up into the lead. That was a big roll, and he only needs a 4.25. I think that score is totally guaranteed with that move. And Ana Zadar was looking for a 6.11. This is
watching Michel Yancy. Oh, the frustration of the Peruvian rider.
Yes, indeed. That was not a wave that he wanted to have or wanted to catch, but only after you catch it, you know if it's that wave that you are looking for. Look at the low tide just skimming the bottom here of Praia Grande as you can watch those currents there. And the inside, they don't look pretty. And just for you to have a sense of the energy in the ocean at the moment as this new swell is filling in the west coast of Portugal. And wow, Praia Grande is always Praia Grande. Praia Grande is like the swell magnet here in Portugal. So every bit of swell will rock up to this beach in full force, and especially if it's from the westerly direction. The more westerly it is, the more power and energy will bring into the shore and will rock up the sand bottoms. 4 minutes remaining, Carlos. What do you see on the scoreboard?
It's Dani Castro naturally coming in first after that 8-point try. They now joining with a 4.5 on that huge roll we just saw a couple of moments ago. João Rodrigues 6.5, 575. He left the water with some issues with his equipment. Hannes Zadar 535 due to that 535 after that huge backflip he just did a couple of minutes ago as well, and the 3.5 as a backup. Now he needs a 6.9 to jump into second, and finally Michel Yancey with a 575 and a 2 needing a 6.5 to try and attack that second place, that Grand Sim qualification for the semi-finals.
Yes, the two top riders will grab those seats into the semi-finals here, and unfortunately for the two other riders in the seat, the fourth and fourth placements here, will mean they will get knocked out of the competition. But still, quarterfinals in an ETB stop full of international stars is a brilliant result for any of these riders here competing in Sintra. So everyone is pretty much happy already with their results here. But of course, everyone wants to progress and advance as further as they can. Right now, looking pretty in first place is Yazdani Castro, like you mentioned, Carlos. But wait a second. Ooh, João Rodrigues blocking off Michel Yancey on this wave to go for this huge roll
by João Rodrigues.
João Rodrigues, great strategy here. He knows that Michel is very dangerous on the right-handers, so he went for it, not allowing Michel to get that 6.5 and take away the second place away from João Rodrigues. So strategy is starting to play off here while we were watching Anas Sadar trying to bring this wave all the way to the inside. What did he do on the outside, Carlos? That's what we want to know.
If we have a replay, but still hugely intelligent tactical play by João Rodrigues, who even got himself a bonus of getting an awesome roll, their heavy roll for João Rodrigues. That might even come in as one of his two best waves. Let's see how the judges deem it.
Yeah. So we've got two waves waiting to be scored. João Rodrigues is right there. You can see João Rodrigues blocking off Michel Yancey. Michel was preparing for a launch pad there, but utilizing priority, João Rodrigues goes for that launch pad and busts a big roll there. Meanwhile, this is the last wave of Anas Sadar, roll with the 360. I do not believe this is the wave that he's looking for. Will not be enough for him to attack the second place position. Yes, he was on the hunt for a 6.9. And this is the last wave of Yazdani Castro, Carlos.
Yes, he's going for the left-hander. And unfortunately, he got a little bit too late for the section and not able to complete any moves.
25 seconds on the clock. Yazdani Castro is still leading this one on the strength of an excellent score, 8-point ride and a 4.5. João Rodrigues looks like that last roll didn't make any difference in his top two scores. He still remains in second. Anas Sadar still searching for that 6.9. It's not, I don't think that last score dropped, or even if it dropped, didn't factor into his top two scoring waves. And Michel Yancey blocked by João Rodrigues there, playing full-on strategy, utilizing priority, knowing that Michel Yancey is very dangerous on those right-handers. He was preparing something big, probably to attack that second place occupied by João Rodrigues. João Rodrigues utilizes his priority, fences him off, pushes him inside of the wave per se, and attacks it with a roll. Didn't make any difference that wave for João, but probably would make a big difference for Michel Yancey. Unfortunately, Michel getting knocked out of the competition alongside Anas Sadar, advancing into the next round.
The semis, which is a huge result for João Rodrigues, the young Portuguese national champion. that got himself a very important result, and is going to, of course, have the opportunity to fight for a place in the finals.
Yes, exactly. Winning that heat, of course, it was Yazdani Castro de Tico representing Costa Rica. Guys, don't go anywhere. Stick with us. We still have a last quarter final to be decided right after this commercial breaks.
Ui, mas não só isto quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Welcome back, guys. We are here once again in the booth, waiting patiently for this last quarterfinal to unfold. I'm Nuno Cardoso. Next to me is Carlos Mariano. But more important, in the water, we already have some action and some real plays to show you. So let's jump straight into the water and watch out what went on during the commercial break.
Yeah, don't waste any time now and go to the water.
Yes, exactly. Ooh, there we have it. The beautiful lineup of Praia Grande here.
Not wasting any time as well. Dave Hubbard with a 575 now, as we see on this replay.
Here he goes. Ooh, big roll there on the open pocket there and completing
Two nice rolls.
Yeah, completing that wave with another roll. So nice right there for the Hawaiian 575. It's probably, comparing it to other heats, probably going to be a keeper for Dave Hubbard. So nice way to start the heat. Elias Osmu. Wow.
Elias Osmu. The Spanish rider with although with Moroccan background. Elias Osmu. We got also Silvano Lourenço, experienced Portuguese rider, a former champion of the ETB, and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera from Spain.
There goes Jorge. And
speaking of the devil, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera.
You can see Jorge from afar. He brings always that decolorated hair, that blonde Eminem hair. And of course, if you don't know Jorge Hernandez by now, you should check him out because he is the current World Junior Pro Champion. And he's defending his title this year once again.
Yeah.
So this is one of the new kids on the block per se, and I really enjoy how Jorge Hernandez is making his way through this ETB and of course as well in the IBC World Tour, not only in the Pro Junior division but also in the men's division.
Yeah.
So Canary Islands must be proud of their new generation coming up in the ranks here of the international stages.
And Silvano Lourenço, the experienced Portuguese rider, unfortunately with a spin that gets a little bit short there. And as you were saying, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, a flamboyant style in and out of the water. The Spanish rider from the Canary Islands he's been posting some very interesting scores here, very interesting performances here in the ETB, and he might be a serious threat to be on the semifinals of this event. Let's see what this heat has in store for us.
Yes, of course, 25 minutes. It's the official time for every single heat on this second day of the ATB, finals day. And the conditions remain multiple peaks. Top two scores will go into be your total score, and top 2 riders will advance into the next round, and the other 2 riders unfortunately will get knocked out of the competition. 5-point ride for that last wave of Jorge Hernandez. And meanwhile, we have Silvano having a look at another one. Ooh, barrel time. Does he come out? And he does.
Whoa, nice.
Nice tube time there for Silvano. He's one that knows tubes. Ooh, and another tube for Dave Herbert. Coming out of that tube with a roll, forward spin, and he's out of there. Wow, what a great wave exchange this last waves of yellow and red, Carlos.
2 guys who know barrels inside out. Silvano
and
Lourenço, a local of Super Tubos, one of the best beach breaks in Europe or even in the world. And here's Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. Unfortunately, the wave didn't pan out for him. And of course, Dave Hubbard, someone who knows, who has his times in barrels, or he was a local of Pipeline. Meanwhile, we're going for the flash interview with Mariana Guerreiro, interviewing the winner of the previous heat.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with the winner of the last heat. How was the conditions?
Bueno, las condiciones están bastante difíciles, la verdad. Hay mucha corriente y cuesta un poco entrar. Hay unas bombas también.
He said the conditions are really tough. There's a lot of current, so it's really tough to get in. How are the waves compared to Costa Rica, where you surf normally?
Bueno, la verdad que las olas sí se parecen un poco a donde yo vivo. Normalmente no están tan grandes, pero sí es bastante parecido. Yo vivo en un beach break también, entonces se parece bastante.
He said that the waves are kind of the same, but it's usually smaller in Costa Rica, so he's not used to big waves, but the conditions are similar. Do you want to thank someone at home?
Sí, claro, un saludo a toda mi familia, a mi hija en especial, que la extraño mucho, y a todas las personas que me apoyaron para llegar hasta acá, mi novia, a todos mis amigos, pura vida.
Congratulations and good luck for the semi-finals. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mariana. And
meanwhile, what a huge roll! You guys saw just what a huge roll by Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. What a moment here in Praia Grande.
Yes, for sure. This is the replay of that wave, and there you have it. Jorge Hernandez lining up for that big section. And I don't know how in the hell did he hold onto his board, and he claims it. He should claim it, because this is a big, powerful roll there on that section. And as you can see, Dave Herbert having a look at this wave and being spit by the barrel on the left and the oncoming. And there's a lot of action. Look how good it looks right now. Carlos, all of a sudden it looks like Praia Grande turned on. We've seen barrels and big rolls. Dave Herbert just posted a 7-point ride with that barrel to roll. Silvano Lourenço posted a 4-point ride with that barrel, and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera with that roll, a 6.10, probably getting his score a little bit chopped off because of the reception, because he got stuck a little bit. Ooh, invert there by Elis Osmo.
Yeah, unfortunately not sticking it.
Wow.
I'd say that the judges were a bit stingy with that roll by Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. What a moment.
It was an heavy section. It was not easy to come in front of the white foam where he hit that section, but
still,
he held on to his board for dear life, and he completes that ride. So very important wave there for Jorge. He now assumes the second place position a little bit strongly, because he joined that 610 with his previous best scoring wave, that is a 5. Now it's his backup, and he is there sitting a bit more closer to Dave Herbert, that now and still is leading this heat, because that last wave of Dave Herbert, not the last, but the previous wave with the barrel to roll, came out as the highest scoring wave of this heat, a 7-point ride, Carlos.
Yeah, huge pressure now on. Whoa, as we're seeing, come on, what is? Who is this kid?
This is the world champion.
Whoa, I never thought he would stick that move. Incredible. Heavy wave, basically maneuvering under the lip and surviving that oh, come on. What a wave.
That was a
What a
heavy
performance
section.
from the young Spanish
Super
rider.
heavy section, and he completes that pretty fast, showing control. And it looks like we are having David Hubbard completing a ride there. We're gonna wait for the replay of the beginning of that wave. And wow, what a wave exchange you've been seeing in this quarterfinal. Looks like none of these riders want to leave that space
Dave
open.
Hubbard.
This is the replay of the last wave of red. Big backflip there. Cuddy there.
Come on.
Check turn just to make sure he does the transition into the inside with his forward spin and goes for another roll. And is there more there? Come on, David Hubbard, you've already done enough. And let's wait for that score. If he's got a
What
7,
class act.
he's going to have a higher score, in my opinion, with this last wave. And we can't wait to see the score, of course, of the last wave of Jorge Hernandez. His last 2 waves coming from behind the section, you know, backdooring those waves and timing the lip perfectly in one of the most heavy sections that have been hit by riders in this competition, and he's able to hold on to his board in both moves. The first one was a roll, and then the second one a backflip. Looked like he was getting stuck in the lip, but he really popped up in front of the foam like really fast.
Yeah,
there was
I don't know.
There was no doubt that he
Yeah,
completed
yeah.
that
But
whatsoever.
I was going to swear for a moment there, for half a second there, I thought he was going to be obliterated by the wave, but then he suddenly appeared in front of the white water, and it was just like a magic moment for the young rider who got himself an 8 with that wave.
I'm not surprised.
Well
Excellent
deserved.
score there for Jorge Hernandez in that last left-hander backflip on a very heavy section. Meanwhile, David Hubbard, 7.25 with that 3-move combination of a backflip into a forward spin and a roll to finish it off. And he gets back into the lead. This is an awesome battle between Jorge and David Hubbard. They've been exchanging first place to second place, and we still have more than the half of the time in this heat. I can wait to see what these guys are going to do on the next waves, because now they can go for broke, because they are already guaranteed 2 solid scores next to their names, and it's up to Silvano Lourenço and Elias Osmo to try and change what the hell is going on in the leadership.
Because they're both in combo situation, in combo land, needing a 14.10 to go into second place. It's incredible performances. A duel of 2 completely different generations with a young gun Jorge Cabrera and the legend Dave Hubbard. What a heat.
I don't know what Jorge had for breakfast this morning, but he's charging the heaviest shore breaks of the day there. He's in the heaviest section of the beach, which is that sand bank, which is pretty much shallow right now. There must be like 30 centimeters of water max there, and he's going for broke on those sections. Those are back-breaking sections, and he's going for them like it's nothing. But he comes from front on. Come on.
Yeah.
This
All,
is
that puts it all
probably
in
nothing
place.
for him. It's
That
like
puts it all in perspective. Right?
Yeah, and it's just like the bottom
Average
there is
waves.
sand.
Average waves.
So why not risk it? And he wants to know his situation. He should be able to listen that he's holding on to the best scoring wave of the moment so far in this heat. 8-point ride, getting into the excellent range, and I'm not surprised. That was very heavy section, and he performed very well on it, risking it all, and the risk was rewarded. Meanwhile, we are still watching Silvano Lourenço getting out the back, struggling a lot with currents and the short break there. I think he was not on the outside after that barrel ride. So you can see how much time consuming it was for Silvano to get out the back. Meanwhile, David Hubbard is also getting out the back, and out the back some more foams breaking, which means we've got more sets coming, Carlos.
Yeah. And I really am at awe of these two riders, Dave Hubbard and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. What incredible bodyboarding show they've been providing us throughout this heat. But I'm still curious, with 10 minutes and something to go, I think this isn't over yet. And they can, now that they have secured basically their progression into the semis, I'm pretty curious what they have still in store for us. What can they pull out of their hats until the final moments of this heat?
Exactly. Look at Jorge Hernandez there, searching still on the lineup for some more waves. Please, Jorge, conserve your energy. It looks like you're advancing into the semifinals, which will go on today. And you still have the Pro Junior Men's competition to unfold this next week. So
he's young, he has energy.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing like being 17 and being pumped up all day long. And yeah, it's really great to watch this young Canarian rider here busting out some incredible moves in the heaviest sections there are here to offer. And he's holding on strongly to that second position, which will allow him to access the semifinals. Dave Hubbard is in first place, and he wants also a ticket to those semifinals. We have the information here from the direction that we will stop. We will have a break of 20 minutes after this heat, and then we will resume competition into the semifinals, of course. So after this heat is finished, we will have a stop of 20 minutes. Probably you will be entertained with the highlights from yesterday, the heat recaps of the best moments of today, and of course some lovely advertising that serves for us to pay the bills. Without our sponsors, we would not be here, so we need to take time to give him time to shine as well. While there's a little bit of a lull in the action, we would like to thank, of course, and forever, para siempre, toujours, the Câmara Municipal de Sintra, the Sintra Council, for supporting bodyboarding 27 years straight, as this is the 27th edition of the Sintrapro. This year we have the addition of having the national circuit, the European tour here, joining the structure of the famous Sintrapro festival. And it's a pleasure to be here with you, Carlos Mariano, for the, I don't know.
Likewise.
More than a decade here, and almost 2 decades for sure that we be being part of this professionally, of course. Because fan-wise, I've been coming to this event since day one. I was only 17 years old the first time I went here, and it was a great time.
I was only 17.
I bungee jumped here for the first time.
Really?
I don't know, remember the year that they put the crane here,
Ah,
and you can bungee jump for free.
Yes.
Compliments of the Sintra Council. And did you remember the market with all of the brands?
Of
and
course.
before the market was not so globalized, and you would see like for the first time the new models of the brands, and you will get to check out Mike Stewart and Ben Severson would bring their boards, and sometimes you would be able to buy the boards off of them. And this would be like a huge market, you know.
Pretty special.
And all of the vibe and energy surrounding Sintra has always been great. And this is why this event still stands tall, because the energy that was built up from those early days is still present to this day. And I'm kind of sad that the aura around the Sintrapro has dropped a little bit, because we are missing the festivities that happened outside of the competition itself, and that's something the production needs to bring back, I would say.
Yeah. It's I guess the age of the internet brought us some new challenges. We lost some things, but on the other hand, we won this gained this incredible capability of bringing this bodyboarding show to all of you all over the world. and that's I'd say that's a good trade. Win some, lose some, but still, yes, that would be a good idea for the organization to bring back a little more of that life we had here in Sintra, in Praia Grande, during the Sintra Pro event.
For Shizzle Manizzle, 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on this one. Looks like the boys done all the work in the beginning of the heat, and now they're taking it easy, and they feel like being a little bit more calm right now and choosing wisely the waves that come their way. Jorge is holding on to priority, of course trying to fence off Silvano and Elias, but both Silvano and Elias are in combination situation at the moment, so they would need a combination of two waves.
And with less than 5 minutes to go, it's going to be pretty hard.
Yes, I agree with you, Carlos.
Dave Hubbard.
Invert.
Huge invert.
And lands it.
Stylish
What now,
as usual.
Mr. Judges? What now? We want to see where this score is going to go. Dave Hubbard putting on a clinic here. Look at those scores. He's got 2 7s, and this wave is not going to be shy of a 7 for sure. We'll have to wait and see what kind of score the judges are going to put into the system. And as soon it's punched in and locked in, we will find out there on the leaderboard. 4 minutes remaining, guys. Looks like it's Dave Hubbard and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera advancing into the next round, because I have to agree with you, Carlos. It's going to be pretty difficult for Silvano and Elias to have time to clock in 2 waves under their belts. And yeah, this is what it is. Dave Hubbard and Jorge started early, started strong. That gives them confidence, boosts them up, and then after that, even start building a higher fence. And
7.4 for the last wave of Dave Hubbard.
Exactly. Even increments his lead. And he's paddling out the back. Doesn't need to. Look how cool, calm, and collected is Dave. Going out the back once again like a stroll, like
a legend.
There I go, trying to post another 7. I've got 3 already. At the moment, Dave Hubbard has a 7-point ride to throw away. 3 minutes remaining. Looks like Dave was paying attention to the time and say,
It looks like he's playing slot machines.
Yeah.
He wants a 3-7.
Should I go to the outside or just keep my body warm up for the semifinals here while paddling and duck diving? That's the question. Meanwhile, ugly set out the back, which will bring more waves in the direction of Dave Hubbard, who's trying to paddle out the back. But it's good news for the riders waiting in the lineup. They will probably have a chance to catch another wave within the time remaining, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's more of a academic at this point, with Silvano Lourenço and Elias Osmo mathematically don't have a chance right now. With 2 minutes and something to go, they would need 2 high-scoring waves, and so it's not possible. It's not possible for them to get those waves. Dave Hubbard and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera basically destroyed this heat, and although Silvano Lourenço and Elias Osmo made Elias Osmo and Silvano Lourenço's task basically impossible right now, which is incredible performances.
I must admit, I love Dave Hubbard's style. Look at him, cool, calm, collected, paddling out the back. He knows that probably he will not get there in time to catch another wave, but he's still paddling, trying maybe to figure out how much time did it took me to get that wave and paddle out back for the semi-final heat. And wow, what an incredible performance by the Y, and what an incredible performance as well by the young Canarian rider Jorge Hernandez, the current World Junior Champion.
I say he's now reached the lineup, and I think there's still time for a wave.
I'm gonna eat my words out.
Yeah.
Probably Dave is gonna post another 7.
Yeah, the
just
way
to shut me up.
The way he reads the lineup and battles out with such, as you said, so so calmly, but so effectively. It's a testament to the incredible ability and experience of this 10 times world champion.
Drop knee, that is.
On the drop knee, of course.
Silvano Lourenço having a look at this left, going for a roll, getting stuck on the completion.
Yeah.
You can see some frustration there for Silvano. He's not happy with his performance, of course, but nevertheless, he's got a quarterfinal finish, equal 9th place here in the ATB, and that's a great result for Silvano that's been a little bit away from competition lately, and coming back to this international European stage amongst riders from all over the world. This is a great result. Also, Elias Osmuth getting knocked down of this competition, and as we already announced 4 minutes ago, David Hubbard and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera advancing into the semifinals. There you have it. You have all of the semifinalists lined up for their respective heats. We already announced it, but we're going to say it again. We're going to have a 20-minute break before we resume competition here in Praia Grande with the semifinals. So guys, keep tuned, don't go anywhere. It's just 20 minutes while we'll put some food in our bodies, come back stronger, more mentally fresh as well to be commentated here, and also give a well-deserved rest to our athletes.
Yeah, and we'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere, guys.
Live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Get a nice section and find a clean lip to hit, and very happy to land it because the landings aren't easy right now. So I was very happy.
Yeah, now in the semis, what are the goals and expectations for this heat?
Yeah, well, you know, the competition's getting harder and harder. The best guys are advancing. So, you know, in that heat, I kind of thought to myself, I need 2 7s. But in the semis, I think I'll need at least one excellent score. So I'm hoping to get an excellent score in the semis.
Yeah, you did great. Congratulations and good luck for the semis.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
And we're back to live action with the first heat of the semi-finals, starring Pierre-Louis Coste, Isaías Ferreira, Helder Mendes, and Armides Oliveira. What a heat we have on our hands here, Nuno.
Yes, indeed. We are back here in the booth, and the riders are back in the water after a well-deserved 20-minute rest. Looks like the Frenchman already opened up the scoring board there with a 1-point ride. That's not the wave he wants to look for, but nevertheless, the name of the game is getting busy in applying pressure to the rest of the field here. The conditions remain similar, the same as you watch a sailing boat out the back venturing down south, which I take my off to, because sailing with fog and this strong seas are not for everyone, of course.
Not for the faint of heart, for sure.
Okay, one Portuguese, one Spaniard, one Brazilian, and one Frenchman, as you can notice as well. And already we have a pretty solid international field competing here in Sintra for this ETB tour, and we are already unfolding the first semi-final of the competition and of the day, of course. And we will find out who are going to be the first two finalists of this ATB tour. Open men's division, of course. 25 minutes is still the official time on the clock for these heats. Probably the final will be a little bit more, but oh,
Helder Mendes going for broke on this wave.
Late drop there and pulling into the barrel, and there was not much more there. And Disha knows it and needs to pedal out the back to get to the outside as fast as he can, trying to redeem himself from this wave choice. This is the first wave from White PLC. Having a look at this left-hander, but letting it go. Analyzing quickly that end section was not providing the potential he was looking for. And right now, the seas are relentless, Carlos. Set after set out the back.
It looked like, before the intermission, it looked like the ocean was dropping a little bit on the swell, but I think it was just an illusion of the, or effect, not an illusion, it was effect of the low tide. But now that the tide is coming up again, the waves are coming in again here at Praia Grande, and it's absolutely pumping out there. So hard times for our bodyboarders, but on the other hand, lots of scoring opportunities as well, as we're watching here the replay of a wave of Pierre-Louis Coste with the usual backflip action from the Frenchman.
This is going to be a very interesting first solid score to set the tone here in this first semi-final. Let's see what the judges are going to reward Pierre for this last wave effort, the backflip that he goes to constantly. Let's see if this go-to move is still impressing the judges. And of course, like I mentioned, it's going to be the first solid score of this heat, and it's going to set the tone throughout this heat and letting the guys know what the judges are looking for in terms of action and performance in this semi-final. Looks like with this stop that we did a reset, and let's see who is on form, who got their deserved rest and wants badly to go to the final here. 6-point ride, Carlos, for this last wave of Pierre.
Yes, with a total 7, because he only has a 1-point backup wave, and this is going to be a very, very demanding heat. Look at those waves.
Yes, and they've been non-stop, which is good for the riders to have opportunity to catch a wave, but also is going to be very demanding for them to paddle out the back into the lineup. And you need to conserve your energy if you want to discuss a win in this event here. Okay, so far so good for the Frenchman, setting himself apart from the rest of the other riders that already caught a wave. Isaías Ferreira had a look at this left-hander. Unfortunately for him, that was not the wave he was looking for, so he let that one go. and only posted 0.75. So still plenty of time on the clock. Looks like finally the sets are giving a break on the outside. Huge waves are breaking on the outside, reforming into the inside. We still got a little bit of movement out there on the horizon, but not as much as this first 5 minutes, Carlos.
Definitely. So meanwhile, we're having lots of waves here to ride, but it's always the same deal. You have to be wise on the way you choose them, and there's a lot of basically huge walls crashing from left to right all over the beach, and it's not going to be easy to select the right ones. Meanwhile, Pierre-Louis Coste found himself a good wave where he backflipped of. Where have we seen that before? And he goes for the backflip like any other rider goes for the roll, and he's wisely, intelligently got himself a 6, a first solid score. As we're watching now, Armides Oliveira, young talented rider from going for the roll, a young talented rider from Spain, from the Canary Islands, putting something on the scoreboard. He knows he has to do that quickly enough so it doesn't have to depend on some more waves, more on the final stretch of the heat. Now that we have still 17 minutes or something to go, and there it goes. Disha again, the Portuguese rider. Will he come out of that barrel ride? No, unfortunately not. Almost looked like he would. I recall that Eldermans Disha, as he's well known in the Portuguese bodyboarding scene, already had an excellent barrel ride before today in one of his previous heats, and he was trying perhaps to emulate that performance here, but unfortunately the wave basically closed out on him, and it's the difference sometimes between a barrel and a closeout is just a matter of exiting or not.
Yeah, that was a airdrop there, late airdrop for Eldermans. Once again, his first wave happened the same thing to him. He's looking for those heavier waves, which is good for his intentions, but waves got an intention of their own, and not giving Elder the space or the opportunity he was looking for on those specific waves. Meanwhile, we've got Isaías Ferreira having a look at this left-hander, crumbling there, but he still goes for a big, huge backflip and completes it. Wow! I told you, Isaías is back in the international game, and he's killing it, and this is just living proof that he is up to the task. Meanwhile, Armides Oliveira has just dropped the 4.25 on that last wave, and this is the replay of that big backflip.
Had such a ball, such a ramp, that it was basically begging him to do something special there, and he did.
Okay, there's the answer from the rider in blue. I do believe it's Armides Oliveira going for the big invert there.
Nice.
And stomping it. Wow. Okay, that was quick. Last ride of red, Isaías Ferreira, 8 point in the excellent range. I have to agree with the judges. That was excellent reading of that wave, and also execution of that backflip. Super clean. The wave was not super clean, but he did a clean move. Okay, this is that wave of Armides Oliveira. Carlos, what did you see here?
Replay, nice speed, hitting that section perfectly on time, tweaking that invert perfectly as well. Nice one from Armides Oliveira.
Former junior world champion as well. He got that title in Portugal, in Viana do Castelo, a couple of years ago. So this is one of the athletes to look out for.
Yeah, Luis Coste answering back.
No, it's Zelder.
Sorry, it's Eldermans.
Yes, this is Disha replying there, going for a roll of his own. He was on the hunt for that wave, finally for a completion. He still have 15 minutes on the clock, so still plenty of time for Disha. And this is the replay. Yeah. Once again, the wave there opening up, and he going now for a through the lip roll there and completes it.
And now, yes, Pierre-Louis Coste.
Okay, stalling there, eye line, releasing the rail now, going for a backflip once again. What else? And completing it. Okay, 2 for 2 for Pierre-Louis on these last two waves. Let's see what kind of score the judges are gonna give him. Meanwhile, Armides Oliveros for that invert 4.2 assumes second place position at the moment, but I do believe that with this last wave of Pierre, we're gonna see a change in the situation. Meanwhile, Herder Mendes 5.5 on that last wave of roll, and he moves up to third momentarily. Let's wait for the score of the last wave of Pierre, and just dropped.
Yeah, it's a 7.
7
so
points.
6 and a 7 puts Pierre-Louis Costa solidly in first place, since Isaías Ferreira has obviously the highest scoring wave of the heat, but only with a .75 as a backup that he obviously is going to replace before the end of the heat. At least there are no there's no lack of waves, so Isaías Ferreira basically has to catch a wave to replace that backup score. Armides Oliveira with a 4.5 and a 4.20, and Elder Mendes with a 5.5 and 1.90. As we see, Isaías Ferreira hunting for that backup wave he needs, and it looks like it's going to be a huge invert, and he loves it.
God, Isaías putting on an absolute clinic, getting in sync with Praia Grande here. His first wave was a no-go, 0.75. His second wave, 8 point. And this one, I'm going to risk it's going to the excellent range as well.
Yeah.
It was a grower. And you can see here, Isaías drawing the eye line right now. He sees the oncoming session, releases it, and goes for the huge invert, tweaking his board, letting that foot up in the air, and then after the completion and in the air, claiming it and saying, "Here's Johnny."
Yeah, perfectly timed by the Brazilian rider. Excellent the way he read the wave, and the execution obviously perfect as well. And we have a heat that's worthy of these semifinals.
Yes, for sure. What a great performance by the Brazilian here. Probably was listening to us about us wanting him back in the World Tour, and he says, really? So I'm gonna get it up a notch and post up eye scores so people get convinced that I really deserve to be here. And we already know Isaías, of course, is one of the top guns in the bodyboarding world. Unfortunately, in the last years, he was not able to follow the World Tour. And yeah, 7.25 for that invert. And he assumes, once again, the leader position in this heat, leaving now Pierre-Louis Costas in second, and Armides Oliveros in third, and Elder Mendes in fourth place. Armides is now looking for 8.75, and Elder looking for a 7.5, Carlos.
And you know you have a special heat on your hands when the second place rider has a 7 and a 6. That means something for sure. So bad news for Armides Oliveros and Elder Mendes, who are now feeling the pressure with this incredible performances by Isaías Ferreira and Pierre-Louis Costa, basically dominating this heat with still 10 minutes and something to go. This is going to be a huge score for Isaías Ferreira and Pierre-Louis Costa. Is going to be of huge importance, I was saying, for them to try and reach the finals. Let's see how Armides Oliveros and Elder Mendes answer back to that performance by these two riders.
Okay, we need to wait and watch. We already saw Elder Mendes posting an 8-point ride today in previous rounds, so he's capable and able, otherwise he won't be here in the semi-final. And here he goes, dropping this one, accentuated bottom turn, but the wave did not offer the opportunity that Disha was looking for, so he lets that one go. Meanwhile, we have now Armides Oliveros with priority, but it is Pierre that is having a look at this wave, but decides to let it go as well. So yeah, I think you need to be wave picking, you know, having a look and paddle for a couple, so you know if you should go or not, or even go on a wave and try and see if something builds up. I think this is the case of most of these riders in these previous heats, and in this in particular, you need to catch a wave and then see what it offers. And in the case of Isaías Ferreira, his last 2 waves were completely amazing, but the job was done entirely by him. He exploited those critical areas the best way he could, and the judges saw that and rewarded them with these high scores. Same thing with Pierre-Louis Coste. He analyzed at least 2 good waves that he could pull in one of his go-to moves, which is the backflip, and post those 2 solid scores that are giving him enough points to be in second place. Right now it's up to Armides Oliveres to pull a rabbit out of the hat and post that 8.75 that would knock out Pierre-Louis Coste from this competition. And Elder Mendes, lower requirement, 7.5. He's in striking range still. Let's see what this time on the clock, which is 8 minutes and 50 seconds, has to offer to our riders here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for sure. And if I was in the situation of Isaías Ferreira or Pierre-Louis Coste, by now I would pick and choose the waves carefully and try to manage my energy, because they should be, right now with these 2 scores, they should be thinking about the finals.
Oh yes, indeed. I would be thinking about the finals if I was Isaías. He's probably super proud of himself right now, and he must be like, wow, I found those 2 waves that I needed. And right now it's just heat management. Pierre must want to replace that 6 point, because he knows that Armida and Elder are dangerous and can get those scores that they need. So let's stick with the action here, because we still have plenty of time on the clock, and a lot of things can happen to the point that the heat situation changes. But nevertheless, Isaías and Pierre already must be proud of themselves, because they did a good job in the early stages of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. If my math doesn't fool me, I would say, if my memory doesn't betray me, I would say both of them have like 3 waves ridden, but they just capitalize on the 2 of them so well that they basically granted them safe travel onto the finals. So with an 8 and a 7.5 for Isaías Ferreira and a 7 and a 6 for Pierre-Louis Coste, they also had like 0.75 and a 1 as throwaways. So it's like 3 waves for each, but 2 of them were bangers. Meanwhile, Armides Oliveres and Elder Mendes have a very, very tough job ahead of them, with 6 minutes and something to go. It's not easy to keep our hopes up for this heat.
Yes, let's stick our eyes into the action as 6 minutes are remaining right now. The riders for the next heat are already probably pedaling to the lineup, because I do believe they have a 10-minute pedal out due to the conditions that we have here today, which are pretty demanding. And yes, as time unfolds, it's looking pretty for the Brazilian and the Frenchman. It's not looking so pretty for the Spaniard and the Portuguese rider, but they still have time to say something, especially Armides Oliveres is holding on to priorities, so he gets to pick and choose any wave of his liking on the oncoming sets. Looks like we have a little bit of stoppage on wave activity, Carlos, and
a bit of a lull.
I don't think it's gonna be in the next minute any wave on offer for the guys there on the lineup. We will have to wait for one of those outside waves to break and then reform into the area where the riders were. Right now. The good thing about this is that when the ocean gives kind of a cool down, the lineup also lines up a little bit better, and the next sets can be very important and can shape up to be very good waves for Armide.
And usually when the ocean pauses like this, the next couple of sets are huge. So I'm expecting something pretty special from the Atlantic Ocean here in Praia Grande right now.
Let's see what Praia Grande will offer to these guys. As you can mention right now, there's something building
there
up
she
on
comes.
the outside, and it's gonna come their way. Hopefully for Armide and Elder, they will get a chance to surf at least one more wave. And there goes Armide, backflip there, turns it around.
Or backflip, not sure.
Tries now to connect this wave to the inside. Nice forward spin there. And woo, backwash and then a roll on the backwash. Another backwash. Wow, what a crazy ride there for Armide at the end. But the damage was done on the outside.
Look at the waves out there.
Oof, that's a big set. You called it, Carlos. Huge set out the back.
Yeah.
Huge.
Let's see. We're watching Isaías Ferreira taking a look at it. No, that's definitely huge waves.
Wow, I do believe they are.
I'm calling like 2 meters out there.
They are not even reforming properly. Just the energy that comes from the outside is just sweeping off the area where the competitors are, and wow, this is not the best of news for these guys in this heat. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the score of Armides Oliveira's last wave. Let's see, it's going to make a difference. I do not believe it's going to be the 875. But meanwhile, this is Pierre-Louis. Big backflip once again and goes for the roll for completion. And still going on this wave, although I do believe...
And I think he's going to call it a day on this wave. And leave the water to...
One more roll.
Yeah. He's going to leave the water and try to regain its strength, thinking about the final. As we saw the replay, as we are seeing the replay of Armides Oliveira's last wave. Backflip, 360, and then that crazy backwash with a roll.
Triple, I would say. This is a replay of Pierre-Louis' last wave.
Backflip, textbook, as usual.
And then a roll to finish it off. The cream on the top there for this last wave of Pierre. Let's see if he could bring this wave all the way to the inside, because I do believe he does another roll here. And then not much more has happened for sure, because otherwise our production will let us see that wave all the way to the end. Let's see if anything changes in the situation. Looks like Armides Oliveira's got the 605 for that last wave, and now he's on the hunt for a 6.96 to first. And
with 1 minute and something to go. It's gonna be easy. It's not gonna be easy.
Looks like the backup of Pierre and his best scoring wave is still the same. That backflip won't make a difference, won't be accounted for his best 2 scores. So yeah, 1 minute remaining, and we are about to unfold the first 2 finalists. It looking good for Isaías and Pierre-Louis. I don't know where Armide is, but it looks like he's on the outside because he just gained priority number 3, which means that he reached the outside, otherwise priority won't be attributed to him. And Elder Dichamentes is having a look at this wave. I do not believe he performed any move before we got him to see on the screen. And priority 1 with Isaías, priority 2 with Armides Oliveira.
And 20 seconds to go. And I guess that's all she wrote for this heat, with Isaías Ferreira and Pierre-Louis Coste progressing on to the finals of this European Tour of Bodyboarding stage here in the Sintra for this Sintra Pro Fest.
And it's official, Isaías Ferreira and Pierre-Louis Coste are your 2 first finalists of this ETB stop here in the Sintra Pro Fest 23. Guys, don't go anywhere. stick with us after this short commercial break because we have semi-final number 2 lined up already in the water. And before the commercial break, we're gonna have a eat recap, and well deserved because it was waves that filled the highs. So stay with us. And we are back here in the booth, of course. We never left. I'm Nuno Cardoso. Yeah. Next to me it's Carlos Mariano, of course. And we've been holding on the fort for these last 4 days here of the Sintrapro Fest 23 with the National Tour competition. And this time it's the ETB, European Surfing Federation, European Tour of Bodyboarding. And we have the second semi-final in the water where we are going to right now, because we don't want to miss any of the action, because action is plenty.
Straight away on to the second semifinal.
Yes. So here you have it. If you've missed the last heat, I'm announcing you that Pierre-Louis and Isaías Ferreira advanced to the final. Unfortunately for Disha and
we already have a 6.5 for Yazdani.
Lost there. Okay, this is Yazdani Castro.
6.5 with that backflip, then the reverse, and then putting on some more. Whoa, that's and another backflip for Yazdani.
Yazdani didn't come to Portugal to play.
And it's not over yet. He's going for a roll, I'm guessing.
Pow.
Exactly.
Wow, very complete ride there for the Tico rider.
Meanwhile, entering back with a roll,
Is it Dave?
No. I'm saying, I would say it was.
And this is Joel.
Joel, yes.
Having a look at here, I think.
So
it
the
was
other one
Dave.
was Cabrera.
I think it was Dave. I do believe it was David Hubbard's style of riding. I hope I'm not offending anyone. Let's wait for the leaderboard there. Yeah, it was Dave Hubbard, 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5.
Joel Rodrigues had that 0.5.
And Jorge Cabrera is still waiting for a wave.
Yes, and Yazdani Castro, 6.5.
Yeah.
For that first ride. Interesting development here.
This is the replay of Jorge Cabrera.
Trying there for the invert, but not enough projection there, I would say. Nevertheless, it's a complete ride, and we will wait for the score of that wave, of that first wave of Jorge. Okay, big sets are coming. Carlos, you said it, and you called it. When there is a little lull in the ocean, the next thing that will pop up is a huge set after that. And this is the case. More waves are approaching our riders. Let's see who's going to take advantage of the oncoming waves.
Whoa, as we're watching, split peak situation, and Dave Hubbard going right, and I'm guessing going left was Cabrera?
No, Cabrera is on the outside, probably Joel or even Yazdani Castro. Let's see if the replay pops up on our screens, because we do not want to miss any of the action. Of course, this is out of the semi-finals, heat number 2. Ooh, look at George, Carlos.
Cabrera going for this ball, and boom, bang with a roll.
Once again, holding on to his board.
On fire, this young Spanish.
Wow. Wow, how the hell does he hold on to his board there with that big heavy closeout that is gonna now have to duck dive?
Must have some special glue.
For sure, probably the wax. Okay, Jorge Cabrera just posted a 5.5 on his first wave, and now looks like it's a 6 on this one. Ooh, this is the roll from Joel. Ooh, into the barrel coming out.
Cover up.
Wow.
And
what a great
then the
ride.
Roll. Awesome ride for the young Portuguese rider, the national champion, Joel Rodrigues.
Okay, this is going to be a great score for Joel, still waiting to pop up there on the leaderboard, but I do believe this wave is a keeper for him, and probably, if not the best wave of the
I'd say it would be on pair, almost I would say it would be almost on pair or on pair somehow with Jorge Hernandez Cabrera's 6 or even Yazdani Castro's 6.5. Let's see.
I think it's going to be more because it's a 2-roll combination with a little bit of a cover-up, and Jorge was just a single roll wave.
Meanwhile, we're going for a small flash interview with Isaías Ferreira, winner of previous year.
With Mariana.
Hi, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, a big invert. Do you want to talk about the wave?
Bom, estou muito feliz. Eu tive muita sorte, para falar a verdade, porque eu só peguei 2 ondas na bateria e foi as 2 ondas que eu consegui fazer boas notas e consegui passar para a final. Estou muito feliz, não estou nem acreditando direito, para falar a verdade, porque eu estava muito cansado e pronto, tive a sorte de pegar 2 ondas boas e fazer boas manobras.
He says he was very lucky. He was lucky because he got 2 big waves and great waves, and he was able to maneuver very well. So he was very lucky. Now you are in the finals. What are the goals and what are the things that you want to achieve?
Acho que é manter a mesma estratégia, tipo, a corrente está muito forte, então eu tenho que vou permanecer descansando para entrar no outside. Quando chegar no outside é hora de pegar a onda e explodir. E assim, quero que suba essas 2 ondas de novo na final.
The surgery is doing the same thing he was doing the last hits. He just wants to go there, fight the current and get outside very quickly and do his best and do the same waves he's doing all the event. Well, congratulations, good luck for the next heat, and yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you, Mariana, and congratulations once again to Isaías. He's a happy camper here at Praia Grande, and I do love Isaías' stalk there, advancing into the final, knocking off really big names like Armírias Oliveira and, of course, Helder Mendes Dicha, and also winning against Pierre-Louis, that he will have the chance to battle it out once again in the final this time. So right now, so good. So far, so good for the young Portuguese, Carlos.
So good indeed. Joel Rodrigues with that incredible wave. He got himself an 8 point. I was saying it was at least on par with Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, 6, or even Yazdani Castro 6.5. The judges really loved it and gave him an 8. So huge wave for João Rodrigues, and a huge step forward in the direction of the final of this European Tour of Bodyboard event here in
Here
Sintra.
are the headshots of the riders in the water at the moment. Is Dani Castro in red representing Costa Rica, in white from Hawaii, Kauai Island, USA, Dave Hubbard. João Rodrigues is representing Portugal in yellow, all the way from Povo de Varzim up in the north of Portugal. And Jorge Hernandez from the Atlantic Islands of Canaries, representing here in the blue singlet. Meanwhile, this is Yazdani Castro going to run after that 2:01 that he needs for second. Probably is going to get that score with this little roll, but if he has intentions to reach the final, he needs to bring some more into the table and up the ante.
Yeah, they definitely, for this semi-final, everyone is going to need to bring their A game onto the water, because the scores are getting pretty high, and especially João Rodrigues 8 is really raising the bar pretty high for this semi-final, as it should be. It's a semi-final of an European Tour bodyboarding event, and so with such a star-studded roster for this event, and obviously the show is was guaranteed. We've been enjoying a lot the great surfing throughout these 2 days of competition, and now we're reaching the finals, the decisive heat, where we're going to crown the winner of this European Tour bodyboard event. And meanwhile, João Rodrigues, Yazdani Castro, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, and Dave Hubbard have the task to try and reach it. And meanwhile, I'd say João Rodrigues is in excellent position to do so.
Yes, excellent score for that last wave of yellow. The young Portuguese rider is doing a great job in this event. I agree with you, Carlos. 8 points. It will be a keeper for sure. Woo, barrel time there for Jorge Hernandez. Will he find the exit? No.
Oh, but close.
Looked
so
like
close.
he had everything under control, but Praia Grande, as always, super unpredictable, and Jorge Hernandez was not able to get the exit out of that barrel. It's funny because in Spanish it's Jorge, and Portuguese is Jorge, and in English is George.
Yeah.
Jorge Hernandez. Okay, there was some funny facts here, and we need to entertain you. But 13 minutes remaining on this one. So far, so good for the young Canary Islander rider leading this one. Yazdani Castro now it's in second, like I predicted. That last wave, that roll was a 2.5, and it was enough to jump into second once again. João Rodrigues now finds himself in third, needing a 1-point ride to second. Dave Hubbard still struggling to get a solid score next to his name. Let's see if he can find that wave that will allow him to at least get back in the conversation, Carlos.
And look at the power out there. Those waves are basically exploding in the bank there. And I wouldn't like to find myself there when that wave crashes, because it's huge, that power.
Yes,
with very shallow sandbank there.
100%. Those waves are bone crushers, that's for sure. And if you have not yet come to Praia Grande on a day like this, and those who have been here on a day like this know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. Jorge leading, Yazdani second. Needs to get that back up a little bit higher if he wants to keep up that second place. Joel, great position. Needs a 1-point ride. If it just drops a wave, that is enough to get him to second, but he has a lot of heavy hitters in this heat, and he needs to get something solid if he means business on accessing the final. Dave Hubbard needs very fast to get a solid score and get his run rolling here, because time is
running out. Yeah, time is running out, and Dave Hubbard only with a 185 and a 1.5. Unusual situation for the Hawaiian legend here in Praia Grande, but it's things are what they are, and I'm sure David at the first opportunity is going to post a solid score. And speaking about the devil, there he goes with the oh my god,
ARS, but unfortunately the wave just piled up on top of the inside wave, and it was not able to turn that move around. Unfortunately for Dave Hubbard, not finding himself in the lineup so far. Still has 10 minutes on the clock. I would say plenty, not plenty, but enough time to get 2 waves at least, but he needs to get his thing going on right now for him to be in striking distance of one of the 2 positions that will give him access to the final.
And meanwhile, the Portuguese Joel Rodrigues needs urgently to get himself a solid backup score to add to his 8 if he wants to actually go on to the final.
This is Yazdani Castro having a look on this wave. He wants to increase the distance between him and Joel. He knows that Joel is going to fire something very soon, and he's going to find himself in 3rd place, needing a big score. And, oh, this is Jorge Hernandez. What is he going to do? Whee! Backflip there, and he completes it. Jorge probably is going to increase his leadership. Probably.
I'd say so.
Wow, man. The thing is, if Joel would get now a 3.51 or 3.5 would be enough to jump into 1st. But now, with Jorge maybe adding up some points to his total score, it's going to be an higher requirement for the 1st place. And this is the replay, Carlos.
Yep. Nice. Under the lip, this so solid, this young Spanish rider. There doesn't seem to be an amount of water that can phase him. He just goes for broke in the heaviest sections and lands it. So incredible surfing by Jorge Hernandez Cabrera.
For sure. Let's wait for the score of that last wave of the rider in blue from the Canary Islands, representing Spain, of course. Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, the current Pro Junior World Champion, is in the water right now and just posted an 82.5 with that last ride. An excellent score here for young Jorge Hernandez, and he's leading this one now comfortably. And now it's up for these guys in the last 8 minutes to start packing their turbos and putting some high scores on the leaderboard, as Jorge just did now.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes and something to go. It's getting, well, with red. Whoosh! Huge backflip for Yazdani Castro, and I don't know if Joel Rodrigues doesn't do anything quickly. What seemed so sure for the Portuguese rider is going to slip through his fingers. He needs to do something fast if he wants to add something solid to that 8-point wave and buy himself a ticket for the final.
Yes, you said it all, Carlos. Joel has been very... it's not getting around as much as the other riders. They've been exploring the lineup, trying and catching waves. Of course, some of them were not a success, but some of them are. And Yazdani Castro just put his 7-point ride. Now Joel needs a 5.5. The requirement is way higher than before, of course. And Yazdani now solidifies himself in 2nd position. This is a replay of that backflip. Take us through it, Carlos.
Yep, hitting the ball perfectly and taking a little bit of time just to have the rotation. And we have Bodyboard in our screens right now.
Of course.
That's it. That's the word. That's the motto here today. We have Bodyboard.
Yes, indeed. That last backflip of Yazdani Castro just rewarded him with a 7-point score, and he's going to hold on to that as his best scoring wave at the moment, and he's now more solid in that second place. I talked about this. Yazdani would be looking to get rid of that 2.5 quickly because he knew that Joel was in striking distance. Now Joel is still in striking distance, but he needs, I would not say something special, but he needs something that is solid. He needs like a
5.5, not just a regular backup wave, but a solid backup wave of a 5.5.
What is pretty rare is to watch David Hubbard in a combination situation at the moment, and is still looking to post something significant under his name, and has not been able to do so in the first 20 minutes. Let's see if these 5 minutes will reward David with a blessing from above, and can post a wave that will change his combination situation.
As we're watching some sets rolling in, and
oh, Joel is up on this one.
Joel's finally taking this on.
Let's see what he finds.
Oh,
no.
Unfortunately, things are getting a little bit sketchy for the young national champion.
Yes,
Portuguese
indeed.
national champion.
4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and now he has less priority here. And knowing Jorge and Yazdani, dangerous as they are, they might even increase their distances in the next waves. This is how competitive these riders are. They go for broke. They don't leave any space for the rest of the field. And
Dave Hubbard on this right-hander. Oh,
yeah,
in and out. Dave Hubbard is really struggling to find himself in this lineup to get in sync with the ocean. And get a wave. It's very unusual to see Dave Hubbard in a situation like this.
Yes, indeed. It's not common to watch David Hubbard being comboed. He's looking, but he's getting busy. He's looking for it, but not yet finding that section that he knows that is gonna bust him high in the air and score those points that he needs to get out of that situation. Meanwhile, it's getting very hard for David to have time to post up 2 scores, which is what he needs to attack first and second position. It's all up to these guys here. Meanwhile, this is
Cabrera.
Jorge. Backflip. Lands it.
My God, this kid doesn't miss a wave. It's incredible.
I told you that this guy was turning out
so
in the men's division. And this is the living proof. In the ETB men's division, he is probably already in the final.
And he's going to put some sugar on top with a little bit of a spin. And I'm guessing he's going to go for a roll on that end bowl section, no? On that inside, I'd say so. But our camera's just good.
Oh,
and Joel!
Around the section,
a huge roll by Joel Rodrigues.
And he likes it.
Huge roll.
He's claiming it.
He needed a 5.5, and I'm calling it yes. I'm calling it more than a 5.5. That was a huge roll for the young Portuguese
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. The judges probably are now comparing scores that they give to these riders. These are the final heats. Everything needs to be on lock. The head judge will be looking very carefully at this last waves ridden, comparing them and analyzing.
We're going to watch on replay the last waves of Cabrera and Joel.
Of course, this is the wave of Jorge Hernandez. Foamy one, but opened up a very heavy leap there, and he goes immediately for the backflip. Then he brings the wave all the way to the inside, but damage was done on the outside. I do believe that this forward spin and the roll on the inside won't do much there. But right now, it's all about the wave of Joel Rodrigues. He gets a 6.5 for the last, so it's enough. And Joel Rodrigues moves to the front of the heat and now leads this one.
Yeah.
Jorge Hernandez Cabrera is now in second place. And Yazdani Castro now on the hunt for a 7.26. And this is the wave for Joel Rodrigues.
It's a huge set wave. Solid bottom. And what a roll, and he loves it.
He knew that
So
he
did
got
we,
the
so did
score.
we.
That's why he celebrated. It's more than a claim, it's a celebration. He's happy with it. And the judges were happy with it and said it is enough for Joel.
More than enough, he needed a
go
5.5 and he
into
got a
the
6.5.
lead. Jorge Hernandez Cabrera is now in second place, being followed by Yazdani Castro. 7.26 is the requirement, 40 seconds remaining. David Hubbard still struggling to find himself in the lineup and still in combination situation. He will not be able to fight for the access to the final. The only athlete can do so is Yazdani Castro. In this last 20 seconds, he has the first priority and he can pick the wave he wants and try to post that 7.51. Looks like Jorge Hernandez got the 7.15 on his last wave, now jumps into the lead, and the requirement for Yazdani Castro is even higher, 7.51. Ooh, this is Dave
barrel
Hubbard
right for
going
Joel
a barrel.
Rodrigues.
No, it's Dave Hubbard.
Dave Hubbard. Oh, but unfortunately...
Doesn't get out of the barrel.
Yeah.
It's official. Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, Joel Rodrigues, PLC, and Isaias Ravic are your finalists. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. Come right back after that for the great final. Stay with the EAT replay right now, the EAT highlights replay, and then into commercials. We'll see you back here. Don't miss the final. Share, and support bodyboarding to the fullness. This is the ETB Sintrapro Fest 23.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
You want me to hit but in the third eye.
Hi, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, great heat. You talked me about that big flip and the other wave 8.25.
Sí, la verdad que todavía estoy sin palabras de haber ganado la leyenda de Java. Me cuadraron buenas olas. Como dije antes, desde fuera se ve un poco difícil, pero desde dentro se ve un poquillo más fácil y pude coger esas olitas y me cuadró.
He managed to get good waves. He did two great waves. The conditions are a little bit easier, but still very tough. But yeah, what are the goals and what you want to achieve in the final?
Pues bueno, seguir así, encontrando las buenas izquierdas y a ver si puedo ganar. Pero ya con estar aquí estoy muy feliz y agradecer a toda esa gente que me apoya, a mis padres, a mis sponsors y a toda la gente del SB Team que apoyándome siempre.
He wants to get good lefts and do great maneuvers and just win the final. He wants to thank everyone. Yeah. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
And there you have it. Those are the words of the winner of the last heat, and he is very happy to make it to the final. And yeah, we're gonna have the final at 4 o'clock, so it's more or less in 45 minutes. So stay tuned with us, guys. If you didn't watch the second semifinals, rewind it. You still have time to watch both of those heats. They were full, packed with action, a lot of high scores into the excellent range, both of them, and it's official. Pierre-Louis Costes and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera and Joel Rodrigues and also Isaías Ferreira will be the finalists here at this ATB tour stop here in Sintra, and we're glad to finally be unveiling who is going to be the champion of this competition. And if you don't know, you should already know, this is the Sintrapro Fest 23, part of a big bodyboard festival happening here in Sintra for this ongoing week. Last weekend we at the stop of the Portuguese National Bodyboarding Tour, and these last 2 days were part of this ATB tour of the European Surfing Federation, and starting tomorrow we're gonna have the IBC World Tour taking over with 3 different divisions: drop knee, pro, junior, men's, and women's pro division. So don't go anywhere. Go make some cool refreshments and a nice snack, and join us at 4 o'clock for the finals. We're gonna leave you with some clips of highlights from yesterday and highlights from today, and of course some advertising so we can pay the bills with some cool videos from our sponsors. See you soon. Stay tuned with us.
live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Welcome back, everyone, and I think we are ready for the final.
Yep.
Are our competitors ready? That is the question.
Yes, definitely. We're going to have in the water Pierre-Louis Coste from France, Eduardo Rodriguez.
Jorge Hernandez Cabrera.
Sorry, guys.
Joel Rodriguez, and of course Isaías
Ferreira. So we have the mug shots, at least two of them on your screens, Pierre-Louis Coste and Joel Rodrigues, and this is going to be one hell of a final. The level of surfing in the semis was just off the charts, and so the final, we're expecting some real fireworks here in Praia.
Oh, indeed, we have some amazing semifinals, and I just can't wait for the finals. We saw Isaías Ferreira on form. He caught only 3 waves. The first one was throwaway, and then both of his next waves were just amazing. One in the excellent range, one really close to the excellent range. It was enough for him to win over PLC, which will be in the final as well. PLC almost with 1 wave in the excellent range. That was a 7-point ride. And unfortunately for the other 2 semi-finalists, they could not do anything against Isaías and Pierre. And of course, these are our first 2 finalists out of the first semi-final. The second semi-final saw a very intense battle between the first and second. And it was Joel Rodriguez and Jorge Hernandez advancing. Of course, Jorge Hernandez winning that heat. And it was a back-to-back battle of waves between Jorge and Joel. Joel found an excellent ride, 8 points in the beginning of the heat, then struggled a lot to back it up, and only could back that up in the last minute. It was exactly in the last minute that he found that wave of a 6.5 that kicked out Yazdani Castro out of the final, and of course as well David Hubbard, that was in a combination situation. Pretty rare for Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, nail-biting performance from Joel Rodrigues. He got himself an 8 right from the start, almost from the start of the heat, and then he took his sweet time until he got himself a 6.5 with a huge heavy roll on the right-hander, who basically stamped his passport onto the final. But still, as you were saying, with Dave Hubbard, the legendary Dave Hubbard, he had quite a very unusual heat. I talked to him later on after the heat, and he said that he struggled to find the waves in that heat, not in sync with the ocean at all. And he took so much time that when he really realized what was happening, all the other riders had already, at least Jorge and Joel, had some excellent scores, and then it was very hard to pick it up and get himself back in the race.
Yes, indeed. For those who were not paying attention, this is day 4 of the Sintrapro Fest here in Praia Grande, Sintra, Portugal. This is the 4th day of this bodyboarding festival that started off this last weekend with the National Bodyboarding Tour, the first stop of the National Bodyboarding Tour here in Praia Grande. and we jumped into this European tour of bodyboarding competition that is being held by the European Surfing Federation. And this is the finals day. We're about to find out who's going to be the champion of this event. And after this event is done for today, tomorrow we initiate the big IBC World Tour competition here in Sintra, part of this Sintra Pro Fest 23, that is going to have the divisions of drop knee, Pro Junior Man, and Pro Women's division. So we've got 3 divisions here for the World Tour rankings. Precious points can be added to the campaigns of both the Pro Junior division and the Women's division, because the drop knee division, the world title already was awarded to Dave Hubbard in the Maldives, becoming 10 times drop knee world champion and broke the record of Mike Stewart, that is 9 times world champion. So IBC making history in the bodyboarding world and building up champions and breaking records. And as we write history in the bodyboarding scenario, we move on, and this year we're still yet to crown the men's world champion, women's world champion, men's Pro Junior world champion, and I do believe we will already have the drop knee world champion and the Pro Junior women's champion.
Yes, the Pro Junior
And that is it. That is it, guys. Still halfway through the national bodyboarding circuit in Portugal, if that's of your interest. And we still have 2 more stops, one in the north of Portugal, one center of Portugal, let's call it, which is in Peniche. The other one in north of Portugal is in the city of Porto Matosinhos. And we've got the indication that the athletes are almost on the outside, and we're about 2 minutes away from the start of this amazing final.
And meanwhile, we're going to have in October in Carcavelos another European Tour bodyboard stage, this time exclusively for the women's division.
This is amazing. Portugal probably has the most competitions in the world of waves per square meter. Let's put it out there. And probably we're that country that loves the ocean so much. We owe the ocean so much. And it's so great to get the young generation involved in the ocean activities. Either it's bodyboarding, surfing, skimboarding, longboarding, SUP, whatever it fancies you. In this specific case, we are here representing bodyboarding for 27 years here in Sintra. And I am personally very proud to be a part of this Sintra Pro Fest 23, celebrating 27 years of existence of this event here in Sintra.
As am I. We've been working with this organization for the past 11 years, so it's another nice page on my professional history here with Sintra Pro.
Okay, let's move on into the water. We want to see where are our finalists. Are they lined up yet on the outside, waiting for the buzzer to sound, which will give the beginning of their heat. I do believe we're going to have a 30-minute heat, maybe 35-minute heat. That's up for the technical director to decide, and we're about to find out as soon as the buzzer sounds. That leaderboard pops up on the top left hand corner of your screen, and it means business. They are on, and they have that limited time to prove themselves here in the waters of Praia Grande, Sintra. Let's wait and see what the ocean has to offer them. It looks like it's a little bit more cleaned up now that the tide is filling in, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, someone, my friend Sergio Rodrigues, is giving me an information saying Joel is not from Povo de Varzim. He's from Caxinas.
Caxinas. To be precise.
So, yeah. So that's thanks a lot for the info, and we'll see how he represents his hometown of Caxinas here in Sintra Pro Fest on this ETB event.
Yes, there you have João Rodrigues. He'll be wearing the blue singlet. The fellow in yellow is going to be Pierre-Louis Cos representing France, of course. Jorge Hernandez will be in the white singlet representing Spain, hailing from the Canary Islands. And Isaías Ferreira representing Brazil. He'll be wearing the red singlet. We can't wait for this thing to get started because I want to see who's going to come out on top. Will Isaías find himself composed once again here in the final? Pierre-Louis is always a lethal weapon wherever he goes. Jorge Hernandez is one of the kids that's been turning heads throughout this year and wants to make a statement in the big boys division here in the ATB. And also João Rodrigues, the current national champion here in Portugal, wants to make a statement saying that he's not only the best in Portugal, and probably he is the best in this European Tour stop. Let's wait and see what time will unfold and tell us here in Praia Grande as we wait patiently for the start, where we have the indication that it's going to be any second now, as we are watching on the screen as it switches back from one to the other rider. They seem ready to give this thing a go. As we watch the waves, I think the waves are a little bit more groomed. I don't know if it's the sun being a little bit more up and in front of the waves that makes it a little bit more pretty, let's say, and inviting than before. And of course everything turns a lot better when the sun shines, and I do believe that for the first time today while we're broadcasting, the sun is shining, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. The sun has come out to play here at the final, giving us a little bit of a better atmosphere for this final of the European Tour of Bodyboarding here in Praia Grande. A party, this is a celebration of bodyboarding, if I ever saw one, for this European Tour of Bodyboard event. An event that almost feels like a world tour event with so many incredible talents here. It's such a star-studded event here with guys like obviously the ones who are in the final, and some others who couldn't get here, like Dave Hubbard or the Moroccan riders Brahimi Douche, etc. So meanwhile, the fat lady has sang in the form of the horn of this event, and we're going for the final, for a 30-minute final with Isaías Ferreira, Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, Pierre-Louis Costa, and our own national champion João Rodrigues.
You know the name of the game, and within this 30 minutes, the top 2 scoring waves for each rider will count for their total score. Whoever gets on top will be crowned champion of this competition, and then second, third, and fourth place respectively in the podium. There's no advancing rounds now. It's going for broke for every single rider here, and let's see who opens up this affair, this international affair. We've got a Brazilian, Spaniard, a Frenchman, and a Portuguese rider. We cannot ask for a more international field here in this ETB final. Let's wait and see who draws first blood, Carlos.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be pretty interesting. After we've been spoiled with 2 incredible semifinals, so we were expecting nothing less from this final. Let's see if the ocean cooperates and gives the riders the best waves. At least with 30 minutes to go, there's obviously going there's going to be lots of scoring opportunities and lots of show with the bodyboarding show here in Praia Grande. Let's just sit tight and get ready for a ride.
Yes, I'm waiting patiently for the first wave. There seems like there's some activity on the horizon, so we have to wait and see if there's gonna line up something in the form of a potential wave for one of these 4 riders, and let's see who's gonna start to apply pressure to the rest of the field. We see 2 riders a little bit more south here in your screen, and there's a couple of riders a little bit more to the north of those 2 riders in terms of where our structure is standing here. Let's see if someone will make an opportunity out of this set. This first one looks like it's doubling up with another wave more to the inside. Not interesting at all for any of our riders. And they're letting this one go. Let's see. Ooh, we've got a taker, Carlos.
Yeah, we have in the water. Yeah, PLC going for a backflip, and he landed it awkwardly, but he did. I'm calling it a complete move. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's complete. And there you have it. Long bottom turn there. He eyes that section, goes for the backflip. Unfortunately, not enough height there on that backflip. And he is forced to turn it around already on top of that wave. And then the wave reformed. And I don't know. It's up to the judges to decide if
pretty
it's...
awkward conclusion for that wave.
Yeah, it was the wave itself that didn't help.
Of course.
But nevertheless, Pierre somehow was able to pull a backflip there.
And I think
Joel
Rodrigues, exactly. Going for the IRS heavy. Oof. Unfortunately, the landing zone there is pretty messy at the moment. It's one wave just builds on top of the other, and it makes the landing zone there pretty difficult.
I think that's what's going to be tricky in this final. It's finding a wave that's not doubled up, that connects to the inside for a more critical section. They are able to find those critical sections before they get to the reform, let's call it like that, but then the wave does not connect, and they do not connect the moves. And that's why we have a low score affair at the moment. That first backflip of Pierre, I think it was deemed complete because it's a 4.5. And João Rodrigues not complete, of course, 1.5.
And now it's Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. Nice first move. Then a roll. And I'm calling it the best wave of the heat so far. It's not difficult.
But you see, George's wave was not a double up. George's wave was a single wave. That's why he was able to complete this move, not as big as the other waves, and then connect it to the end section for a roll. This is the difference between the first two waves that we saw from Pierre and Joel. This last wave a little bit more conservative in terms of size, let's call it like that, but it was like a regular wave, not a wave that doubled up and didn't link up to the inside, which made not possible, at least for Joel to complete his move.
Yeah, that made the difference. And the judges awarded him with a 5.25. So a little bit conservative by the judges, but this is a final, and they're expecting, and they're just starting things off. So the judges are expecting something pretty special from these riders.
100%. They are on the look. They saw the semifinals. They saw the potential that's out there. They saw also the riders performing. So that's what they want to see once again. Cut back there for some measure there, going back to the power source and applying a backflip once again. Will he be able to turn it around?
Yeah,
of course,
definitely.
This is PLC. And he goes still for a roll. Ooh, heavy section there. That's a backbreaker.
Whoa.
And I don't think he's able to push that
didn't roll
one
out of it.
Yeah.
Didn't ride out of it.
Okay, so there we have it. Second wave for PLC. Let's wait for the score of that backflip to the right, and then an incomplete roll. Nonetheless, another ride for the Frenchman. Let's check out the replay, Carlos.
Yeah, he goes high line, a cut back there to get onto the power source of the wave. Then he accelerates onto this backflip, landing, and then searching for that roll. If he managed to stick that roll, that would be a huge wave. Still, I'm calling it his best wave so far. Better than that 4.25.
Okay, this is Joel Rodrigues having a go at this left-hander eye line there. Now releasing the rail, going full speed to the sand section.
What
going
an
for a
invert.
big invert and lands it.
Huge invert by Joel.
He likes it. You can see in his body language, puffing up his chest to the judges' tower and saying, I've got this move under control. Please give me the score. And now I need to duck dive all my way to the outside. This is the replay. Here you can see paddling very strongly like Joel already does. and he draws a eye line there at the beginning, goes for the big accentuated bottom turn, and then he eyes off that end section, goes for the big invert, lands it, complete ride there for the rider in blue, the young Portuguese.
And it's an 8.
8-point ride, excellent score there for the Portuguese, and he's now looking good to try and win this thing. Last wave of Pierre-Louis Coste came out as a 5.85. Now he's in the lead, still in the lead, but he has Rodriguez breathing behind his neck, needing a 2.35. Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, that 5.25, is letting him hold on to third place at the moment, needing a 5.11 to first. All of the requirements right now are to first. There's no requirements to second. Don't forget about that. What's important in the final is the first place, of course.
And this is how Joel won his semi-final, with a huge 8-point ride right from the beginning. And then he took his sweet time to get himself a solid backup. Let's see if this time he copies what he did on the semi-final to win this final or not. It's all in the hands of this young rider from Caxinas.
Yes, I'm going to correct you. He didn't win that second semi-final. The winner of the second semi-final was Jorge Hernandez with his last wave.
Yes, he was
and
second.
It was first, like in the last minute, he was first, and then at the dying seconds, the judges posted the score of the last wave of Jorge, and Jorge jumped into first.
Thank you for the correction.
Nevertheless, he got an 8 there, so you're absolutely correct. This is what Joel did in the semi-final. It worked out for him. At least he got a second place, and getting a second place here is not really that bad. It's a really great result. All of these finalists are pretty happy to be here for sure, and out of the very strong field we saw throughout these 2 days of competition, these guys are some of the guys that would stand out, and this is why they are in the final. And let's see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, what I didn't get wrong was that that second wave of Pierre was definitely better than his first, and he puts both of them combined, puts him on the lead of the heat. Meanwhile, we see Isaías Ferreira on his first wave. Unfortunately, the wave didn't pan out for him, and he just couldn't get himself a ramp to execute a move.
Yes, you can see Isaías there lining at the end section, trying to draw the maximum speed off of his board, but unfortunately for Isaías, that end section was too wobbly, and he found out that a little bit too late, so he skipped that wave, let that one go, kicked out, and now it's pedaling out the back while we see some heavy sets on the horizon breaking, and we've got a rider, Carlos.
It's Jorge, no, exactly, Jorge Hernandez. Whoa.
Whoa! I like it. He claims it. I love it.
Yeah, nice barrel ride for Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. Not that deep, but still deep enough for him to claim.
How good was this wave? This is the replay. Nice bottom turn there. You can see him stalling using the legs, pulling under the hood there. There was an extra section. He rode it all the way until there was no more barrel to ride. And then after that, he comes out, claims it, and kicks out. Woo! This is going to be a nice score there for Jorge to add to his 5.25. Let's see if there's any change in the situation at the moment. 12 minutes and 50 seconds. Time keeps on ticking. Time keeps on dropping. Let's see who is going to come.
It's a 6 for that barrel ride of Jorge Hernandez Cabrera.
And he's in first.
Yep.
Okay.
With a 6, and the first wave was a 5.25, so solid score for Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, but I'm betting my money that it's not going to be enough to win this heat because the level of the competition is just too high.
I don't know. Let's see if Mother Nature keeps on offering waves and barrels like this. And right now, Jorge is leading this one. Pierre is in second at the moment. He needs a 5.41 to attack that first position. Joel Rodrigues now finds himself in third, but only needing a 3.25 for first. And Isaías is the one that is still struggling a little bit in this final, trying to get his pace, trying to find that first solid scoring wave that will put him in contention for the title in this event, Carlos?
Yeah, definitely. There's always when you have 4 riders, we've seen it a lot. There's always one that struggles while the other 3 are getting some waves. It's something like it's a math exercise almost. So, but we'll see. I believe in Isaías Pereira potential to go and get himself a wave. After all, he's been surfing incredibly throughout the comp, and it would be pretty strange not to see him do the same here in this final.
Indeed, 70 minutes remaining. There's some sets approaching, and the waves look a little bit better groomed at some parts of the day that we saw that the lineup was really hard to handle.
Look at that closeout.
And right now we already saw excellent wave. We saw big barrel by Jorge Hernandez. Probably didn't get a bigger score because, like you mentioned, Carlos, it was not that deep. But nevertheless, it was a great
spectacular,
wave.
Yes, spectacular ride.
And it spat out, had all of the ingredients to be one of the waves of the final. Jorge had the chance and opportunity to get it. Posted a 6-point ride that is allowing him to hold on to first place at the moment. Let's see. I do believe that it's pretty simple to conclude that Joel is in the better position of winning this. He's got the best scoring wave, which tells you a lot, and he only needs at the moment a 3.25 to jump into the lead of this one. So let's see. Pierre is holding on to priority. Next priority belongs to Joel. Plenty of time on the clock. And I have the jitters. I want to know who's going to win this thing.
Look at those lines. The swell is really coming in. It's pretty consistent day of surfing here in Praia Grande. Really a proper day for a final, and I'm pretty excited to see what these guys still have in store for us. We still have 15 minutes to go on this final, and we already have some excellent scores and some great performances from almost everyone, with the exception, I'd say, of Isaías Pereira, who is a little bit underwhelming here in this final. As we're watching now, Joel Rodrigues once again going for a roll.
Trying to get around the section.
Speed, yeah, to get the second roll. And this is going to be, and the third one. This is going to be a very important wave for Joel, who already has an 8-point ride and is going to have himself a good backup for that 8, and I believe it's going to propel him right on to first place.
I do believe so. I think this will be enough, and this is the replay of that last wave of Joel. He times this roll really good, extends that roll quite well, goes around that section, goes for another one with his arms really stretched out, and another one just to conclude this wave as he kicks out, and the job is done there.
Yeah,
so,
very well read.
This wave is more than in 3.25. I will risk to say that, and I do believe that he's going to jump into the lead, but with what score? 5.5. So right now Joel is putting his competition against the ropes. Jorge Hernandez is now needing a 7.51 to first. Pierre-Louis a 7, a 6, a 6 to first. And Isaías at the moment is in a combination situation, yet to find his first decent score.
Yeah, and Jorge Hernandez Cabrera answering back.
Paddling hard to get into this wave. Let's see what he can do. Ooh,
whoa,
invert.
Nice invert from Jorge Hernandez Cabrera. Needs a 7.5. I'm not sure if he's going to get it or not, but at least worst case scenario is going to shorten the requirement for first for sure.
Okay, the one thing that I'm loving at the moment, every time a single athlete catches a wave, there's cheers in the beach. We saw some cheers for Joel Rodrigues, and this time there was cheers for this wave that we're watching in the replay. This is Jorge Hernandez going for an invert of his own, And we do know that Joel got an 8-point ride for his invert. I do believe that Joel's wave was a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
And I really love the style of Jorge Hernandez in this invert. Whoa, what the hell is going on here?
Exactly. What the hell is happening?
This
down
was
there?
Joel. It's his board.
Oh, it's his board. Don't tell me he lost his board. No.
No.
No, I'm not sure.
I think we have some replays to
Yeah,
watch.
let's
But
see if
meanwhile, we have
our-
Izias riding this left-hander, stalling there, eye-line, releasing the rail right now, aiming for the
Oh,
leap.
unfortunately.
No.
I'm not sure if our director, as the director of this webcast, has the replay available for us or not. The replay of Joel's last wave.
Joel's, and I think there was another wave ridden. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But while we were watching the replay of Jorge's invert, we
heard some
yeah,
cheers from the beach.
Exactly. That's what caught my attention. Meanwhile, the last wave for Jorge came out 6.6, not enough, but you were right, Carlos. It reduced his requirement to attack the lead of this heat and become the winner of this event. 691 is now what he needs to jump into first place. Pierre Louis is now on the outside, holding on to first priority on the hunt for a 766, and Isaías Ferreira still in combination situation even after this last wave effort. Isaías was not able to find a critical section to pull one of those spectacular moves that he...
This is the replay of that wave of... Ooh.
Barrel time, come on! Oh! This is Joel.
Joel with a deep barrel ride and then
And a roll.
But
he does not finish the roll, but...
He did, but that barrel ride was pretty good.
Wow. If Jorge got a 6-point on his barrel ride, this is going to be higher in my opinion.
Yeah. Jorge's wave, I think, was a bit bigger than
Yes.
Joel's, but he wasn't as deep as Joel on this wave.
Exactly. It was a thicker wave, but not as deep as Joel. Joel rode that wave perfectly. Meanwhile, this is Pierre is not liking to hear that his adversaries are posting excellent scores.
8.5
Exactly. Oh my God. This
8.5.
is going in the way of Joel Rodriguez in such a fashion that the athlete that is in second, the rider that is in second position, now needs a close to perfect score to knock out Joel Rodriguez from that first place position. 9.9 now is the requirement for George. P.L. Luis Costes is in combination situation, which is pretty rare.
Yeah.
And Isaías Ferreira was there already, and it still is. Look at these sets detonating in
that's
Praia
what I
Grande.
was thinking about. Look at those sets. The waves are really pumping here in Praia Grande. Huge waves coming into the sandbank. Who is not able to deal with it, so we're having lots of white water absolutely dragging everyone in their path.
Exactly.
And with this wave, last wave, Joel Rodrigues puts himself in a pretty favorable situation to even perhaps win this final, and that would be awesome for the Portuguese, having a Portuguese rider winning
to
here.
see that barrel again. If you can have the replay of the last wave, not the last because he had another wave, the previous wave that we saw from the barrel of blue, that would be amazing. That's the best scoring wave of the heat so far, 8.5. If we can watch that barrel again in a replay, that will be amazing. Meanwhile, we've got live action. This is PLC. He's searching, he's hunting for an eject there. Wow, that was a heavy wipeout. He landed on his head there.
Gnarly.
Wow. I think PLC is okay. Composing himself, shaking off the white foam and probably some sand off of his ears and hair, and preparing the paddle out the back. Like I said, if it is possible to watch the replay of that barrel of the rider in blue, there you have it. I know, this is the replay
of the Pierre's wipeout.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yes. This is not the replay that we saw of the wave.
Not the replay we were expecting. Yeah.
Yes. What are we gonna get there? We're gonna get there. It was a little bit of a mistake within the camera, and we'll get back there. Okay,
Meanwhile,
7.45 minutes and the clock, not the score. It's 7 minutes.
Meanwhile, we're going to have a replay of Isaías Ferreira last wave that we didn't quite caught on live. Actually.
Okay, we missed the wave from Red. That's going to be interesting because Isaías always has something to say. And let's see what he said on his last wave. Waiting for that replay though. Okay, 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry. While we wait for that replay, still nothing has changed in the situation. Ooh,
there he
this
goes.
Is the replay. Okay, this is Isaías having a look at this right-hander.
This looks good one.
Ooh, is this the wave that Isaías wants? Drawing line, fast line. Oh, getting cut as well.
Yeah, a little bit late.
Very similar to Pierre's wave.
Looked so good, but unfortunately
ejecting.
He didn't hit it at the right time, and then he kind of lost his timing.
What is this?
And
Pierre Louis, big backflip there, and he lands it.
Huge backflip from Pierre.
Some cheers from the beach once again.
Trying to claw his way back onto the heat and trying to fight for the win himself. Although it's going to be pretty hard after that.
He needs at least a 6.5 to get out of the combination situation. Is this a 6.5? That's the big question. Big backflip there by the Frenchman, the fellow in yellow riding off in front of this wave. After the completion of that move, it's going to be a very important score for Pierre. Let's see if he gets out of that combination situation that no rider wants to be in. And if he does so, he will be in contention for the first place. Ooh, 8.35 for that last wave of Pierre. Oof. Now he needs an 8.16 for first. Watch out, this is not over.
Yep, he's coming. Pierre's coming to try and get the first place. So Joel, what more can he do? He has an 8.5 and an 8. It's like it's hard to beat for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna take a 8.16. That's exactly what Pierre needs to knock off Joel from that first place. Meanwhile, Jorge needs a 9.9 to jump into the lead and become champion of this event. Isaías still in combination situation. Let's see if the Brazilian can get himself out of the combination situation. He needs at least a 6.5 scoring wave so he can get out of that combination. Meanwhile, we have rider on this wave, Carlos.
Jorge Hernandez Cabrera going left. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't offer him anything to score.
Yes.
Well, what a final. And how time flies when you're having fun. 4 minutes and 35 to go. And Jorge Hernandez Cabrera taking another look on that left-hander. And again, the wave does not cooperate with the Spaniard.
Yes, indeed. Jorge is scanning the lineup for some potential scoring moves there, but the waves are not collaborating, basically. 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining on the clock. Big set breaks out the back, and it will reform into the inside where the competitors are right now at the moment. Let's see if there's any wave opportunity for one of these riders as they let this first wave go. Now the lineup gets messy,
chaotic,
because of the white foam, of course, and probably it's not the best time to go for a wave because it will be full of whitewash and bump. And there's another foam from the outside. Let's see, it's gonna reform in the shape of something good for the riders. And I don't think there's anything special here.
Opportunity there.
Another less bigger wave on the outside, but still foamy. Let's see what it brings to the lineup where our riders are standing at the moment.
And meanwhile, we are at the 3 minute.
Oh, look, we got a wave.
Well, I
PLC.
think it's going to be. Oh no.
PLC looking for that 8:16 to take the win here, but unfortunately that right-hander didn't provide the section they was looking for, probably for another backflip or an invert.
I was looking for perhaps for an air reverse. Looked like I was feeling an air reverse there, some air reverse vibes from PLC, but unfortunately he had to bail out on that wave.
Uh-oh, watch out, PLC once again.
One thing's for sure, he needs to do something pretty special if he wants to beat Joel Rodrigues in this final.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty special was that barrel to the right from Joel Rodrigues. What a highlight of this day of competition.
A godsend, right?
Big barrel with a spit, comes out, even tries a roll. That's a blessing from above. When you get a wave like that, that goes your way, you should take advantage of it. This is the Portuguese national champion trying to make a statement in the European scene here, and he's about to win this thing if in the last 1 minute and 50 seconds Pierre-Louis or Jorge Hernandez don't find that requirement that they need. He's trying to win this thing, and he tried to become the European junior champion a couple of years ago. Joel Rodrigues could not grasp that title, and now once he overcome the junior division, he become a man.
Yeah.
Turns national champion.
It's kind of a bittersweet irony, this one.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good to Joel to keep this momentum going on his career and grab onto some titles, get that confidence that he needs, and charges more in the World Tour scene. 1 minute remaining in this thing. Will Pierre-Louis get that 8:16 that he needs, or Jorge Hernandez find that 9.9?
As we are entering the final minute of this final.
Yeah, Isaías Ravic, unfortunately not yet out of the combination situation, not finding that gem that he found in the semifinals. He found 2 of them. Maybe his luck ran out on the semifinals and cannot bring some of that luck into the final.
Yeah, Isaías Ferreira, he basically spent all his rounds on semifinal. Now he's having, he's not obviously 20 seconds to go, and the celebration
this is exciting.
Is
look
starting
at Pierre.
at the beach
Pierre
with
is making some
the Portuguese crew.
Pierre is making some moves. Let's see if this is the wave that Pierre is going to get.
Let's see if
5
PLC,
seconds.
Let's see if PLC
I think
ruins
it's in the bag.
the Portuguese celebration here.
I think it's in the bag.
No,
and you can hear
it's in the bag
from
for
the beach.
Joel Rodrigues. Congratulations, Joel Rodrigues, winner of the ETB European Tour of Bodyboarding event here in Praia Grande for the Sintra Pro Fest. Congratulations, Joel.
Exactly, Joel is going to take this trophy home for Portugal. What a great final we had in our hands. Of course, there are 2 standouts in this final. It was Joel Rodrigues and PLC, but Joel taking the best out of the Frenchman and taking a win here. Jorge Hernandez tried his best. He had brilliant performance throughout this competition, but was not able to go further than the 3rd position. And Isaías Ferreira, unfortunately, in the final, where he needed to show off his full potential, was not able to score any solid. Was not able to find any decent wave, post a solid score next to his name. And there you have it on your screen, the champion of this event.
The man of the moment.
The man of the moment. Coming.
Joel Rodrigues.
2nd in the national
tour. From
tour.
Caxinas to the world.
And now a 1st place in the ATB. What a great week for Joel here in the Sintra Pro Fest 23. Grabbing on to the 2nd place in the national tour. And right now grabbing the title of this European bodyboarding tour.
Yeah,
tour
and the celebration is starting on the beach with the Portuguese crew getting ready to welcome Joel Rodrigues in the sand.
We can hear some cheers and some clapping from the beach, some people screaming. Of course, Joel's family is always here with them, mother, father, sister. They always make sure they follow him wherever he goes, especially in Portugal. Whenever there's a competition, there goes the family, and they are in the sand waiting for him to congratulate him for this brilliant win. And yeah, basically there you have it. This is the
story, kind of a storybook ending for this European Tour bodyboard stage here in Portugal, with a young Portuguese talent, the Portuguese national champion Joel Rodrigues taking the win here in Praia Grande.
Yes, exactly. What a great win. I need to stand out that barrel that he got. That was an amazing wave.
Incredible.
I wish that wave was in my way today, and I could ride it and punch out of that barrel. That alone makes you feel so
And there
good.
he is.
And especially in a final, and that wave for sure helped him seal the win here. And next to that 8.5, he's got an 8 point, and he's taking this one home. He's still reasoning with his father about this win, and he's probably telling you, I told you I got this. Don't worry, Daddy. I'm champion of this circuit, this event. Meanwhile, you see João Araújo showing the photo finish there, probably of the barrel or of the invert that he got. And you can see there Tomás Belo, our videographer, also congratulating Joel on his win and taking some shots. There you go, sportsmanship.
Yeah, definitely.
And the behalf
PLC.
of PLC, a true champion of life and in bodyboarding as well. He is congratulating everyone there from the Rodrigues camp. And yeah, it's a great look for Joel this last 4 days of competition here in the Sintrapro Fest. Second place in the national tour, and now a win in the European Tour of Bodyboarding, which is great results for him, and it's going to boost up his confidence for the upcoming events in the World Tour and of course of the National Tour, where he's defending a title. And
what can we say? It's as I said, a storybook ending for this European event with PLC, another legend of the sport, making even more worthy this win for Joel Rodrigues.
Yes, PLC getting out of the water, and we need to congratulate also Jorge Hernandez Cabrera, brilliant third place position in this event.
And he really impressed us throughout the whole event.
I think Jorge is one of those guys that's on the move, and is in my books is already a bodyboarding star. He became last year world champion of the Pro Junior division, that is, and he's got a brilliant future ahead of him.
For sure.
And I think he's still yet to reach the peak of his form. Is still very young rider, and he will mature into the men's division quite nicely. And he is going to be one of those guys that will not struggle in that transition. A little bit similar to Joel Rodrigues, that transition from last year from junior to the men's division, and is taking wins in the ETB like we're watching right now. So he's doing a great job. We see there Filipe Brueiro in the Rodrigues camp there.
Eduardo Macedo
as well, one of his teammates from the local club there in Povo de Varzim. Also, Filipe Brueiro's father there, congratulating him.
Pedro Brueiro.
What a
and
great
Filipe's
day for
as
bodyboarding. What a great day for the ETB. What a great day for the Sintrapro Fest. And what a great day as well for Izzy Ravic, although in the final he didn't show off his skills. But he gets a 4th place finish in this event, which is really great for Isaías, because I haven't seen Isaías competing at an international level for quite some time now.
And most important of all, he surfed incredibly throughout the
being
event.
back and doing a final, it's already a great achievement. Unfortunately for him, didn't go any further than the 4th position, but he must be proud of himself, and he's going to take home some nice trophy or medal and some
bragging rights, right?
And, bragging rights, and probably a good envelope full of euros.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we have the production saying that we are going here to the booth where you're gonna see our pretty faces, of course. And we've been here for 4 days now. This is day number 4 of the Sintrapro Fest.
All the
Day number
prettiness
2.
is gone.
Yeah, all the prettiness is gone. Day number 2 of the ETB tour stop here at the Sintrapro Fest. Tomorrow, like we announced throughout this last 4 days, we're gonna jump straight into World Stage competition. IBC World Tour is making a visit once again here to Sintra, and we'll be having a competition throughout these next 5 days here in Praia Grande with the divisions of Drapney, Pro Junior Man, and Women's Pro Division. So guys, stay tuned with us. I know that we are preparing at the moment a very special award ceremony for this ATB. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna jump into some quick commercials and come back to that award ceremony, I do believe.
Yep, definitely. So stick around. We'll be right back.
...24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70.000 hectares de ar puro, 13.000 metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
...24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70.000 hectares de ar puro, 13.000 metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional. 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Ui, olha só isto quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
mundo assim.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te. Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Ui, olha só isto quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
mundo assim.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te. Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo.
Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Ui, foi noções do quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
mundo só.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Ui, foi noções do quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
mundo só.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Ui, foi noções do quase que aconteceu agora. Eu não acredito.
mundo só.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te. Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te. Vinte e 24 quilómetros de linha de costa, 70 mil hectares de ar puro, 13 mil metros quadrados de história, 200 anos de inspiração, 130 milhas de descoberta, 2 horas de magia, 20 igrejas, 9 praias, 8 museus, 6 palácios, um castelo. Sintra, Reserva Nacional.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Mundo. Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Mundo. Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Agora, eu não acredito.
Prepara a mesa, live em 5, firma a 6, take 6.
Malta, para tudo! Estou aqui a refletir e peguem nas pranchas. Está incrível na costa.
Este verão descarrega a app Mel Beach Cam. Agora com mais de 150 live cams. Estás aqui, estás na praia. Mel, humaniza-te.
And we're getting ready for the award ceremony where we're going to celebrate the win here by Joel Rodrigues, and as well as the second place for PLC, the third place for Jorge Cabrera, and the fourth place for our own Isaías Ravik, or Isaías Ferreira in this case. And meanwhile, we're going to show you all the highlights of some of the best moments of this final. That was a huge one.
This is the European Surfing Federation event, and we are here in Praia Grande, Sintra, day number 4 of the Sintrapro Fest 23. We are here the National Circuit of Bodyboarding, third stop on the last weekend, and these last 2 days were dedicated to this European Tour of Bodyboarding. We would like to thank, of course, our sponsors, starting with the Câmara Municipal de Sintra, the Sintra Council, always behind bodyboarding for 27 years in a row straight here in Sintra. Junta de Freguesia de Colares, the local council here of Colares as well. Federação Portuguesa de Surf, European Surfing Federation, of course, Meo, Mega Eats, Vert Magazine, Mimosa, Reef, Refresh Boards de Peniche, CC Board Center, Boogie Chicks, Bodyboard Vintage Portugal, ADP Publicidade, Fun Fashion, Essence, Arribas Hotel, Spoticar, Smash Sintra, Mel Beach Cam e, claro, a Bodyboard TV. So we would like to call the finalists here of the ETB. You can come into the stage. There are Joel Rodrigues, Jorge Hernandes, Isaías Ferreira and Pierre-Louis Cosse. Please come to the stage. Round of applause to the finalists, please. Congratulations, boys. So he had 4 days of great waves, his last 2 days great. These are the faces of the final. Congratulations, boys, you put on a show. Everyone in the beach was saying this was a really great bodyboarding show, and we have to thank you for that. Okay, right now I would like to call Pedro Felipe, Presidente da Junta de Freguesia de Colares, the President of the Local Council of Colares, to award the 4th place finish in this final from Brazil, living in Portugal, Isaías Ferreira! Round of applause for this talented Brazilian. Photo time. That is it. Isaías coming back to the international competition and finishing with the final with the 4th place. Round of applause for Isaías from Brazil. Obrigado pela vossa energia. I love your energy, guys. Now I'd like to call João Carlos Sebastião, responsável da comunicação de Smash Sintra, responsible for the communication of Smash Sintra, one of our sponsors. He's gonna give the award to the 3rd place in this final, all the way from Canary Islands, Jorge Hernandez! If you don't know, Jorge is the actual Pro Junior World Champ at the moment. He's still defending his title this year, and he came first in this final. So congratulations, Jorge. Felicitaciones, Jorge. Okay, I would like to call now Diretor do Departamento de Educação, Juventude e Desporto, Dr. Frederico Essa, Director of the Department of Education, Youth and Sports, for the Sintra Municipality. For the 2nd place from France, Pierre-Louis Costes! Allez, allez, France! 2nd place for Pierre. Congratulations, Pierre. Once again in the podium, 2nd place here. And right now we would like to call the Vice President of the Sintra Council, Dr. Bruno Pereira, to award the prize for the winner of this event, João Rodrigues from Portugal! Hey! This is the supporting crew for Joel. Okay, Joel, you know the drill. You have to say a couple of words. Congratulations for this win. Joel, the current national champion and now the winner of the ETB stage. Say some words, Joel.
Nem acredito ainda consegui vencer esta etapa. É um sonho concretizado para mim, vencer atletas como Pierre, e foi uma final incrível. E muito obrigado a toda a gente pelo apoio e principalmente aos meus pais que estão sempre comigo e aos meus patrocinadores. Obrigado.
There you have it, guys. This is the end of the ATV stop here in Sintra, part of the Sintra Pro Fest 23. Guys, follow us on the social network. You know what it is, IG, Facebook, whatever. And look at these guys having a party, having a blast. I love you guys. Thank you for your energy. Thanks for all of the people that join us here from Morocco, from Israel, from Germany, from Argentina, from Brazil, from the United States, France, Spain, wherever you come from. Thank you guys. See you next year. Once again, congratulations for the finalists. A round of applause. Okay, guys, I'm shutting this down because these guys are crazy. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Hey, my God! Bye-bye, guys. See you next year. Hey, Carlos, it's all yours.
And that's it for this European Tour Bodyboarding event here in Sintra. But the Sintra Pro Fest is not over yet. We're going for the next stage, this time for a World Tour event with the Pro Junior Men, the Pro Women, and the Drop Knee Tour. So keep in touch, guys. We're going to come back tomorrow with more action and more world-class bodyboarding for Sintra, world capital of bodyboarding, for the whole week.